You used that bot lane prio to try to play for this invade. They never were able to actually push back the KC members, but it didn't matter because Owner steals it away. He smites it out. Busio is forced to flash here early, and then when the hook comes back up a little bit later, it all came down to this flash hook here from Keria. Gliss needed to actually flash this. I do believe he had time to react, but he flashes late, and then at that point, Owner is just going to flash follow. You're never going to get out of there alive, and then the last auto attack from Pays does kill off Yike. Doesn't survive, though, as the Neferi Bleed is going to take him down.
Yep. So really nicely played here from T1. At least able to get one back, though, is KC. 1,000 gold going to be the advantage. The problem is, this is exactly the type of game that T1 want to be playing, right? Chaotic, fast and loose, winning the trades, getting the advantages, and that is precisely what's happening here in this battle of former and current T1 top laners. It is the Jace doing a good job. Busio, great sidestep there, but he's still very, very dead. That's going to be the auto to come through from Pays. Execution! And oh dear, bad just met worse.
Yeah, that is really, really tough. Great sidestep from Busio, but with no
T1 at it again, baby.
Where are you going to go, buddy? There's no way out from that position. And that is the danger.
They really are
picking.
They're more. They are more locked in today.
Available there. We saw Keria going crazy.
Oh, they got lashings for
off to a great start here in that bot lane.
Down, kills.
Yeah,
he's just getting so strong.
Bro, Faker's on a collie. Oh fuck, dude.
When Mel's get really, really fed, all of a sudden, all it takes. QER,
and they gave him Mel again.
Basically just gone.
They didn't ban Mel.
Look for the angle there. Another bone skewer is going to connect, and Kalist is extraordinarily dead. Nothing the Ashe could do. Tried to take Keria with him, but didn't have the damage.
And what's cool about this series, Bennett, is that they have
falling apart.
Oh yeah, it is
per game
2K
bans. So whatever champions that they play this game, it is banned for the rest of the.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Crazy advantage there
set of games
for T1 over KC at this point. And I talked about it in draft when you are going a low
Faker on a collie.
So
next game, a collie. Mel's going to be banned. Fucking.
You are going to get one shot.
Nocturne's going to be banned. Jason's going to be banned. Everybody that's being played in this game is going to be banned out.
The kind of game that KC really needs to try to slow down the pace. They have a lot of scaling.
Oh, another bone skewer connects there. Even the rope to connect onto Kalist as Busio's just dead. Pays gets
that
the execution.
Way it gives them,
one more time. The daggers aren't going to quite land
better.
as the second one does.
You know what I mean?
Least.
They have to
the
have
Dragon might be considered,
drafts.
but I imagine T1 probably just want to keep killing them.
Technically.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
That's a
Because
pretty
if
good
it goes to 5
racking
games,
up the gold here is now it's nearly a 3,000 gold lead here at 6
different drafts on
teams. They're going to be taking the Dragon as well. Even Faker in the isolated 1v1 mid in this melee versus
actually sucks up a lot of the champions and stuff now because there's so many.
Another bone skewer to come through here.
You know, and like
at least
to
Yike is able to secure his crop.
See like Riot doing something like that in these series. You know what I mean? It kind of like spices it up.
I've got the silver lining. Okay. All right, it's a very dark cloud.
More of an iron lining in this one.
Yeah, but Keria had probably the best Pyke game I have ever seen.
It's crazy
this season.
You know what I mean?
Like
that's what I think.
So
it's
maybe
a good thing
there's
what they did.
You know what I mean? Is going to survive for the moment.
Because
Ignite ticking down, but
really
will not
does,
kill.
Spice up the gameplay because like it
Whether
shows
that means
like
very much for
it shows
better for
champion
KC,
pools and stuff and like different combos and shit. You know.
Well, he's not in lane. It got a bit worse.
Keria is going to make the plays, dude. Keria is doing amazing.
At least it could have been worse.
Yeah, there we go.
So it wasn't the worst possible thing to happen, but now Busio, unfortunately,
dude, Keриa's Pyke is scary.
Oh,
dude.
That's
it, bot. That's it, bot. Pays in trade.
And just ults away. That is going to be Pays on a killing spree. Keria surviving as well as the successful 2v1 dive in the bottom lane.
What was the Camille game?
There. None available for T1, but they were so confident they could actually make that dive happen. Beautifully set up again by Keria.
Bro.
As soon as he hits the undertow, as soon as you hit that easy, the Solar Snare is guaranteed. That damage is going to come through, and they are bursting you down. And
it was,
even in the isolated
dude. It was like some attack
on
Titan
you are expecting
bro.
to be down a bit as the Scion, but you were not expecting to be down this much. 20 CS, he's already taken 2 plates.
I want to see more. I want to see more out of Doran, dude.
The complexity of that, of what Keria did on that first blood,
but looking to be in really
break it down.
form
Like Camille has E1 and E2
versus Kana.
So
and it's actually
when you
kinda
hit
cute, right?
E1 on the wall, you have a split second to flash.
Yeah, kind of just like a reunion in the top lane. As far as the T1 matchups are concerned, as Ona going to take one of the grubs. Paranoia comes through pretty defensively.
You're bumping into the wall and you don't get your E2 off.
But now Doran just dives in,
goes
actually to the skies into the middle of the
begin
and then wanders away. The arrow is going to sail by, and T1 now realizing that they can go back, looking for the 2-for-1 grub straight, and Yike has to get out of there. Pays looking for Kalist as well, who's just not allowed to lane if it's a 1v1.
Yeah.
So there we go. T1 locked down all 3 of the grubs in the end.
It was so
3.5k gold
timed.
advantage.
Yeah, that is really nice for T1 when you already have all these winning lanes, when you already have the push across the map here, being able to get those grubs. Just going to help to accelerate the game that much more.
Yeah, and then watching Faker do
he is sitting behind to see if Doran would overextend, and they could look for a surprise play
fucking solo bolo and fucking mid after fucking Owner died right there, bro. That shit was... I went back and rewatched that game, bro. I was just like, the spacing and like the footwork and like just
good position.
It's just so...
They are not going to be losing any 2v2s.
Nope. That's going to be the steal as well as Yike has to launch away. Faker just backwards over the wall, though, and I don't think this doggo is going to be able to do anything. Does manage to bounce over the wall and escape. The flash is now down, and T1 claim control of the enemy jungle.
Yeah, I mean, they're just keeping the pressure on because, like, look at this, right? Look at the CS. That is a giant
There's a
really
big
circle,
CS
but I think it's up
almost 40 CS in the jungle. Yike has been a guy who in the LEC has really been impressing me and has been able to actually create some pretty massive advantages for KC a number of times. But in this game, it is Owner getting very far ahead, and these are their individual stats in this head-to-head, which I think is going to be a very important one throughout the series.
Bro.
Well, I hope that it gets more important as well. Good flash away from Kalist. Owner was on cooldown, but the Paranoia! And Owner comes in and just puts him down! Another bone skewer to come on through, and obviously that one's going to hit. And Carrier does go down as the response, and Yike will be able to survive, but they did at least get their target.
Yeah, I mean, Carrier dies, but you're giving the Mel another kill, and Seraphine's the one taking the kill from you, so who cares, right?
Yeah,
Pace is just getting so ridiculously fed. Faker getting active on the map here, moving around, knowing you just want to keep invading, you want to keep the pressure up, do not allow Yike any space to be able to recover.
Wow! A bit of the damage, but he was never winning that 1v1. Pays to put him down. Oh dear. Looked like a little bit of a sign of desperation as Doran going 1v3 here towards his top side. He wants in on the fun, but I have a feeling he may just be going down, turns his attention to the wave, and will be falling. So there's a little bit more back here for KC. They do what they can to limit this gold advantage.
Yeah, it is something, and I mean, for KC, you've got to stay active on the map, try to find some sort of plays. Overload one side, look for something, because I don't think this is a game you can play slow anymore. T1 are going to be snowballing towards the foot-soul. They have a massive advantage. If you can somehow stabilize the game, and farm and farm, then you are going to have a chance in a fight.
That sound clip from fucking Training Day comes in.
Kind of is going to try and defend. Still wanting to find an angle as he gets hit by the kitchen sink and taken down.
Okay, Carrier, you're having a little too much fun.
He's a little bit ambitious.
Let's take a look at the mini-map. No one from his team is anywhere near him. He was
I think he's been listening to all of those people saying he's the best player in the world, and it's got to his head. As now Pays
Faker's so locked in. Look at him.
More time here towards his bottom side as we finally have a mage matchup.
Look at him.
Owner, big ult from Nocturne.
Yeah, maybe he was actually reading what Busio was saying. Is there's a Paranoia towards the bottom side of the map. Owner is just going to put down Yahoo. And I do want to say something about this. We did have Owner's stats come up before, like 42-8 was the win rate, but one of those losses was against Harmon Life Esports. There's a reason why T1 are our second seed. It's because Hanwha were able to win that best of 5, and Owner's Nocturne was just not that good. But historically, it's been a lot more like this, where he just wins. Doran going to take down Yike here as T1 just celebrate by roaming down the river and claiming even more kills.
Faker's still
another charge of that perfect.
He got the assist there,
but I think it's really a charge. But he has a second activation, and Owner is going to grab the double dragon.
I'll give it to you.
Thanks.
No problem.
Set
Appreciate charge. You got 2 charges of it.
Yeah, you do. You got one charge does one thing, another charge does a completely different thing.
Yeah.
Theoretically, different ability, but that's all right.
Completely different.
It's like Silas. He's got like his abduct abscond 2 charges.
2 charges.
Yeah, one does dash, one does chain 2 chucks.
I give it to Paze too, bro. He's
I'm pretty impressed. I'm pretty like so. Paze has played decent like this entire season, right? If you watch him,
yeah. They can move towards having infinite movement speed for a composition like this.
International stage, you got that pressure.
One of the most scary ones.
It's just way different.
He's chilling, dude.
You know what I mean? He's chilling. A comp that
he looks locked in, but he's just chilling.
The 1-through-1. You know, you have
look at Carrier, dude. He looks like he smoked the joint.
That additional move
speed. Dude, Carrier.
I think there could be worse ones for KC.
Like he's chilling too.
They are just trying to hold on
here.
Dude,
Doran looks like he's tight.
All
like
of these
he's
KC members
as
are on top
shit.
of it. All 5 of them. There's no one right now answering Faker in the bot lane, so they're going to try to overload and
Paze
make
is
a play.
dead.
Oh, Paze might be taking down the rebuttal now. And cool down. The arrow is going to hit, and Yike going to get over that wall. Paze will be shut down finally as Carrier trying to get rid of Kana, and this is a great play from KC. They just get that shutdown and they get themselves out.
That was a
and
big
they get the flash, which is really, really big. So getting the flash there off of Paze.
I don't know why Paze
he had the flash, he had the rocket bell. He was trying to get out, wasn't able to do it. Clever play here from KC. They realize we can't just play 1-3-1, so they sent all 5 top.
This play is too
they're
big
looking
for
to try
me.
to answer a play to try to make something happen. They are able to get a kill, but of course, in the meantime,
I honestly
Faker
think
has been
he was
pushing
just
down
trying to
bot
get vision,
and they still do have an enormous advantage.
They were
for
just
Paze,
looking
for Owner,
for
Doran.
fucking
His top lane tower very close to going down here as well for
Doran.
As Carrier's just going to continually stay active on the map here, clearing out vision and just playing in the face of KC.
Yep. Serpent's Fang first here for Doran as well. Oftentimes with this Grasp Jace build, we
but at this point, I'm not sure if any
Black Cleaver, but wanted to go to ripping out that shield as quickly as possible. As Owner with the Dustbringer, seeing what he can do. Boostio getting an encore, and it actually manages to clip Faker. Goes into the Shroud, though, to keep himself safe. And now just going to dash in, realizes that he was going to go down, tried to get whatever he could, and that,
dude,
in fact,
the Fury is
and the
a
KC
little,
composition, I think,
scary.
is starting to work, starting to come together. And T1 also have opened the tent doors, if you can call them that, and the circus was really in town.
It does feel
and T1
like
also
KC
have opened the tent doors, if you can call them
T1
that.
have been looking
and,
to
the circus
play the map,
really
make individual plays, but it's very dangerous if KC are just always going to be grouped to look for those, and this time Faker does get caught out. They had just caught Paze. They get a couple of kills back, but it's not the end of the world because T1 has been pushing everywhere, taking every objective. You know, they got that second dragon uncontested. They're going to take the Herald uncontested. They got the 3 grubs. You know, so everything's still looking pretty under control here, but T1 definitely want to clean it up a little bit and make sure they're cognizant of the fact that KC are overloading one side of the map over and over.
Oh, fuck.
Yep. At this point, like with a 6,000 gold lead at 16 minutes into the game, yeah, you're still probably going to be pretty happy. I don't think that Tom and Marta are going to be all that all that
We're watching it on
about this
multiple platforms right now.
Because this lead was just absurd from the beginning. Still 4 minutes until Baron, which is just kind of crazy. Soul Point is less than that,
I'm actually watching mid-D's right now.
Not too far away, but these two teams obviously...
I'm watching Cadril.
You know, they have some familiarity, you know, with some of these players. But T1 has a ridiculous amount of international experience. This is the previous international appearances
I can do it. Look, watch.
Bucio as well as Yike, having the most experience being FlyQuest and G2, and this is the experience gapping games, which is just ridiculous. You look at Faker versus
it's not fair to ever have Faker in these graphics at all.
Almost 10 times as many games as Yehu has played.
Yeah, but almost 10 times as many games as any other player on the planet, Isaac.
Yeah, KC combined have less games than Faker.
Yeah, exactly.
So that is kind of crazy.
It is ridiculous.
And that's always the scary thing is that T1
camera's
managed to be
frozen.
so composed in all these games. And a lot of it really does come down to the amount of times
we got Cadril up, baby.
They've been in these massive big situations.
I put my cam over Cadril when my cam's frozen.
And he was saying that he was feeling like yesterday they were a little nervous. You know, they were kind of getting out of the way a bit. But that today they would be more calm. But it's like, I just don't feel like you see T1 looking nervous almost ever.
You will never be able to out-calm T1.
No.
They are just, they are very comfortable. They're also in Daejeon, right? Like, this is not very far from home.
Yeah.
And
Gangnam
is actually on, like, the Daejeon side of Seoul as well. So it's even quicker for them to get here than people in other parts of Seoul as well. So, it's not exactly the roughest
both teams
of
aren't
travel
as
times.
jet-lagged as most.
Feeling a little bit more like domestic
North
Doran
America
here today in this game as he does teleport away,
before.
not wanting to get dove.
Yep.
Carrier makes his way up and just going to cross map, and they might be able to take an inner turret off the back of that.
What's fucking me up is about the flight to Vegas is like, I'm like, oh, I'm going to arrive at 12 or whatever, but it's actually going to be,
is up here on the top side
like
working the tower.
3-something.
4 members there trying to make that play. Faker was already at the tower,
because
and they dropped the
traveling
Herald, so they're
back
going to get the tier 2 easily. They get 3 plates off that as well, and Carry is still just soaking experience on this top side, being annoying. They pushed in mid lane, now they're taking away jungle camps.
They grab the dragon.
No, they can't win any even fight, so they kind of have to do this.
5 hours no matter what.
T1 is responding appropriately.
Yeah.
You just full court press, push everywhere. If KC has to commit 4 or 5
but
to
the
one
way
side
the
to get a
times
kill,
look,
even if you get that kill, it's going to be a gold negative play
Andy, I got a
basically
question
every single
for you.
time.
You just let them and make sure that you have the cross-map plan to take 2 for 1
when
in
I travel
every scenario.
to different time zones, if I have
what's
my
happening. The
location
Unstoppable
on my
Onslaught
phone,
comes through. The
it's
flash
gonna
over from
change the
Canada. They
time
really
for
want to
me
kill
on my phone.
Dora and try and get something off the back of this play. Shockwave, fantastic from Yahoo, using the Scion in order to get that extra range on the hula hoop. Beautifully done. Page not quite able to get there in time to save his top laner.
Same with my watch.
But here is that sort of trade back that you have to be aware of. Faker's in that top lane, getting that wave shoved in, and T1 getting to work here in mid as well. But it's still going to go wide. That is a great beat drop there onto Carrier, but not too much more going to come.
Exactly. I mean, you're just looking to the top side jungle. Owner is taking your red buff. Faker is working on your tier 2 tower. And they're engaged.
They're also going to take Busio as well, by the looks of things, as there is the Bone Skewer to connect. Death from below is named very correctly. Carrier is going to help lock down that kill. Yike taking some damage from Pays as well. But also, the Dagger's doing some work here. Yike looking a little bit aggressive, but T1, they're still looking for more. Carrier wanting to take down Busio, gets the stun, and that's going to set up for the reset to come on through. Owner also will just kill Yike. And it's all just starting to
exactly.
You
don't know what you're witnessing right now. You're witnessing greatness.
Wait, but now it's just a sled.
Yep.
That might be okay.
And the push. They're back in business.
All right, Canner, it's up to you. You're the big lumberjack that can run pretty fast. We're going to need this Scion to make some stuff happen. But I don't know. I think it's a 9.5k gold advantage. There's a stun on Doran. The Unstoppable Onslaught is going to come through as well. Q going to get charged. Trying to do damage to Doran, and it's just not going to work. Doran, though, going to show him how it's done as before he goes down. And it's a 1-for-1 trade in the end. Any 1-for-1, probably better for KC, though, to be honest. But although not Doran, really.
I got a level 5 hype train really instantly the other day.
Damage there, you know. Even with Kana locking up Doran, just didn't have the damage to actually knock down Doran quickly at all. And then he turns and gets the kill in that situation where it looked like he was completely dead to rights.
I don't know. It was anonymous.
Every camp of Yikes. He did the red
buff,
then went down to the blue buff,
gifted
killed
20
Yike on it.
It's almost it's a Flame Horizon. It's a Flame Horizon intense CS.
I asked her.
In the jungle.
Was that you? She's like, I don't even have the money to do that right now.
Right? Owner is 60 CS up on the enemy AD carry.
All right, well, Yike is going to get paranoid, and I do not blame him. Will be taken out here as Canada not going to be able to help that situation at all.
Definitely closing this
and maybe
one out,
maybe the Flame Horizon just happens now.
Oh my God!
Like 3 camps. It's going to take 3 camps. All right, there's a beautiful rebuttal as Busio just going to get executed by Pays. Dash cannon to try and get himself a little bit further away. Good sidestep from Kalista as a flash comes through from Pays, and he is just going to walk his way out of that. That kind of felt like a 1v3 play, but he is just kind of that fed.
Yeah, he is that fed and he is that good.
Well, a lot
makes
of cool
the play
people
happen,
got him.
Knows his damage threshold there, is able to
kill off
a lot of my
newer
Busio
followers from
with
the
that
Gundam
final
community,
Q.
the
Well,
Gunpla
meanwhile,
community.
Faker doing what Faker's doing, pushing
cool.
the side lane all game long. Faker has not really had to be involved in anything, and he hasn't really been involved in anything. But he's just keeping active on the map.
I need to figure out what the next project's going to be whenever I get back from Vegas.
And the rest of T1 are just roaming around, sealing every jungle camp, winning every skirmish, and taking every objective. And KC have kind of got to decide when they want to actually leave the base and fight.
I'm thinking I'm going to do a larger scale
for Soul. Maybe you just try to turtle up for Elder, but maybe they'll come out if they start Baron or something. It just feels like if you leave your base
one
now,
of the bigger boxes.
I can't imagine a world in which you are not just dying on the way to the Soul. So it's, I mean, it's every play you make is probably like a 1% play, right? So you kind of have to.
What I'm going to do is
I think you just have to send it. I think you just have to send it. As it's only going to get worse. We explained this already, right? Any time they go for like a trade or a cross map or an overload,
Discord, TikTok,
you're going
Facebook,
to lose more than you gain. And
X,
so maybe just trying to catch them off guard and go for the Hail Mary might be the best way to get it done. But honestly, there aren't a lot of good choices in this situation when you're 10,000 gold behind and Baron has only just spawned. Speaking of Spawn, this is kind of shellacking territory as well. He's the one that coined how a shellacking is supposed to work. A very quick victory under 25 minutes.
Carrier's in the back.
Heading in that direction, but we'll see.
I like to give the community.
Come down very defensively though, as he actually uses it to reposition. Owner gets in there. It'll be a big shutdown, and that is going to go over to Yahoo. Carrier getting amongst it though, as we can see. 1 versus 3 now.
Faker
and the ulti from Paze comes on down, and that is going to lock up a kill, but Paze getting a little bit lower. Faker finally making his presence known as he tries to get over the wall and does use the ulti to do so, but Canna blast cones himself and will try to get this teleport out. Faker knows that he is going to be able to escape, and Doran just going to grab the soul here. But that fight, a lot closer than I think T1 were expecting.
Yeah, it absolutely was. And they are able to get a couple kills. They take out Owner, KC, not allowing T1 to actually set up. They just pull the trigger immediately as soon as they see anyone they can go on. They full send it on Owner. He, of course, was able to turn it around, get that kill onto Kalista.
I mean, if you're in range of it, you can see.
The problem is, even if you take down Owner and carry a Paze, Faker, Doran, all very strong at this point of the game.
If you're in Fog of War, you can't see anything in Fog of War unless you have vision there.
Pushing in these waves, and Owner has secured the Flame Horizon 220
That's why I complain so much about vision, because I can't fucking see
levels up 15
this
to
is
12.
A huge jungle.
This might be the fastest Flame Horizon I've ever seen in my life. And also, it's probably the first one in the jungle that I have seen outside of the funnel meta, which was just
Faker in trouble.
Not including Shockwave. There was definitely dark times as the arrow is going to connect onto Faker. There is the unstoppable onslaught and the Shockwave. That's a lot of R buttons, but I think it's required in order to make sure that they lock down this Akali and get the kill as quickly as possible. Now they've got 40 seconds before this Baron is going to be taken down.
Let me see Faker.
But due to the Mastercard prices moment of the game, that soul does get picked up from T1. And they should be able to use that to book it towards this Baron. Hang on. They're surely not able to just take this for free with Faker dead.
Look at the
he's like alt-tabbing out, like fucking switching games.
He's got O2 on the other monitor and shit.
He's got O2 on the other monitor. He's like playing CSGO.
Yike will never get here in time, and so that is going to be the Baron secured. Faker, 5 seconds to go, but they're still just going to send it.
When you flicked over to the other game, the fucking own it, like he got fucking
Owner will be taken out, though, as Carrier will also be secured. Yike doing a whole bunch of work here as, oh my, never mind. Faker's going to show up. Canna looking to be taken down here as Busio trying to help out with a bit of drop in the beat, but it's not going to quite work. Yahoo here as well. Doesn't have his ultimate for the next little while, but a couple of seconds and that'll be back up again in T1. That was a little bit of a bridge too far.
Doran, he's normally really
bounce
good.
Back the asshole!
Oh my god.
Oh, there's the rebuttal. And Kalista not going to get killed by the ulti, but he still has to go home.
Yeah, that was pretty terrifying. The amount of damage coming out from Paze here has the Magi's on 12 stacks. Faker nearly has his death cap as well. And he is going to be a pretty huge threat here, too. You can definitely see if KC were even remotely close in gold, that the 5v5s are very
like,
winnable,
the first time that would hit me, bro, I would fucking lose my mind.
But they just fell so far behind that it has been incredibly difficult.
Crash the fuck
out. I mean, just look at the initial damage that comes down onto Kalista as they go in. This is not like a shockwave. That is just him.
That's Umbral Blades.
That is just Owner.
If the whole team got Ashe ultied in front of me, like, and we got like melted, bro, I would crash out instantly. I'd just be like forfeit.
Not able to kill off the sign.
I would be like FF this game.
Not
please,
able to,
for my
that Baron either.
For my fucking sanity.
Once again, talking about this Nocturne, this is the second largest CS in 45 minutes in international history. As Owner is going to secure a rampage for Paze. 10-2-7 now on the Mel, also having a very good performance. It's KC just doing their very best to try and defend, and honestly, their very best is just not going to be enough, not at this stage. So we have a look at the Coinbase gold grind. Owner is just, making good money.
There's no more Mel for the rest of the series.
Or maybe just kill the Nexus, and then you don't need to really worry about it. Owner, just prove that that you are the carry, and he absolutely is. And man, what redemption for his Nocturne as well.
Yeah.
After that series against Harma Life Esports, just showing that, yes, this is a devastating pick for me. Do not disrespect it. I don't think anyone will for the next little while.
Definitely
do you think we'll see Mel in Worlds?
Really,
that's a good point.
Especially after a game like this. Casey yesterday
for T1
the second largest gold lead
for T1
at an international ever.
They don't ban her out.
I
mean,
second largest CSD 25 in jungle specifically.
Yeah, in the jungle
specifically. History.
I don't think it's going to happen.
2 gold records set in different directions with KC over these last 2 days, and
they'll give them their champions.
Yesterday a lot more.
Yeah, I would say so.
We're absolutely dominating, but we'll have to see, how they can kind of bounce back from a game like this, because, I do think, Yike has been incredible throughout.
I mean, if they do the same way with
like
the, you can't pick it again.
It's hard, right? It's frustrating when they're in your face, and we'll have to see if he's going
I
to
guess
be
it's
able
just,
to bounce back.
I guess it's just one game.
In the past, he received criticism for his ability to, stay calm in these moments internationally, to be able to bounce back after a tough game, and there's no one harder to do that against than T1.
They're playing objectives.
I think one thing that does help is that you basically lost the game at 6 minutes. So they've had a lot of time to be like, no, it doesn't. Like, what happens from here doesn't really matter. Yeah. Let's just try and throw the kitchen sink at them and see what happens. And I think stylistically, this composition from T1 should either do this or lose, right? Like,
maybe
it's a very one
Elder,
or the other style of composition. So maybe there's a little bit of that. That's the copium that I would go with.
That's how you have to look at it. You can't read into the game too much. You just have to say, you know what, we're confident in our preparation. This game went bad, and it went bad early.
But it is.
I think believe in your practice, believe in your ability to take them down. They felt pretty confident coming in, so just go next and see what happens.
And guess what? They will be able to play these champions again. You will not need to worry about Owner turning the lights off, because he won't have the ability to do so in the next game.
They're down the Nexus towers, okay? I mean, like, the only thing that they can do is just maybe get a pick.
Something like that.
Because they can't fight him. They can't fight him on 5
And we do have an Elder Dragon spawning in 20 seconds' time. Let's see whether they can get over to that one.
Not with Ash ult and fucking Seraphine ult.
As I don't know whether they'll have time to get
they can't
before they just push and win the game.
Maybe
with 3 inhibitors down.
So Owner can get the double flame.
There's no way.
That's the strategy. They heard that it's only the second largest CS deficit.
In trouble.
All right, Yike in a lot of trouble here. Pays looks for the ulti. That was an ambitious one. There's a paranoia. Never mind, not ambitious at all. Now they're going to look to just try and kill them all. Bone Skewer connects. That is 3 on the floor. Shockwave is incredible as Carrier goes down, but he's the only one to fall as the immediate revenge for T1 does come down. The former T1 player is left till last here as Canna will try and charge some Qs underneath these Nexus turrets, but this battle against Faker I don't think is one that he is going to win. Nexus turrets fall, no Elders required here for T1 as they will obliterate KC in the first game.
An incredible first game here to kick things off against KC. T1 showing their strength with these kind of bot lanes here, bringing out the Mel, bringing out the Pike. It was terrifying. Desk, what did KC have to do to come back?
Well, guys, as we say in the LCK, that was a shellacking.
Yeah.
T1 showing there's levels to 3-0s in the first round.
We're watching.
And now,
you gotta watch it, MSI.
I'm saying, D-God, a lot of people I saw laughing at Team Liquid. They were pointing at us. Ha ha ha. Okay, not so funny now. All right, as T1 are blasting you. But I mean, this one was crazy again. Main specific points are going to be jungle as well as bottom lane. And this one also started out with an attempted invade against Owner. And Owner hits another smite. He keeps it going.
Yeah, it backfired so hard considering you had mid and bot lane. Both had prio for the side of KC. So they moved it aggressively for Owner. His smites have been so good, and then the ensuing play, KC try and back out, and T1, they're still interested, and they managed to find a couple of kills.
Just being able to find windows like these, because yes, Owner ends up getting the smite on the red, but then recognizing that they were splitting with Yike going topside and to leave the jungle, and then of course Kalista not flashing the initial hook flash from Pike, and then they get like 4 kills off of those 2 flash timers. Yeah. It was ridiculous of how much it was a dominating bot lane.
I mean, it's one of these things where sometimes in pro play you see a flash down, like, okay, how do they follow up on this? Maybe they'll get a kill later, they'll find an angle, but just have pressure. This was not that. This was, we're going to kill you again and again and again. We have a 5-minute timer to just murderize you as much as possible. And the big beneficiary of this was Pays, who got 10 kills in this game, had a fantastic Mel game again yesterday, and he's just been on fire on this pick.
Exactly. They're running these kill lanes for him, bottom lane, with Mel plus X champion, either Camille or Pyke. And so when you are down a flash that early on, you are a very vulnerable target, and the enemy jungle is so far ahead because not only did Oner smite his own camp, but Yike drops a camp when you're walking to the enemy side to go for an invade in the first place. So he's already behind there, and then Oner got that first blood money too. So super accelerated Nocturne, which then gets to keep on ulting you, keeps on keeping his pressure up around the kill lane.
And the thing is, they banned the Nautilus and the Camille, and the Pyke's still available, and Oner's Nocturne, he has been legendary on this pick so many times. 43-8 record over his career. It is such an intimidating
Who are those
pick.
8 teams? Let's get a Hall of Fame. Who was able to take down?
KC is asking right now to call them out. Please, we need to know.
It is ridiculous because when they got that pressure, they kept going behind the tier 3 turret to try and find a pick on towards either Busio or Kalist, threatening Grom. So like that second highest CSD at 25 that Nocturne was able to get was because you just never felt like secure and being able to take your camps.
Yeah, again, history being made, that second highest gold difference or CSD difference at 25. I mean, we are in Korea. It is known in the top lane as a Flame Horizon Flame, one of the greats in the top lane through LoL history here in Korea and in FlyQuest. True. And yet again, a shout out there by Oner doing that to Yike. And it wasn't just that happening here. I mean, it was just a comprehensive victory. You look at that gold graph. It was never in doubt.
Whoa, look, there's a little bit of the start where the gold graph is KC's.
I was like, what am I looking at? Where am I looking?
Right
Zoom in. Get the telescope out. Zoom on in.
And you get to it on the gold graph, but there were a couple moments where, you know, they're like, all right, whatever, we'll full send. You know, Oner's just straight into the back line, and they were able to kill him.
FaZe is getting his
I mean, this
pain
was
is wet.
an absolute stomp, and to me, a lot of the things
jungle gap
remain true of like continuing off what they showed
Oner's showing out, man.
Being
I
able
really
to start off the
for real,
so incredibly well. I already felt like I was like, oh my god, they're going to pick up exactly where they left off. So like everybody in plans already was terrified of T1, but it seems like they are going to just take care of business very quickly.
And if you're Reaper, you kind of just have to erase what happened in the early game because this team is much more stable than they would try to show. If your Seraphine and Ashe are losing Flash that early on versus a Pyke, it's going to be ugly. And so from what we saw from Busio and Kalist yesterday was a much better, stable lane. You have to believe it's going to be better than that.
Yeah, but before
watching
we forget
T1,
this match, it's time to toss to our HyperX Reflex replay with Keria with the soul read on the Pyke to keep Oner's tether together.
Oh man, he was just styling on them this game. The flash read here.
I got you, Oner.
It keeps him in the fear tether.
Yeah, but he's not done. He's not done after making this phenomenal play with his own skin, mind you.
Yeah, that's right.
He actually continued on after that. He solo killed the Seraphine as well. He was just dunking on them all game long. And again, second rotation of bans. They ban Nautilus, they ban Camille. He's like, I'm fine. I'm good.
And then he escaped from the Seraphine kill with the Proto Belt too, and he's like, I'm out. He still lives. It's like
pretty tough.
He's just styling on him.
It's rough. It's rough. Because literally that play happened right after KC got a peg bot lane. You're like, okay, maybe they can cleave this back. No, they can't. They can't claw it back in. It's
going to be a tough task here for any team, but KC will have to bounce back after that tough one. We'll be back with game number 2 after this. You're watching MSI 2026.
FiZ has been played. FiZ has been played less than 5 times.
He actually uses it to reposition. Oner gets in there. It'll be a big shutdown, and that is going to go over to Yahoo. Keria getting amongst it, though, as we can see. 1 versus 3 now, as the ulti from FaZe comes on down, and that is going to lock up a kill, but FaZe getting a little bit lower. Faker finally making his presence known as he tries to get over the wall. Nexus turrets fall. No Elders required here for T1, as they will obliterate KC in the first game.
An incredible first game here to kick things off against KC.
We are watching Cadril stream because we can't watch MSI, or we get in trouble.
Is our fucking chat shared, you fucker?
Yeah.
What up, Sybil? How come he doesn't ever come into Discord?
They did have rank 5s. I don't know if you have it.
I'd love to hear him tell me I'm trash in 4K.
Yeah. No, but seriously, the rank 5. So like, I have two different rank 5 teams that I can create and bring people together, right?
Like this.
We have a big problem. We don't have a jungler that's decent, and we don't have a top laner that's decent.
We have a jungler. We don't have a top laner. A seasoned
Oh, we don't
top
have
laner.
a top laner. We don't have a seasoned top laner.
Yeah.
Somebody that's actually good.
Yeah.
And can either play like tank or aggressive top laner, something like that.
Look at this Bindo box that he's got. You're a piece of shit, bro.
Maybe it's my mouse. Maybe it's my
Korea.
arm. Something feels
Yeah, I
wrong.
wanna fucking
If you
slap
were
you
at
right
home,
now,
you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest
Yeah,
is
no, I
part
want
of the
to
largest
buff.
collab on
God,
stage
man,
standard
eating so
initiative aimed to bring
In
your
the
home
neighborhood,
or
I'm
training room settings to the
While
tournament
we're here
stage.
eating like
저뿐만 아니라 다른
Cajun
선수들도 세팅을
chicken
더
spaghetti.
원활하게
This Secret Lab
할
shares a
것 같고.
gimmick.
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
no, give me the MSI ones, dude.
No, the ones where like electronically fucking raises to your arm height and
Yeah, that's
like,
I thought that
bro,
was
come
bullshit.
on. Come on. It's all the same, just like you were at home. And
It's just not
and this Hisense phone
Having-
right here, dude.
having electronics built into the armrest is overrated.
Yeah, dude. Like, come on. You don't need, you know, self-actuating fucking raising armrest to your specific height.
I would take all that money you're putting in that and like make my chair more comfortable with like NASPA foam
I would
and NASPA.
I would literally mog that company by like putting them all the way down and then like making my chair high enough to where like my armrests go underneath the desk and I'd just put my arms on the desk
hell yeah,
like I'm eating fucking Thanksgiving dinner, you know what I mean? That's how I play anyway. I've tried sitting up and, you know, having my armrest down and like having like a proper posture. Dude, it fucking kills my shoulder. You never heard me bitch about my shoulder in like 2 weeks, right? At all.
Well,
it don't like I
play back and like I have my armrests like neat.
My elbows need to be on the desk.
Really?
Yes. They have to be now. Because of the accident and shit. Like, I can't, like, sit up straight and, like, have my arm rest up and, like, put my... Like, I have to, like, lower my chair, like, almost all the way to the floor and have, like, my arms, like, almost straight out. Otherwise, like, after, like, 3 or 4 games, bro, it feels like somebody's shoving a hot knife into my left shoulder, dude. And it's fucking disgusting. I fucking hate it, but you know what? We adapt and we overcome. Okay?
Yeah. That was good. That was good dinner. I know. I'm gonna give y'all some too. Because I don't have a lot of
fuck, dude. I'm not gonna order food. I'm gonna go in there and make rice or grilled cheese or some shit.
Yeah. Do it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay.
Damn, gamer life is hard, bro. Dude. It is. It sucks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Getting hit by that car fucked me up, bro.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MSI 2026.
I'm doing
yes,
better,
already
though.
through game one. It was a swift one. This one was kind of done pretty quickly. We're hoping that Casey can bounce back
You're
afterwards.
number one
Just shake
only
your sillies
fan.
out, right? That was game
I
one against
appreciate you,
T1.
Fox. You're amazing.
Let's get into the real stuff now. It's not match point just yet. There's still plenty to play for, plenty of time. Just
On
relax.
TikTokies.
Don't lose by as
It's
much
just
this
T1
time.
in Korea at an international. How bad could it be?
Hey, look,
It's
MSI like
faker.
that year a few times ago where the like Busan became a library
they
like
do
that. That was a
Look at
big
his little
Like, they only get to the
kitty.
finals and stuff.
yeah, like
Horrible.
every time. No, yeah, see,
We're in the finals, right?
winnable. Let's just not tell them that it's that it's planes.
T1 historically known for getting knocked out of tournaments early,
Hand warmer.
much like their world's record where
yeah,
they've
they
never
didn't
been
even
knocked
win
out
the
early
first
ever.
MSI. You know,
Crazy.
11 years ago.
Fallen off.
Yeah, falling off completely. Let's have a look
All right,
at
here
the
we go.
draft here
Pick
as
some
we dive into it.
bids.
T1 are going to ban away the Vi and the Rumble again. Should
Okay.
just be the Javan if
We
they
got the
want to keep
series
things
bans.
the same.
And,
Poppy ban.
yeah.
And the cheeky Poppy band to come on through.
So Casey, I'm assuming is first pick then, because otherwise you would.
Okay, we got owner
and
on
also
on Vi.
T1 still has a
less
ban.
so of course, yeah.
Better content,
Busio
yeah.
also is really well known for his bard.
No,
And the
owners
question is,
don't-
are you
they're
willing to just
banning.
like first pick it? Because if
Banning.
you're not, then I think Carrie's going to take it, right? So that it is always quite a risk. Busio to me was definitely the best Western bard player. I think he was absolutely last year one of the best bard players in the world. Period. But
I think we have the
but you
two
could
best
never,
bard players
You could
in
never
this
say
game.
the best.
No.
Because unfortunately, Carrie exists.
Yeah, and Busio might even use Carrier's skin. They lock the Casio
So
instead.
this is what I was going to say is that in the West, not a lot of people are willing to blind Bard, right? So I am very
Bard,
curious to
okay.
see what Busio's answer is, because if you're not willing to blind it, I expect Carrie to take it
Okay, they
100%.
banned the Vi.
And then to me, that is Casey laying a trap. Whether or not the trap will work at all remains to be seen.
We've seen a few teams attempt
Yo.
this.
Yeah.
Do you want me to tell you how it goes?
They lose.
Yeah, Carrier has a highlight reel, and then they lose the game. It might, there might be an option, there might be an angle.
Just watching
and
MSI.
obviously, the
Lost
Cassiopeia is very
in
strong,
paradise.
but it is a risk,
All right, we got
to say the
Wukong.
least. As
Owner
owner
on
is
Wukong.
considering a Wukong here. Would be a lot of power coming out of the jungle. Definitely a little bit of a different vibe, although still wanting to race to level 6 in that early stage of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Carrie in competitive play this whole year has not yet lost on the Bard. Has played only 5 times.
Yeah,
but he has
not
won every
allowed
single
to.
one. And exactly, that's what I was going to say, is the reason he's only played it 5 times because it's always banned. It is the number one pick, banned against T1 by far, in 75%, over 75% now of their games.
Way.
And so Camille support could be the answer. You know, I'm kind of curious because Busio is a very flexible player. He is famed for going for all kinds of crazy stuff. So
Hey, shitting
we
in the
will see,
bathroom and
you know,
stuff.
how
It's
spicy they want to get in the
fucking
bot lane.
setup.
Would it just be Ziggs Camille?
I just got
to come
tired
out
of it.
Right
man.
off,
Ziggs
off
was
the
banned.
rip?
That was the
Of
last
course,
ban
you're
from
right,
T1,
yeah.
so they got
one
rid of
night,
it.
bro, I swear
And
to
that's
God,
why I
the
think
one
that this
night
is somewhat
I
curious,
heard-
right?
I
Because
know
they
it's
the
true.
most
that
come
is
out
true.
of
You
fucking
could theoretically play
pineapple
it towards the
shit.
top side, but this is the
Dude,
lane we saw
me and
yesterday.
Derek
You're talking
were
about
like
when I was
sitting,
in-
me
Into
and
the
Derek,
Caitlyn if I
okay,
remember
get the
correctly.
rope.
So the Ezreal
We
Camille going
were
to come
sitting
out
in there
once
like
again.
playing TFT or something.
I'm not feeling
They
all
were
that
like, we were
enthusiastic
playing
about
games,
it, as
or
now
like-
Pace
like
can just
League.
move to something else if he
And
would
like
like to.
Pun
He
was like,
doesn't
"Oh, I'll
need to
be right
opt
back. I
in
gotta
to
clean
the
up the
Caitlyn
kitchen."
matchup.
Dude, it
Even though the
sounded
Caitlyn did
like
win.
this dude. It was like
Yesterday. I believe it
fucking
was
3:30 in the
KC
morning,
DCG.
okay?
Yeah,
And he's
but
like
that did occur
conjoined
in-
to like
And honestly,
another house.
I feel like
It sounded
if you were
like he
playing the
was
Caitlyn Bard,
throwing
it's totally
pots
fine
and
as long as you
pans
just go opt
against
into
the
some of these crazy
wall.
level ones, right?
Bro,
Where it's
Yeah.
me and
Camille
Derek,
gets in on you, gets insane
were
value with the Halo
crying
Blade. If
so
they chunk you out like that,
fucking
then yeah, they
hard.
can obviously win
Dude,
the lane. But
we were
if Caitlyn
laughing
Bard just
so
kind of play
hard.
it
We were
slow
like,
and steady,
what the
get a few levels before you're actually fighting
It sounded
this guy,
like he was
it
like
becomes very,
slamming
very
shit everywhere.
risky
Bang,
for Camille to hookshot
bang,
in. If you
bang,
hookshot
bang,
in and you
bang,
get Bard
bang,
stunned against
bang.
the wall,
It's like
you get
you hear,
Caitlyn
like-
trapped, you get kited out,
dishes
it
hitting the
is
sink.
very tough. So
Like
we
all
will see
kinds
how
of
they're
shit.
going to be able to pull it
I'm
off.
just like,
But Busio definitely not someone to
like,
shy away
holy
from these kind of
fuck,
things. He
bro.
is the guy famously that
I
played
broke
easier
you.
support. He has played
Like,
all
I
kinds
don't
of
know.
stuff.
He said he was
He is
in the
that
kitchen.
kind of a player who, if he believes
Dude,
it is
me
the
and
right
Derek-
matchup,
me
he's
and
not going to worry
Derek
about
were
it going wrong. He's just
crying. We
going to
were
think about
laughing
it going
so
right.
hard.
I always
I was
respect
like,
that
dude,
because
they're
that is the
fucking
kind of
poor
player that Carrie
neighbors,
is
bro.
too, and that
And
is,
like
you
the
know,
other
part
side of the
why,
wall was like they're
Carrie has
like
become the
wherever
best
the
support
kids
ever,
like
right?
stayed,
Is he
because you
has
could like
that
whenever you were over
unwavering
there, you could
confidence
hear
in
them
himself and
playing
his
in
ability
the
to
room
pull
and
off
stuff,
any
you know,
champion,
like
any
through the
matchup
wall.
in any position.
Yep. And you can also check Ultimatum the Bard, so he can't magically journey away, which is kind of fun. We did see that yesterday, and it did work for getting a couple of the picks. I just don't know whether it's quite going to be enough. The Galio is going to be taken away from Faker. I think Galio will come fantastic combo, great one to deny as well, as Faker has been pretty good on the Galio throughout the years.
Yeah, it was cool, but like that wall between those two houses, let me tell you, bro, it's just like two pieces of sheetrock and like some like insulation.
Not taken away.
Yeah, his signature pick, I would say.
He had his computer set up there where he played League at like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Known as a really strong laner, excellent on the Gnar. So we'll see, what they're actually
dude, I swear to God, I was like, dude, I was like, you're the worst.
Playing through side lanes, they have the knock,
they have this
big lead.
Like, if you were my neighbor, bro, I would put my arm through the wall like so long ago.
Ooh, the Vayne. I think maybe kind of might be looking for a Crocodile.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense.
See what Doran has as far as an answer, or he could just take
in the master bedroom, literally where the parents slept. Like I swear to God, because like later on, like I've been in that in there because like his sister, our friend, lived in that one, so I've been in that house. You know what I mean? Literally, the master bedroom where the parents stayed was literally on the other side of the wall of where his PC was. Like literally inches. Like less than a foot away
really
from
cool
your
because
head
I know a lot of people do not feel comfortable in a lot of matchups against Cassio, so going to be able to take a little bit of a longer range approach. And it's also pretty nice for setting up, alongside the Caitlyn, you have low committal engage now with the Scatter the Week. So you can set up a trap line as people are walking in. You could be fishing with scatters, fishing with poke, fishing with Bartles. If you hit any of that, now all of a sudden you have a tremendous amount of damage and follow-up coming through. And Qiyana has been getting some pretty good buffs on this patch.
Dude,
so
he's not quiet, dude. He's not in anything that he does. And
love that. The Renekton
he has a TV blasting 24/7.
We were going to see
like that.
It's actually
he raised his kids like that, so that way they don't wake up and every little
the Trundle. So I was really interested in whether or not the Trundle was going to come out if a tank was locked in.
Those kids could sleep in a tornado,
instead,
dude.
T1 are looking at it as a potential, I guess, theoretically top lane option.
Love it into Renekton. In my experience, it can be pretty difficult to actually get effective trades. This I like a lot.
When Jack was on the other side, on the other side of that, I actually got to go in her apartment.
And probably Doran's best champion.
And you can ult Camille out of the ultimatum, so you can kind of break the ultimatum with that, which is really, really nice. Great disengage against potential Qiyana. Hard engages. Qiyana, I mentioned the buff on the patch. Did get a 20% damage increase to monsters on the queue. So that is pretty significant. Helps to clear a fair bit, as you're obviously using that quite a lot. It is T1 here
just in retro.
With a lot of systems. They are playing more that front to back style. It's not that they can't do any sort of aggressive plays.
I always love how Pan
but this is not a 1-3-1. This is push outside, look for team fights.
He laughs
and
like
I do feel like for KC, they want to be hyper aggressive. They need to find creative angles, and they're going to have to find a way for the Qiyana, for the Camille, to get past the Scatter of the Week, to get past the trap line, to get past
seriously,
this
zombie apocalypse
and this Wukong if they want to have success, because you really do need to get on top of that Syndra and that
be like
success in a 5v5.
Yeah, and I really like how they've sort of mixed this single target focus, like the unleash power from the Syndra. We know it as the gameplay button, right? Like you're gonna basically kill someone. Ace in the hole can then come through for the finish, and then someone's trying to block, but you get a cast to the face, and that separates. There's a lot of cool combos here. Not to mention the Tempered Fate also being a bit of a thorn in the side. But T1 a lot more combo based for this composition. So we get onto the rest.
Let's go, baby!
Number 2, T1 point. KC looking to try and come back after a difficult one.
Yeah, they are going to have to try their best to just shrug it off, bounce back. Let's see what they can get done. And you got to be confident. If you're going to play with Camille, you got to be a madman.
Well, Carrier already down to 50%. Has to use the heal. And dodges away from a couple of Mystic shots to avoid full death. But that is a good start here for KC.
Yeah, that is really good. And that's the kind of thing you need to do.
It wouldn't even be, you wouldn't make no money off of it because T1's winning this shit.
When I think about guys like Carrier and On having amazing games on this, it is them throwing themselves into danger on repeat, trying to start fights, trying to get value. His owner here is going to be starting on the enemy blue buff. And I don't think they really know about this.
Flashing in already pays. Does have to use the barrier. Doesn't get a lot of value for it, as we can see. Just eats a bit of Ignite. But Busio just making sure that he cycles those cooldowns as quickly as possible.
And I talked about the level 1. This is the kind of lane you need to play. You cannot allow Caitlyn and Bard to just sit there and stay full health and be comfortable, because you will not win out in this situation. But my fear is Oner is going to get level 3 and then come from behind them, and there's no flash on Busio. And I think we are seeing the first blood already shape up right now, and it's probably going to be on Busio. Unless Doran is in trouble here.
Yeah, Kenner's not going to kill him just yet.
Yeah, I think we're going to watch Busio die.
I can cash out you directly.
We're not right yet. We're watching the Gromp die first.
Close your eyes, Casey fans.
Oh, dear. Isaac has warned you, okay? So do not be surprised. It's okay now. Yeah, Busio just going to get ushered out of the lane. Oner makes his way over. Busio down to 200. Make that 150. The flash forward piece has been made as first blood is picked up.
Here comes Yike, though.
All right, let's see whether they can clean this one up. Pace down to 100. Kaliss now in trouble, though. Headshot comes through, and Yike just puts him down. Oner is able to trade. That makes it a 2 for 2 in the end.
It did become a 2 for 2, but Kaliss just went way too fast. Buy time for Yike to come down. It felt like he got over-aggressive there. Shifted in, had the barrier flash. Maybe felt like he could outplay it, make them overcommit to him, and then go back. But I feel like if he had just stayed a little bit more patient, Yike would have been able to arrive. Then he could go in, and maybe they could have got multiple kills without him dying. Because at the end of the day, it is Yike benefiting from this play, but Kaliss still ends up behind, and now this bot lane 2v2 is going to be that much more difficult, because look at the buy from Kaliss. It is just a tier. Pace went back and got double longsword, so much more combat power purchased up here for the T1 bot lane.
Yep. That is some versus 0.
Now that Doran's got fucking, there's no just Doran's blade and Doran's ring. There's Doran's helmet, there's Doran's shield, there's Doran's blade, there's Doran's bow.
Great position in this game.
Like what doesn't Doran got?
Oner has a read on this.
Yep.
This should make a Doran
Busio Pays getting paid again. Max range Caitlyn Q on the fucking Yike's in trouble again. Yike's showing that fucking nerve.
Absolutely nothing. He's making come through yet again. Yike is still trying to skip around this jungle. Just terror and things like that. But Carrier has the meep slap, and down goes the Kiana. That's 1-0-3, 100% kill contribution for the Bard out of Carrier.
And it's a moment like that where I want to hear comms, because I want to hear who from T1 was calling for Oner to pull off there. Was it him that had the read that Yike was coming? Who actually set up this play? Because, here's the previous play that we were talking about. So I want to watch it back and actually watch the list, because to me, you see these low health bars. He is doing fine here. Wait for Yike to go first.
Watch this.
The arcane shift in early, to me, was the big mistake. I don't think you needed to do that. You could have just waited a couple more seconds, and at the very least, I think you kill 2 and you live. And then he has the summoners for this play where Busio goes in. They're expecting them to be able to win this because Yike is coming behind, but then they spot Oner and they realize, oh god, we can't actually keep going forward. So Oner pulling off the Krugs there to move down to bot to either cover or to look for actually a fight himself was so critical. So whoever called that, whether it was Oner himself or Pays or Carrier, recognized that, hey, this is the moment that they'll be going. Really made a big difference in that game, because that got them not 1 but 2 kills, and Pays even more accelerated.
Oh, Carrier just able to magically journey his way out of that situation. We'll be all right for now. Busio still level 3.
That's curious pick, bro. You don't try to fucking. You don't
having
try
a little bit of trouble in lane.
Bro.
I think that Yahoo is doing a great job on the Casio, but as we can see here, it hasn't really equated to too much of anything at all. They'll get the crash.
Right.
And we have Yahoo making his way back into lane
or
now.
Assassin.
Yeah, we talked a lot about Carry on Bard. This is why we're talking about Carry on Bard. A 12.6 KDA with over 40 competitive games played and an over 80% kill participation means you're probably not bad at the champion, if I had to make an estimate.
And Carrier's been playing for quite some time now as well, with 41 games on the Bard as well, and wasn't always on the always winning team.
But don't worry, because surely his teammate down in the bot lane can't be as good his champion on 12-1?
Yeah, and Pays hasn't been on T1 the whole time. He was just on Gen G before. It's all right. Canner is now having to blow the ultimate. It's going to be able to keep him alive, though, as there is the kill onto Carrier in the bottom lane. Pays able to get the net for safety as he finds the headshot onto Quest as well, but it is a good dive onto the Bard. In the meantime, there is still more happening here in this top lane as Oner does make his way out, and now Canner going to take that as an invitation just to kill Doran if he can. Good body slam does come on through as Pays is taken down, and KC finding some opportunities here on the map.
That is massive for KC, being able to take out both of the T1 bot laners, and just like that, Callista's back to parity, because even though Pays had those 2 kills, he's been missing a lot of farm. You know, that wave was crashed to the tower there. They're obviously fighting a lot, so he's not always around to get all that CS. You know and then on the top side, T1's play did not work out onto Kana. And Keria looking here.
Yeah, Faker is still with the ultimate. Does have that available, but not
look
too
at his
much
items.
behind it. Yeah, there's just some Swifties and a rock.
Exactly. You bought Swifties, you bought some mana, so not going to be able to do much there. Is Doran trying to keep him off of this tower, but Kana knows he has no explosive cask, so there's not really that risk of the wave just getting one shot and you picking up turret aggro.
Yeah, Bucio making his way in, though. Hookshot is going to get the stun as Doran gets a bit of his health bar back, but Bucio going to be able to withstand that one shot. The flash on in as Ona finds the Q for the kill. Flash away from Bucio. No Warrior Trickster available for Ona to get over that wall, and so it is just the 1-for-1.
Trickster.
This is great, though. You know, Bucio got 3 kills now. He's accelerated a bit. When you can get to that first item on the Camille, it is really, really relevant because you are just fighting non-stop here, looking to, you know, force the issue. And Kana, this time, is in a way better position. Yike is in a way better position, which I think is so important after a game like last game where you're getting Flame Horizon, where you're in this, you know, unplayable position that he was in. Now he has agency returned to him in a game like this, and he's been so critical for KC and their success throughout this split. So it's going to be exciting to see what KC can do now with a gold lead here. A big series of plays for them really gets them back into a great spot.
Well, they're on the Dragon now. It is spotted on a ward, but KC will be able to clear that one out. Azona moving on over towards his Raptor camp, and I don't think they're looking to contest this one. First Drake should be going over to KC after that play. Bucio looking for an angle towards Faker.
And it's mostly like mages
into a
and
very aggressive position. Scatter the Weak comes down just to make sure that that spear does connect. And he just moves himself out of the way. So that is the first Drake going on over. Cannon now just blowing the ultimate, but the magical journey comes through Cask. He's going to pull the crocodile away from the turret, and that should be the kill. Ona picks up that one as well, moving to 3-1. And T1 finding the cross map.
Yeah, nice try there from Kana. Almost took Owner down. One more tower shot probably would have done it, but didn't quite have the ability to do it. Faker in maybe a little trouble as they have TP'd, and Yikes coming behind Faker as well.
Yeah, that is a lot of True Shot barrage damage to try and take down the Wukong, as Faker able to get away from this supreme display of talent, but that will not save his turret, or at least maybe it will. Second plate not going to be claimed, and Faker will just be going back now.
Yep, and T1 make a play on top side. KC make a play of their own. 3 men go in towards Faker. They force out his flash. But meanwhile, T1 was taking this. They get all 3 grubs back-to-back games, so are going to be feeling pretty good about that. Especially when you are playing with the Caitlyn, you want to be sieging these towers, you want to be putting that pressure on. But of course, it really hasn't been that kind of standard game where Pays and Carry are nonstop pushing, because it's been more about the scrapping, more about the fighting, not so much that standard push them in, whittle down the tower play style that you see from Caitlyn.
Yeah, and I think that KC, I mean, they have a 1.5k gold lead. This is a great game for them so far. And T1, now we get to kind of talk about what T1 has looked like this year. Right? Because this is actually kind of par for the course. Yes. They've done a lot of, we're going to fall behind, but then we're just way more coordinated and way better at you when the late game arrives, right? Like they can always just find a team fight, and then the game is all of a sudden over. And you think that you're in a comfortable position, you think that you've got the game in the bag, but T1 disagree. And it's been really frustrating if you're not a T1 fan and you're watching your team just cruising, having a good time, and then it doesn't quite work. As Faker has found Yike, or has Yike found Faker? True Shot barrage going to come on through. Bucio going to take that kill with the Hex Tech sweep, and that is the first death here for Faker in this game.
Yeah, I mean, you look no further than yesterday. They were down 59-26 gold in game 2. You know,
That's
versus
the second time he's got
obviously able to come back, even with a compositional disadvantage, and still win that game. They were down 1,200 gold as well in game 3, able to, you know, it's a much smaller lead, but still, from deficits, they are never out of it. Their team fighting is so good, and they have such strong playmakers on this team that are very difficult to deal with. As Keria,
I think he might just be dead. Yeah, Supreme Display of Talent does come on down here. It's the flash from Keria looking for the Cosmic Binding onto Canna and Yike, but it does not work. Sad bard noises as he is going to get taken out. Teleport will bring Doran towards that top lane as he's looking for Gallist alongside Ona, but they're not quite able to find it in time.
Yeah, at the very least, no.
Picking the Arcane Shift does not actually quite get there.
He did get the flash off Kana, so he looked for that flash. It looks a little bit strange, but he's looking for a flash to redirect his Q to bind Kana and Yike together.
Yeah.
So Kana then flashed the binding to make sure they didn't get stunned. So yes, he does go down, but it is a trade of flashes at the very least. And the Renekton flash is actually quite valuable. So being able to play in that team fight a lot harder to access backline without that. But KC rolling right now, 2.2K is their lead. The last quite a few plays have gone their way after an early start that made you think it might be heading in a similar direction to Game 1.
Well, can I remember freshly without that flash like you were just talking about? Oner going to come on over and look to see whether he can capitalize, but with the wave being thinned out, should mean that Kana can get himself out of there and everything should be all right. Yike just securing this blue buff. I don't think Oner is going to opt in for any sort of smite battle there. Yeah. And this time, Yike is returning the favor with quite a few camps in advantage. Thanks to his 2-0 start on the Kiana. Actually, just looking really, really good on this champion. And as an LCK representative, we're very used to Kiana just not doing a whole lot and losing the game. That's what she does in my region. And we are learning that is not necessarily how it's supposed to go.
Man, Yehu has been sidestepping everything. We just saw him dodge like 6 or 7 skill shots in a row there from Faker. Really well played as Oner is able to steal away the Raptors and may find Yike here. But Kana is moving, so has to be a bit careful. Kana going to come in and support. You can see Faker was cheating up towards that side of the map. T1 wanting to overload the top side of the map, but meanwhile, Busio was hunting around mid lane, and Kalist is pushing down bot lane. We'll see who gets first tower. It is going to be pretty close, and the first tower is going to go to KC.
Yeah,
and just like
solo
that,
gold
Kalist is 1.1k up.
Exactly, so gets all of the gold from those plates and gets to hang around for that first brick as well. So that is a very powerful Ezreal moving towards 2 items very quickly. This is something that we illustrated yesterday. Part of what gives you the advantage as the Ezreal in this matchup is that when the Caitlyn's weak, you are really, really strong. And we can see that that is precisely what's going to happen here for Kalist, getting very close to that Muramana. Needs a few extra stacks on the tier, but they should be coming in very, very quickly. And when you get your Manamune before the transformation of the tier comes in, that's when you know you're ahead of the clock. You're feeling really good about it. As oftentimes you do just get that instant transformation if you're just playing out the game in a normal sense.
I mean, last night they
really
had,
nice pacing
it
so
was,
far for
it was
KC.
T1
They are going to be able to take
versus
Double Dragon as
Team
well,
Liquid.
and it's a Mountain Soul this game.
Mountain actually really strong.
This is
honestly,
the second night.
There's a lot of burst in this, a lot of upfront damage. But we want to know, who do you think has the better fandom? Because these are two of the teams with some of the largest fandoms in the entire world.
Oh, Pays going to get put into the Hextech Ultimatum. Nowhere to go and will be taken out. Busio able to take that last turret shot as well. And when you can guarantee that type of kill, then that's when you know that the Camille support is working out. But speaking of support, yes, we want to make sure that we get the Blue Wall versus T1 fandom. And honestly, T1 fans, I'm pretty disappointed from your prediction. Like earlier on today,
they lost the prediction.
They lost the prediction battle. We don't see that from T1.
So spam T1 or KC in chat. Let us know who you think has the better fandom. But Busio, super strong, just goes straight in here. Keria tries to come through and prevent as much damage as he possibly can. Throws the Bard ult not onto Busio but onto Kalist because he wanted the tower to stay onto Busio there. But they're going to look for Yike.
Yeah, Yike does throw down the ulti though defensively. Ono should have another Cyclone in order to take him down and actually gets over the wall.
Wow.
And Yehu turn up as well, and that is going to be the answering kill onto the jungle. And now Faker dealing with Busio here and does have to get himself out of the way. Keria taking a little while to die, but he will indeed do that.
Well, no, not
You've got Pays going for a cross map towards the bottom side, but T1 are just falling further and further behind.
Yeah, I mean, this is a crazy game for Busio. He has 5 kills. He almost was solo killing Faker there on the side. He is ridiculously strong. Has had this Thundered Sky for some time.
Right.
Has had his completed sword. Okay.
Equilibrium has been restored.
Nice.
That is a really nice outgame shot from Kalist.
That's some T1 power right there, for sure.
Yeah. I think they may have taken the initial vote personally. All right, Cannon now is just clearing out the wave, and that is Pays not able to quite find the value that he's looking for. This is the problem, though, right? KC cannot rest on any laurels.
No.
Laurels are illegal in a matchup against T1.
Laurels.
And we've seen so much of
these
type of games, right? Where Pays is on
the
Caitlyn, falls into the trough, and T1 are looking like they're falling apart. And then he gets his third item, and the game's over.
And this is why you could not rest on your laurels, because T1, I mean, everyone has a bad record against T1. Let's be honest, it's T1, but this is T1 all-time versus the LEC. They are 22-12 versus G2, so G2 has been the most competitive there, but still obviously very heavily favored for T1. Everyone else is that 24-7 record versus the rest of the LEC here. And KC looking to put another one in the win column for their region. But it is very difficult to get across the finish line here against a team like T1. But it is KC with the gold lead, with the objective lead, have the ability here in 2 minutes to try to grab that third dragon, move towards that Mountain Soul that would be so nice for them. As they are going to be able to take a tower.
Yeah, nice charge to come on through here as the tower will be going down. Shelly should be ushered towards the inner turret as well. We'll see whether she does get another charge. As we have Ona being discovered by Busio in the jungle, takes a magical journey to get himself out of the way, but here is the charge, and there is the denial as the Tempered Fate does come on through to make sure that this turret stays spick and span.
Nice,
nicely done there by Carrier. Right place, right time with the Bard.
Oh, flash miasma to come down from Yehu, who's looking to chase Faker down. He is going to flash, and Yehu is just going to have to let him go after that one. Had used his flash previously, but flash on Syndra means that, yeah, he's a sitting duck. As True Shot Barrage will be avoided by Faker going the same direction that he was going already.
They're trying to set a trap. Owner is actually here. They're going to look for Yehu.
Yeah, they do get out, and there is the Unleashed Power. Outplay that, he says.
Yeah, that is really well done there by T1. Yehu goes really aggressive. Obviously, would have won the 1v1, but Faker gets away. And then he realizes, Owner is here behind me. We have a pink ward that's already in the brush. We know there's no vision. So they lay a trap. They set it up. Beautifully done by T1. Punishing Yehu, who just goes a little bit too far, assumed that Faker would have gone back to base. He knew he had Busio behind him, so he felt confident because of it, and does get punished big time. So we'll see if T1 can take something more from this, because now both of those mid laners are pretty vulnerable for the next couple minutes here. But as you mentioned, Syndra without flash really is that much more scared, especially against the composition that KC has.
Yeah, barrier going to be used just to block the ace in the hole, but
what do you mean?
It's a nice amount of damage to come on through here as I believe Faker over the wall, finding a few angles towards the Ezreal.
And that's actually really big, because look at the time until Dragon spawns. Kalista's going to be able to grab the red buff. He also used his barrier there. They're keeping in deep. Kana's looking for a fast start to this fight.
In goes Busio. He's going to lock down Faker. He's going to die for it, but look at that stun from Yike. Absolutely massive, and Kana gets into that backline. Pays. Going to have to try and net himself out of there, but netting a Crocodile, that is a difficult option as he flashes to catch the blast cone. And now Pays, I don't know how you're supposed to get out of this one with a full but he's going to try his very best to do as much damage before he goes down. Kana taking that turret shot, and he will fall. But it is 2 kills going over to Yehu. This Cassiopeia is massive.
I just love how quickly they forced that. They never allowed T1 to actually set up. Kana just TP'd in immediately, and they full sent it before the dragon even spawned here. They get straight in there. There's no way Owner's going to be able to steal this. Not with Busio hunting for you. I don't think you can get there in time. So that is sole point for KC. You could see the blue wall popping off here in Dijon. Really, really excited about how this second game is going. After the first game was absolutely T1 all the time. You could see the all-in pings immediately on that ward as they were TPing in. And Kana just gets in behind them. And look at this confident engage from Busio. Busio knows he's going to die there, but it doesn't matter. He's setting up for the rest of the team. Busio with the engage, and then the follow-up here from Yike. Kana is in the middle of your whole team. Busio is just on one this game. This man is on a mission here.
Him and Yike, man. Him and Yike both yesterday and today. And after that performance in game number 1, I think we were thinking, like, is Yike going to wake up this series? Well, he's definitely woken up. Looking absolutely fantastic. Supreme display of talent, one of those abilities that can sound a little bit silly when you read it out. Definitely didn't sound silly in that last fight. Looking absolutely beautiful on this Kiana.
That's some damage right there.
Yeah.
He
doing the numbers.
Pretty crazy. Kana just gets in the middle of the entire team.
Gold.
That was just beautiful from KC, and T1 not given a chance there. And now
I guess
T1 have their backs against the wall in this game. Do not want to be giving over that Mountain Soul. It is going to make it so much more difficult, especially when they're already down on gold. You look at the items here from Faker.
Dude, last game was like a snooze fest, bro.
Not that scary at this point.
This one's good.
Yike is going to have to flash to get out of the way of the Tempered Fate.
Like it was just so one-sided last game.
I don't think T1 are going to be too
disgusting.
or flustered about how this game state is looking. They're still trying to get to that 3 items onto Pays.
Oh, well, that's the crystals that build up now.
A much better experience as Faker. Maybe a little bit overextended, but does have the dash cannon to get himself out of the way. Or the proto belt, if you want to say.
What was that Keystone Pineapple?
Got the barrier off, please.
Destruction, demolish. Yeah,
it's gonna feel good. So they've got a flash and a barrier.
So like, whenever champions or minions die like around it, it builds up that thing. Whenever you get your minions to it, you auto attack it. It does like a demolish.
It's kind of the perfect soul that KC were looking for in this game.
Faker in trouble.
Now Yahoo, speaking of looking for things, he's gonna find Faker. Scatter the weak is not gonna work because he's not very weak. And there is the last Twin Fang to take him down. The unleashed power is pitiful at best. And this Snake Lady is very, very strong.
Yeah, that is a solo kill there for Yehu. The Roa ticks over. He now goes up to level 15. And this has been a problem for Faker in the LCK. He has been getting a lot of solo kills, but he is second in the entire league in solo in isolated
That's a whole
deaths.
separate accolade that
they track. You can see here on the Coinbase gold grind of very significant damage.
You know what I mean?
Gold
It's like
gap being
solo
opened
killed
up here
Faker
by Yehu,
10 times.
who is now up 1K.
You know what I mean? Like,
everyone on KC is ahead, but it is Yehu and Busio with the biggest gold lead.
It's a whole
I
accolade.
think we're going to be looking at Doran in team fights.
That's
and
wild,
Pays
bro.
to get another item together.
They are so behind.
In order to save this one for T1 if they are going to make it work. But KC have just been so good at pulling the trigger. There's Tempered Fate looking to lock down Busio here as Doran making his way in. He is unseen as he looks for the angle. Body slam doesn't work, but there is the cast. Supreme Display and Talent onto only the tank. And they take out Kalist before anything had even happened. And it's just free hitting for Pays. Canna with a massive ultimate, but it doesn't do anything. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. T1 just win a team fight, take a Baron, and they're back in control. How annoying is it as they keep doing it every damn time? T1 find a way to make the magic happen, losing all game long. We're talking about the soul, but they find the fight beside the Baron. 23-minute Baron here. It's all started up by Karen. Lancey onto Busio. And Owner flashes in. The cask is there, knocking back Kalist, whose flash came out a split second too late to avoid that cask. And then Faker and Pays are untouched. Yehu arrives with a TP, but his whole team is already dead. And the Baron is theirs for the taking. It's so reminiscent of the series against TL yesterday. You know, T1 just grabbed these Barons, it feels like, out of nowhere, and now it is only an 800 gold lead here. It is sole point available. You talked about the third item. Pays has the rapid fire. Owner is on 3 items, has reclaimed that gold lead. And now KC are really going to have to be on point if they want to win these next fights because they've lost the gold lead. It is so hard to play a 5v5 with Camille and Kiana. You got to be perfect. Well, they're going to look for it here as Busio gets over the wall with a hook shot. The dash cannon
Scatter the weak.
That Hextech ultimatum not really working as Canna gets into the back line. Looking for Faker. The unleashed power, though, and he's taking so much damage. Pays
getting in.
Attack as he gets over the wall. It's a double
running down Celeste.
with the
over the wall with the Wukong Q. Over the wall with the Wukong Q.
And I just feel like T1 have been out of the trough, and now they're just skipping to the finish line. As Faker eating some honey fruit, Pays looking a little bit worse for wear. But yeah, who cannot step up. Yike, similar story as T1 look to deny the soul and get themselves back into this driving seat. 3,000 gold on the Red Bull Baron power play, and Yike, ace in the hole, finally comes back up again. And Busio is going to get on forward. That is going to be a gromp to go over to Yike, but I just don't think they're going to be able to do enough here. There's the Dragon secured, and T1 going to spend all of that hard-earned gold.
Yeah, T1 win another fight.
They're up 0.6 now.
You know, he knows it's going to be hard to take the fight, so he just full sends it instantly. And Kana did get in on top of both Faker and Pays, and I thought there was an angle for them to win the fight here. So watch it one more time. It looks like, hey, did Busio go too early? But then you see everyone coming over. He is flashed in. Kana is moving down. Yehu is moving down. Throws down the Hextech ultimate. And look at Kana, who goes in over the wall. This multi-man stun from that beautiful ult that came out of Yike. Kana's on top of the carries. just doesn't quite have the damage to finish off Pays and Faker.
And you know what it was? It was the locket from Carrier.
Yeah.
Gets on in there, gets the big old shield to come on over.
Here's TP.
And now another flank angle. Display of talent. They're looking for Faker. They should be able to lock him down. Takes a little bit longer to get him. As now Owner is in no man's land. Oh my God!
Damage. Never sleep on that.
It was suicide, but he manages to take his opposite number with him. And now Doran, he just wants to teleport out, and he will be able to do so. A little bit of a catastrophe here, but KC finding themselves an advantage in the fight once again.
Yeah, honestly, good job by KC. You know, from that position.
Baker's having a
T1
pineapple
with the
game
Baron.
right
It's
now.
T1 who have been winning the
1-4.
fights, but
He's
they
got
are
7
just
assists.
continuing to force the issue here.
He's
This time they
pissed
pick off
off right
Faker,
now. He
who,
needs
was
blood.
missing that flash. They're able to find him. They're able
Baker's
to take him down.
telling
T1
the team
wanted to
to,
set
like,
up
set
a
him
split map
up
type situation
right
where they're
now.
pushing in multiple lanes with the Baron buff. They're trying to get that into
Faker's
their
like,
favor,
remember,
but
I signed
KC
all of
just
your
forced
checks,
the issue, find
you
a fight,
pieces of shit.
find these
this
split
is
up
Pays'
members,
game,
and are
bro.
able to take down both the mid and jungle of T1
This
and really
is
stifle
unbottling.
the Baron. You know, the Baron went kind of
Carry
nowhere
and Pays is
whatsoever
gonna win this
there.
game.
Doesn't really work. And
Go
we saw
look
the
at-
win
don't sleep
probability.
on Owner,
It was
dude.
feeling a bit sure.
Yeah, Owner,
And then
dude, yeah,
starts
fucking
to
Owner,
become
dude.
completely
He's
confused
just-
about how this
even
one is
last
going to
game,
go.
bro.
And I'm kind of there with them. There is still Soul Point,
No, Pays-
KC. That is
Pays
a
and
lot of
Curio
power
were-
on the table. They can force T1
They
into
did
that
work
position,
last
go
game.
for trades
That Mel
between
was like,
the Dragon and Baron. They're
what,
separated
12 and
by
3
only
or some
40
shit. It
seconds.
was just-
And
it
so
was-
things can get a little bit murky as far as those setups around these objectives in the next couple of minutes.
Yehu is so strong right now, though, for KC. You know, he's on 3 items. He is very tanky. All these items he's building have HP.
Sit there and
has
play
the flash
macro.
available.
Yeah,
and
he does.
You're looking for that
and
big
just-
fight from Yehu because
he needs
in
the-
most
he
of the
needs the
actual
money.
big team fights,
He
he
needs
hasn't
the
really
money.
been able to get super involved.
That's why-
Bucio
that's
did.
why
I believe
Pays is
Pays is
dead.
dead. He's going to go golden for a few moments thanks to Carrier, but then will be shut down. That is money over to Callista as well. They get to just set that one up. Now, everything all evened out as far as the kill score is concerned, and the gold as well. It is 56K versus 56K.
Yeah, Bucio finding another pick there. Just constantly looking for these engages, setting up his team. Callista gets the shutdown, which is critical because he was, starting to fall behind a little bit. He's had the Endless Hunger. He is now working in towards his armor penetration.
Yeah,
and you
I
see
build
Pays just picked up a GA, so
diecast.
decides to go defensive with the 4th item here. Makes a lot of sense when you're playing against Kiana
I've
as
been
well
playing,
as
like,
Camille.
League,
Yeah, not a lot of true tanks on this team as well, so the Lord Doms
little
can
bit
come
of,
a little bit
of some
later.
other things.
The unfortunate thing, though, is there's nothing for KC to take after it.
Yeah. So not really getting too much as far as a trade is concerned.
God,
Pays with a lot of money in this game, despite just being taken down. But he does have
Dude,
the
the
last
models take
Whisper.
up
So just
so much
went
of
for
my
as much
time
flat
now.
AD as possible before the last fight, I guess, as Bucio now in a little bit of trouble. Scat of the Week is not going to connect,
Okay,
but the
Faker.
Cyclone a little bit more difficult to avoid as he does try to use the Hextech
Yep.
Ultimatum to deny the
Owner's
gameplay
like, here
button.
you go, daddy.
It does not actually do enough. As now
Yep.
T1
Yep.
with a kill
Just like
15 seconds
yesterday.
before the Baron. That is
Yep.
looking like a potential avenue here, and if they take the Baron before the Dragon is available, then that
Yeah.
trade that we
A
were
couple
talking
of them
about
are gonna
is
be
not
like,
even going to
"Here
be
you go,
possible.
Papa."
Yeah, and Bucio's going to be dead for 10 seconds after the spawn, so if T1 are going to start it, they have to do it right on spawn, and they are going to do that. Pays undid his GA purchase,
Here
so
they
he does
go,
not have that
forcing
Guardian
Baron.
Angel. He has the last
Yeah.
one that you pointed out instead. And Khalees getting chunked out. Kana's already chunked out. This is going to be really hard. It's kind of up to Yike and Yehu here on the side. Can they find an angle?
Onus Smite Button has been pretty good so far this tournament, and he also has Doran available. Supreme display of talent, not quite doing enough. Doran's so tanky.
He did
Yike
it.
can get in here, but it's not going to be enough. And they take the Baron in trade for their top laner.
But the problem is, now
Now
you
you
have
have
to
to
fight
fight
solo,
solo.
and you
Go,
just
Papa.
lost Dorian for that.
Can it
Work
go
this
in?
And he finds so
Faker!
beautiful angle. Slicing and dicing does go down, but he's done so much damage as Yike has to
There he
flash
goes.
away. If T1 can actually get a reset in before this Dragon, then it's possible. But it's 5 seconds, and they have to make their way back out onto the Rift.
Yeah, KC can just rush it. It should be theirs, I think. You can see
Yeah,
Pace is just going
yeah,
towards
KC's
top
got
side
soul
here. They're going
point.
to actually TP for this. I'm not
100%.
sure why
Alright.
Pace is not coming if they're going to commit to the play, because Faker is in the area. He's trying to see, can I get there and
No.
make a magical steal? Cannot make it happen.
It is impossible. So that is the Mountain Soul to come
Yeah,
through for
Mountain Soul's
KC.
huge, dude.
And now 6 minutes on
That's
the clock.
fucking
Now
Until
Faker's
the
gonna
Elder's
die.
up. Yeah, I think
There we
Faker is
go.
probably just dead. Yeah, Hextech Ultimatum comes down. Doesn't find the Scat of the Week onto Yehu either, as Bucio is still trying to chase him down. Faker buying as much time as possible, but those Twin Fangs are unavoidable. And T1, they are just trying to deny the backs so that Pays can take an inhibitor turret. And perhaps that is going to work, because Yahoo's teleported over, looking for a bit of an angle towards these two here that
it's
are just
actually better.
Trying to buy space, trying to buy time. They've got a Bosco to get themselves
so many
out.
systems to where you
and
don't lose LP
will get the kill
and
onto
you get
Carrier,
double
and
LP.
Canna did make it back to deny the
Like if
Caitlyn.
somebody
There's
leaves
a
the
cost
game and goes
to get some
AFK
space
and
for
you
Owner as well, but
forfeit,
I think the
it's
Rebel Baron
LP
power play is
loss.
not going to be doing too much in this one either.
No, I
Yes.
mean, T1
They
really
have
getting
implemented
hurt
so
pretty
many
heavily
good
here.
things.
You know, they committed so much to go for the Baron, but the Mountain Soul was spawning, and that is what the game has been about this whole time. So sure, you do get the Baron, but with Doran going over the wall there, obviously his objective is to stop the 50-50, right? When he goes over the wall into both Yike and Yehu, it is a one-way trip. You can't get out through the miasma. So they burst him down, they kill off Doran, and then that really meant that T1 had no shot at actually stopping the Soul. So this ends up being a horrible trade for T1. Probably would have been a lot more than a safer play to try to just play for the Soul. But they felt like, hey, we killed Busio, we can go for this now, then get the Dragon after. But at the end of the day, they're not able to do that because they lost Doran.
They're also coming out
like
tough
little things like that.
Nothing.
It's
but
just,
it is that Mountain
it
Soul.
helps out. Dude,
Well,
there's
gonna
like
have to use a very early Cyclone here as Yahoo just does so much damage. True Shot Barrage comes on through. It was actually a Leandri's purchase here from this Cassiopeia. So if they actually get to an Elder, the Elder is just going to die
or whatever,
so
you will
incredibly
get
quickly.
refunded LP.
So 4 minutes, T1 need to make sure that their setup around the Drake pit is going to be way better than what we saw previously.
Which is
Otherwise,
wild.
that one could just disappear.
You can see Doran's gone for the Bandle Pipes. I mean, he knows the game really is about
I think I know which song
pace.
he's playing as well. A bit of the yakety sax out of this guy so far as T1 have been playing fast and loose in this game.
Well, Pace has his GA this time, so and he's left the base, so it's for reals this time and now. But Kalista on the other side still very, very strong. You know, when you get to this later point in the game where you have your Armor Pen, where you have the Endless Hunger, you have just no cooldowns whatsoever on your Q. You get so much ability haste that if you hit a Q, your Q is back up. And, you know, it really starts being a real threat in the late game. People talk about Ezreal as not being able to kill tanks, but when you get to this point in the game, you can actually kill tanks. When you have all your abilities hitting, it is very, very threatening.
They have to get,
but Mountain Soul or not, it is going to come down to the engages. Because if you bump the engage as the Kiana, as the Camille, you can absolutely still get one shot, even with the Edge of Night, even with the Mountain Soul. T1 are going to have the damage to push through here.
Well, Faker, he is the one that has been struggling a little bit in comparison to his counterpart. 6-1-6 for Yahoo on this Cassiopeia. I think the Snake will be imperative for KC if they do want to close this game out. And right now, they're in a great position to do so. There's a slight gold advantage for T1. You can see it popped up on your screen just there.
Very deep. He was in the jungle behind Doran. We're going to see if they're going to look for Paze. I think he's going to try to come in behind Paze and try to look for a pick. But Doran, I think, is maybe hunted.
No, he's looking for the bottom lane. So he sees the red dots and does not see the Camille. As Paze is going to get engaged on there. Carrier can find the ulti. Does manage to get Paze golden, but it's going to take some time. Does find the angle there as well. Supreme Display of Talent is fantastic, but double GAs are going to be bumped here for T1. Magical Journey comes over, trying to find that space as Canna is taken out. Kalista gets scattered here by Faker as it's a double for Doran, who doesn't seem able to lose health. Kalista not able to quite land that Mystic shot though, and now it's Owner making his way in.
Get paid! Told you it's his game, baby.
To secure the win for T1.
Look at Kyria.
This team just makes too much magic.
Busio is great, but Carrier is the greatest of all time. It shows you why. The defensive Bartle, the portal to get Paze out after the GA, the locket to buy the time. Everything was perfectly played from Carrier to get Paze out of there and get T1 their second win.
And match point in this series as well. The unleashed power to come through. I think Busio deserves that, as he has been absolutely amazing in this game. Unfortunately, it was not enough as Yike, he's going to get scattered. He's going to get taken out. And it's going to be the Nexus turrets falling. But this game, nothing like what we saw in game one. As KC, they really made him work for it. But T1 still moved to match point.
Man, I cannot get over it. I want to watch that Carrier fight back again. I'm sure the desk is going to show it to us, because that was absolutely insane. Endless Desk, what do you think about that?
Oh my goodness!
absolute cinema.
They can't keep getting away with this.
Y'all, it is deja vu in day 2, another game 2 against a Western team where they pull it out of the hat. It's the T1 Magic, Kobe.
Oh, man. Are they just giving us hope, T-God, for their entertainers? Oh, stop in game number 1 and then real action?
I have no clue. But what we do know is that throughout the history of LoL Esports, there have been certain metas where certain players are associated with certain champions. Frog and Zanivia comes to mind. Canyon Nidalee comes to mind. Uzi, Lucian comes to mind. And as we saw in that final fight, it's Keria on Bard yet again getting it done.
So this year, there's only been 3 games where teams have allowed the Bard to go through draft. Do you know how many of those he lost? 0. So, in fairness, I will say to KC, they had a pretty good plan in this game, and we saw a lot of success in the mid-game, but Keria's Bard still so fearsome, so hard to deal with, for the rolling potential, but also those team fights, he's just putting on a masterclass.
We will get to that team fight because that team fight was insane, but it was the journey, because in the early portions of the game, that Camille was getting a little beat up. The early game, don't want to think about it. But at the 6-minute mark, when we saw Owner go up topside, and I thought Connor really ate that gank and it was working out well. Meanwhile, they looked for a dive bot lane, and I thought that's when KC started to really find their groove, and it was there where Busio ended up getting the dive. They base, he goes directly top lane, he gets the dive towards the top side. Busio was really on a groove there.
And look, ignore the 8 deaths. That's just how you gotta play Camille. You gotta play aggressive, you gotta find the proactive plays, and even later in the team fights, he was diving in, but doing his job.
Yeah, especially a lot of these ones here. You know, Faker in the river as well. He's trying to take advantage of Yike, who's on the ward, but Busio sneaks over the back of the pit. They find the one there. He's making a lot of these mid-game plays for KC that got them into such a good position in the game.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, this is for you. Shooter's gonna shoot. Busio just kept shooting.
You better believe
he missed the first 2 and then went on a hot streak and then started to cool off a little bit. But let's take a look at some of those fights where KC were performing better.
Yeah, so this one was a super decisive engage, and we actually saw it was T1 who has set up, trying to make a trap here. They were in the river, in this brush, we'll see it in a second, and basically they had a control ward in the wrong position. So they thought they were off vision, they were actually on vision, and I just love that KC was so decisive in this fight in just looking to punish this, because it was clear T1 were looking for something themselves. Yeah. Extended.
Yeah,
and we'll see that coming out here, so T1 stacked up here. The control ward they have is too shallow. It doesn't see the ward that they're on. And then KC go, hey, let's just flank behind them with a TP. T1 realized now with a sweeper, it's too late. Renekton is behind them. Busio's going in. He dies immediately, but his job is done.
And oh my goodness, Yike with the big engage here with the follow-up. From the ulti, all 3 of them just get locked up. Huge combo.
Yeah, Yike was insane, but also just like a terror in the backline. Kana had an incredible laning phase. It was accentuated by the dive that Busio came up with. And in all of these team fights, you can see the KC fans on fire. They truly believed. I believe.
Yeah, that was an exciting
game.
Oh, man.
It was really good.
Whenever
talk about it.
You can never let up for a second versus T1. I mean, until you actually get up there to the Nexus. Man, yeah, they're never going down.
Raz, you gotta talk about
this. Was the critical comeback play, though. This was critical because up until this point, KC they done so much work to make you believe. But look, Yike,
because this is my pick,
you get comboed here as well. But really, Kalist never got to move. You got one Mystic shot off there. It was a bounce house from Doran's teleport, flank from the Gragas from one side into Owner's Wukong.
That Wukong ulti, that alley-oop into Wukong ulti, immediately deleting him.
Doran's laning hasn't been that strong in this tournament, but we always know him for his team fight impact and just sliding in there, catching the enemy to carry. That's what we know him for best.
Yeah. Again, just one of those things that doesn't show up on the scoreboard. Doran, the unsung hero of this squad, given all of them are superstars. Then, speaking of superstar moments, this final fight here, yet again, it is the stamp and reason why people come to the T1 circus. Despite getting caught out and a fantastic flank by Busio, they outplay it.
The timing on the ult, just as we see Yike commit onto the Caitlyn, stalls them out, the GAs then come in, and it buys some time to get away with this portal, and then when the GA comes in from Kana, it's into a Caitlyn, so he gets trapped. This peel from Carrier was flawless, and Pays and Owner able to re-navigate the fight. It was
Carrier
so good.
There in that
the Syndra combo from Faker immediately afterwards. So close to being able to get the kill there.
Bro.
But man, the fact that that Baron fight much earlier on felt like it was going to solidify it for T1, but then you saw Casey clawing back the game, pick after pick. But that one just put the hammer down. T1 is now at match point.
So critical, and so many times, like the GA revival, like the duration of it, oftentimes people are like, oh, well, is it really that great for AD carries? Because they'll just die when they get back up. No, they won't if they have carry in there to get you an exit path. They got the traps down just in time before as well, and then they have the stasis, then they have the exit path, then they have the heal. It was crazy, and the ult from the Kiana during the duration of those as well. Oh my goodness.
And I feel like this is one of those fights where you look at everyone doing their part, and if anyone messes up or plays a little bit worse, the fight does not work. But T1 all came together in that clutch moment, and for KC, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, it is, but they're not done yet. They gotta pull themselves up off the floor. It is 2-0 T1 over KC. We'll be back with game number 3.
That is half.
He is unseen as he looks for the angle. Body slam doesn't work, but there is the cost. Supreme displaying talent onto only the tank, and they take out Kalist before anything had even happened. And it's just free hitting for Pays. Canna with a massive ultimate, but it doesn't do anything. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. T1 just win a team fight, take a Baron, and they're back in control. How annoying is it? Oh, this team just makes too much magic.
Oh, he left. Yeah. Dude, I play League all the time. It is a game that hasn't proven
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over?
It's timeless.
Fear not.
A timeless
because League
game.
of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations
time
Cup,
and time again.
where players split from their clubs
this is a
and
timeless
compete
game.
for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
Coinbase ad.
Yeah.
We might use a little bit of the Coinbase. I do. Your boy got something in there. Let me tell you, if that shit hits, bro.
In esports, legendary moments demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans bring the heart. Technology brings it to life. Every frame, every stat.
Yeah, but when is the out time? You know what I'm saying?
Huh?
We're driving digital innovation.
When's the get out of it time? You know
what I mean?
There's no get out of it time.
So players can focus on the game, and fans can focus on the moment.
What? There's just sell and what? Buy back in?
No.
Hit the bass drum again 분위기에 맞게 하나 둘 셋 짠 싸울리고 건배 오늘 밤은 one take 되돌릴 수 없게 my friend we got no time for hesitation
It needs to blow up soon. Like I need to buy some more so that you know.
Dude, you need to do it right now at $1. It's $1.
I know it's cheap. It's cheap. I know, bro.
Like if I had like 4K to throw at it right now.
Jinx,
yeah.
Dude, because it's so cheap right now. It's so dirt cheap.
You're not to have like close to 6.
I know.
Hey, you know what? Hey, that shit blowing the fuck up, bro.
Bro, we're living late in the shade, buddy.
I'm gonna take a fucking loan off of it for like
couple milli. Yeah.
No, not even.
No?
Not even. Just a small amount. And me and you are gonna hop on a fucking plane and we're gonna go get a Super Energy PR.
I know, buddy. Don't worry.
Like
whoever makes it first,
yeah,
I promise.
Dude, if at any point either one of us fucking
makes it anywhere,
yeah, just expect it. Like it's just gonna be getting like loaded off the truck out of a fucking container, and you're just gonna have like Christmas in your eyes. And I'm just gonna tell you,
I'm gonna be crying.
Might be all right.
I'm gonna be crying, climbing my big ass into this little car.
Keep that damn house, and I'm gonna come over there. And I'm gonna fucking put a fucking lift in there, and I'm gonna fucking wrench away my little fucking can of green. I'm gonna fucking do it all. I'm gonna tell you to hold the flashlight, and I'm gonna cuss you out every time.
Yeah, hell yeah. Aziz. That's like the Fifth Element shit. Aziz, light. Aziz. Faker. You can buy some lotto tickets. You know how high that shit is right now? God in heaven.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. MSI 2026. You're welcome, Sale. Welcome back to you and to anyone who is watching as well. And we are ready to get into game number 3. T1 leading with match point now, but games 1 and 2, I felt things drift more towards the KC direction. Now, KC need to try and transition that into destroying a next.
Now they're feeling the pain that TL felt yesterday, where you're like, hey, we're winning. We're ahead in gold. We got soul. We're going to do it.
And now it can't be more heartbreaking, right? Like, that's what you need to avoid. Well, that's what I'm saying. It certainly can, but they need to avoid that feeling as we get into Champ Select. Thanks to HyperX, and we're looking to see what changes are going to be made. Immediately, the Vayne ban is standing out to me here as KC just want to make sure that Busio isn't able to hover that pick.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting going into this next game. So much credit deserved, I think, by Yike for his bounce back in the second game compared to the first. I think he had a brutal game in the first game. He was put so far behind, never really got to play. In game 2, Noah's really doing well, but I feel like for KC, Busio was absolutely the star for me. No question, was finding so many plays. Even after the early game, the very early game went bad, where Kalisk gets first blooded, and it was kind of, we could see it happening. I called it out a couple games in advance. Usually, a lot of times when that kind of thing happens,
and you can see a Briar pick here.
Blood, you are just cooked, right? But they found engages, they found fights, they battled back, they got soul, they did so many good things in that game.
All right.
But T1 always manages to grab a victory from the jaws of defeat, and they did it once more. Varus coming through, which a lot of people felt like, hey, Varus might be out of the meta with some of the changes, with some of the nerfs. We did see Yon play it. He went Shiv into Rageblade. We could still potentially see it top lane, so there is always that chance of it getting flexed around, but I do think Lethality Varus seems a lot worse.
Dude, he's banned.
They do forego the Rise first pick, which was what I was kind of thinking they were going to go with, seeing the Anivia ban.
What are you doing, Casual?
The fact that Fearlessly, the Cassiopeia has been removed. This is a champion that Faker has had a little bit of experience on, if you can cast your mind back a little bit there.
He's going to
and so that's a lot to sacrifice in order to get the Varus.
My God.
As Owner is thinking about Jarvan, the next one on the tier list, you have to say, and that will be locked in.
Yeah, and it's always such an effective pick against Varus, because Varus has no dash. It can be really difficult. I wonder if Yehu would go towards Syndra. I know that is kind of like his ultimate comfort pick. That is the champion that he's kind of most associated with. But instead it will be the Annie. So Varus, Annie,
LeBlanc, we haven't seen.
Really strong picks here. Considering we are in game 3 especially,
he'd be knocking the dust off.
For Fearless. Giving them some engage, giving them some good front line, some follow-up. And I'm kind of curious to see if we're going to have matched roles here from T1, if they're going to grab a pick for pace, or if we're going to have some differences.
I would just love to see
Yeah, they could grab something for Doran here and just round out their top side of the map, assuming the Varus is also rounding out the top side of the map for KC, and that is what they're going to do. The Yorick will be picked up, and Yorick has been an answer into these ranged top laners.
It's quite good.
Often used into the cannon. I know that you stated it so beautifully last time we cast together in first stand, and that was if you hit E, you win lane.
Yep, that is literally
I've been using it all year. I'm like, oh, this is the best. I know exactly how it works.
I'm a Yorick expert. I know every Yorick matchup.
I mean, I was a Yorick expert, and it was the same, but you could hit E because it was targeted. When he first came out.
There you go. Yeah. How does a Varus versus Yorick match go? Well, if you hit E, you usually win. How about the Jace one? This one's a little bit different. You have to hit E or you're going to lose. Yeah. So there are some differences.
Yeah. It's beautiful.
But definitely is a fun pick. People like it a lot in pro play, obviously, against the Jace, but that has already been played. They like it a lot against the Rumble. It is really strong versus some of these matchups. And I think it also can be quite good against the Varus if they are thinking there's a potential of this being a Varus top. The thing I would be nervous about if I am going Yorick blind is a lot of these champions, with dashes can be quite difficult. Basically, anything that can completely ignore your cage and can threaten all ins can be really, really tough. There's a lot of kind of like more old school counters. People used to like Cho'Gath because Cho'Gath at rank 1 of the Maiden can basically one-shot the Maiden and get a feast stack off of it, which is not that fun. Renekton is another pro play answer that people love to it, but that is already gone. So maybe that's kind of making Doran feel a little bit more bold with the early pick.
Games? No, it's only the ones that they pick.
Right? Sneaking suspicion that Pays and Carry are going to play Zerayumi again.
For the series,
I don't know why. I'm just feeling that that's what they're heading towards. The Rakan ban, I really like.
Hey, welcome to the crew. Jace out, man. How you doing?
Especially when paired with the Varus there as well. Chains of Corruption to really layer that extra CC. But the Jhin is going to be taken away from Pays to avoid that long-range option. And he is instead going to go a different route, as the Lucian will be locked away. Emilio probably on the cards unless
Fearless
Percy
means
wants to
bans
pick that one
throughout.
away.
Yeah,
I would definitely think that it is going to be
not
Lucian
you,
Emilio
Siri.
The answer here. Clearly, Casey, we're trying to take away some of the safe laning options. The Jhin, the Ziggs, both strong laners, but they can also play from very far away. It's a lot more difficult to get onto them for champions like the Annie, who are really looking for that engage. Lucian, you need space to be created for you if you're going to be dashing in there with an Annie having Shivers available, right? That is always very, very scary. Varus Nico, really common 2v2 that we had seen for quite a long time. Which does make me wonder, if it is just going to be that lethality style, even though that has received some nerfs.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. As soon as I see Nico Varus, I'm like, it's lethality. But
especially if there's not really a tank on the other side, it doesn't really matter that much.
So good.
They have pretty good damage, especially if you are to go towards the Gnar. Kana obviously so comfortable on it. I do think it is a pretty good matchup for the Yorick.
That's what I was thinking. I'm like, this is a bit of a scary one, picking it into the Yorick that's already there. But we did see kind of pick a Gnar into a theoretical losing matchup yesterday.
Dude, I don't know, bro. We would have been wild, bro. We would have been doing
like
2 at a time.
And I will say, once Gnar gets to early tier 2 boots, this champion gets so much move speed from Hyper, from obviously having the upgraded boots. And if you're even thinking
dad now, man, I'm a dad
and you have all of these move speed increases to be able to actually dodge the morning.
Yes, dodge E.
To dodge E.
He's a single father.
And that is really, really big because every time, even post 6, if you dodge E, then you're actually putting damage into the maiden itself.
Yeah,
and then it becomes this weird mini-game where Yorick is actually having to pull back away from the wave to try to save the maiden. And if the maiden gets too low, you have to keep basing, which is really annoying. But if you ignore the Gnar and you don't throw your E, then he's just going to chip you down. So it is one of those matchups that I do think you can outplay from the Gnar side, but Doran's going to be pretty happy that this is the match he's seeing.
Yeah, we'll see whether Doran can stand his ground. Can be difficult in the earlier stages, of course, but the Yorick, as we get later and later into the game, and the fact that T1 have been so good at walking down grub priority, I mean, getting the split push later on with 3 grubs and a Yorick is going to be absolutely fantastic, and with T1's control of the map from mid to late game, I think that you'll be in a really difficult position if you are KC, but they've been really good, especially in the last game, at just
I got my freedom. I got my
getting
freedom
themselves into good spots. So here we are into game number 3. T1 with that match.
You don't have to worry about
this could
else
be the
but you and
beginning
the kids,
of
bro.
the reverse
That's it.
sweep.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to
There's
be
no
able
extra.
to get that
There's no
done.
extra bullshit.
Jehu,
You don't have to fucking
he is a former
deal with
LCK
extra
player. You know, he
headache
has had some
how
experience
somebody's
against
feeling
Faker.
and all that shit.
You know, coming
just-
into
you wanna
today,
know his
you and the
experience
kids.
against
That's it.
he is 0-6 coming
I
into
just need
today, so
money.
he's now 0-8. He's never won a game against Faker.
It's sad to
If they
say
lose
that
this
money
game,
would
he
solve
will
all
then
my
be
problems,
0-4 in
but
series as
you know,
well.
it pretty
so,
much would.
You know, that is tough, but I will say he has been playing quite well. I feel like
I
he's
have
been,
everything else.
This is just a lot of biffo. There is the
Oh my god,
barrier out of
Hayes is
Kalist.
on
Pace still
Lucian.
has
This
his,
is GG.
but no heals
Yeah, but not
remaining
everybody's
on either
like
side.
about to lose
It's getting
absolutely everything
explosive
like
here
their
in this
house.
bottom lane. That is a lot of Ardent Blaze value
not
there
the
from
same.
Pace, wanting to race towards this level 2.
That's the best
And
part.
Kalist is actually going Doran's Helm, which has been nerfed on this patch. And he's down a summoner, and he used both his potions first.
Oh, they're
And
playing
he's
on a
gone
new patch.
lethal tempo, so he is going
They are
on
playing
hit.
on the new patch.
Yeah,
for
which
him.
is
Okay.
interesting. I mean, you need someone to kill the front line off eventually, I
Doran's
guess. but
Helm
it
is-
can
That's
be
why-
hard
that's why
against
you
these
have
kind of comps. Sometimes
Why do
actually
you have
stand
nerf?
and fire, you know, for long enough. But if you do just engage the
Sell the
initial
house and
Yeah,
rent.
but see,
rent
Senna at
no
home
money.
from Owner
Yeah.
and Doran, then you may just be fine. As both these bot lane trying
You
to
might
race
not
for
be
2,
wrong.
but Pace is going to get it first. Then
Yeah, there's
might
the
see a
dash
flash.
in, finds the
Dude, I
double
won't-
tap
in this
onto
economy,
Kalist. The
dude, I
flash
wouldn't-
has to
I
be
wouldn't
used,
buy
and the
another
Ardent Blaze
house,
just to
bro.
make
I
sure the
won't be able to
Busio
afford it.
is out of there as well. This is Pace and Carrier
I got in here,
in
bro.
vintage
and
domination
as low as my
mode.
mortgage
yeah, that
bro,
is
it's-
beautiful
there's no
form
way
from
I'd
them.
get
And
another house
one of
for
these
the-
little
for
things that I
anything
love
close
when
to
you
what
see
I'm paying.
smart plays like this. So from that spot, as soon as I saw that, you know, KC overstayed, you know T1 is going to get 2, and you know Kalista is going to have to flash. But it will be one of the T1 members that has to flash
Doran.
to force it. So Pace holds his flash.
Oh, great wall up there from Canna.
Doran's
as
fine.
Doran finds a bit of health with the Q, but Mini-Knock comes in, the boomerang comes down, and he can't
Just
quite get the auto.
Faker too.
Close.
Turret would have definitely killed him there, but still manages
Faker's
to
on
get the
rise.
flash
I
out
ain't
of the
worried about
arc. Maybe
Faker
some
at all.
more aggression later from Canna will be able to lock this one down. And he does get the shove under the turret.
That was really, really close. I thought that was going to dissipate earlier, but back to the earlier point. Basically, Carrier or Pace, one of them needs to flash to force the flash from Kalist. So Carrier does it early to force that flash and keep the flash available for Pace. So it's just these little optimizations that are just so smart. If they both flash, Kalist is going to flash there anyway. It doesn't accomplish anything. Look at the buy for Kalist, by the way. It's a refillable. And that
Owner.
is just horrible. It is a bit of a horror. It has been a tough day in the 2v2 for them in general, and Owner is now down here with no flash on Varus.
Yeah, Yike is here as well, though, going for a little bit of a defensive play. There's the flash flag and drag, but the Zinzao is there to meet them. Callisto just getting taken down. It's going to be first blood over to Owner. Yike trying to make sure that they can at least get one back, but he is dead as well. Busio running for the hills, and it's a 2-for-1 for T1.
That's really well done by T1. I think some junglers would have made the
Q's
mistake
on
there
fucking
of actually
Melia?
EQ
Oh
flashing,
my
and then they would
gosh,
lose out
cool.
on the flag and drag damage.
How did I
It
get
was
fired
actually
from being a
critical to
mascot at
flash
Disney
first
World?
in that
God, I
situation.
love
They
because I
needed
kept-
the additional
I love
damage there
Melia
from
so
Owner, and
much.
he knew
telling
it. If the
you.
jungler is there,
I
and
kept
I
telling
EQ
the
flash in,
kids
I
that
will
the
just
answer to
die.
life was
So
in
instead,
Cinderella's
he flash
castle.
flag and drag, gets the full damage onto the Varus, pays his free hitting the whole time.
kept
Even though
trying
they
to
focus
open
down
the door and it
Owner,
was locked,
it's not
so I
a
kept
fight that
laughing
KC
my
can win
ass
from
off.
that spot. And it's just these little optimizations that you always love to watch when you're watching the best players in the world, right? They just have so much thought.
Oh dear, Busio
Yeah,
is just dead.
that's the best
In the meantime,
move,
Pay's in a little bit of
especially
trouble, but
when
obviously
they look,
Faker
yeah.
is here, and he's
Wait
looking to
till
try and
the
lock
force
down the
is
kill
fine,
onto
honestly.
Kalist. He'll get there, 100 health on
Yeah.
Pays. That is just
You go
enough
from
to
there
keep him
and just
pushing this lane, and
do your
T1
thing.
close to a 2,000 gold lead at 4 minutes.
Yeah, that is
that money out,
really
period.
rough stuff here, especially, you know, when you are going Varus and Nico, you're thinking you're going to have a pretty strong 2v2, but things went so bad so early. So here's that earlier play. Like I said, he knows Kalist has no flash. It's not going to go for an EQ flash. Instead, flag drag, so he gets that full damage down onto Kalist, focusing him down. Even with Yike in position reading the play, it just didn't matter because Owner got his full damage out, kites well, and creates space for Pays.
Yeah, the
And
fire
Pays is
kick
free
as well
hitting.
from Carrier was amazing to make sure that the
Put it
Zinzao
all
value
in double
is
zero.
just not going to quite be there. As we have a look at this play as
If
well,
it
as
hits
Busio
35 times
just,
your net
taking
worth,
too
yeah,
much.
or I
Busio
lose
was scrapping too
everything
hard
and
there,
just
absolutely.
fucking have
And as
nothing.
soon as the Tangle Barbs misses, as soon as that root misses,
Faker-
well, now you have
Faker
nothing,
just,
right?
you
And
know,
Pays just dashes
yeah.
right past that E and gets right in on him. You can see definitely not looking too happy is Kalist, as they are just getting blasted right now. And Yike is going to come down and try to help them out, but he is spotted. Owner is still in the area.
Yeah.
And this bot lane cannot breathe.
Yeah, clears the ward, but now you've got the Jarvan moving down. They know exactly where Yike is. He knows that he's seen, as Doran taking a lot of damage here as well. There's the Ghoulie wall down, and Canna should be able to get this solo kill, but the Q comes in, finds the boulder, and will be able to get rid of the Arc. In the meantime, Faker very close to death as well, but that solo kill from Canna might be a bit of hope back for KC.
But a solo kill on Doran is not going to mean
shit. Okay, that's a bit of extra money, as Tibbers did a fair bit of work there to Faker.
I kind of want to see the top lane again, because look how many minions are there. That was like a triple stacked wave that he just died on. That is
and
brutal.
There's no cannon to soak this either, so he's going to lose so many of these.
He legit lost almost a full like 2 waves at least, I think, on that play. So it's not just the solo kill. The first death is often not as big of a deal in top lane, but when you die with no TP and the wave is at your tower, that can be game ruining, because look at the experience difference. It's a full level off of that. That is not a fake 1 level lead. That is a full level that Kana has. Kana's going to have more minions coming back towards him. And so now, Doran, you can get into that tough spot where it's like, as Yorick, if you don't win sides, you very quickly get to, what do I do in this game? What is my point?
And Nara is very good in side lanes, but also a fantastic team fighter as well. We know that Doran can make things work in team fights on a lot of champions. His team fight Olaf, for example, some of the best that we've ever seen. Yorick is a difficult one to make.
That's the last time he'll ever say it right there. Mark it in the chat.
But hey, if you're watching, and you might as well get rewarded for it. Head over to lolesports.com after you've finished work, log in with your Riot ID, and watch live for a chance to earn MSI 2026 drops. And Isaac, you can do that.
So much that he doesn't want to come to the Discord and tell you himself.
Do it while you're working, and I'm watching. Okay. You haven't actually reached
drunk tested my ex, a short novel. Don't
Let's have a look
do
at
that,
this little fight towards the top side, though.
God, Doran gets trouble!
Doran. He does have some ghoulies here, but he is just going to be dropped down, and that is beautiful play from KC. I think playing towards your winning lane is a great way out of this initial slump that they've had.
Dude.
And that is certainly going to be working out for them, as Carrier trying to be annoying here in this bottom lane, but they do manage to protect the back from the Varus.
You have been
well done, as Tibbers is going to be dropped again. Yehu just kind of doing this on
Look, I'm going to do this right here. I'm going to do this right here.
I will say, a small win for Doran is that at least he didn't have the maiden out, so you don't lose a maiden.
You've seen a lot of shit,
so much
even
when you
back
die
when like I
early
was
on
having
in the
problems
game and
with
you
my
lose that
ex and
maiden.
shit.
So now he did summon it up. He's going to try to reset that wave because he needs to get it into Crash. And he will be able to do that because he has that power.
I lost a lot of people
to try to preserve its health
through like the move to the new house, bro. My stream went from like
doing a good job with the bear,
it went from like 20 plus to back to
obviously
nothing.
It's reverse Annie, so that is Annie
my stream went
Tibbers
from
is going to be
like
dropping
20
his
plus
pace
again back
in a really
to
uncomfortable position, but
like
Relentless Pursuit is going to be used
it's
against
wild.
its namesake.
Get in here,
gets him out of
bitch.
there. When it becomes lightning,
I don't know what to tell people. It's like, I can't.
KC on the front foot once again.
I can't help.
I really like this. I feel like KC have just
Civil,
not
I know
been
you see that.
Perturbed by
Get in
the
here.
difficult early game towards the bottom side.
Come on.
And have just got back
Come
on
on.
that front foot, playing around their
Like, I'm not
spikes
gonna
as best
bullshit
they can.
anybody and say like
And now
fucking
FaZe could be in a
I'm
little
not the
bit of
reason
trouble.
why I'm in my position. I'm just saying like
We'll see. Carrier is
still
around
having
and is
life
level
kick
6.
my ass
So
on top of
it would be tough to knock him down, with all the summoners
Kick me
available
when I'm
and the
down
breath of
type
life.
shit.
You would have to be really
Come
on
on,
point
Civil.
with your engage, so it's a risky play.
I know you
to
see
go
the
for
link.
KC, and they do know
Copy it and
Dude,
paste
it's
so
it.
they'll
okay,
play
buddy.
back for now.
So
Doran
I
obviously
literally
in a really tough
never-
spot.
I
If you're
never
Doran, your job is
require
get farm,
anybody
protect
to
the tower,
raid
don't die.
me at all,
That is
ever.
it. You're no
better
longer
be
playing
able
for
to hear
trades.
me
You're
right
no
now.
longer playing
I
for anything
personally
in the
like don't
1v1.
raid anybody
Just
anymore.
get in the backpack. Let
Get
the
the
teammates
fuck
who
in here.
It's
have
just a personal
that lead
decision.
get the job done.
I know
feel
he
like
can
Doran
see this
throughout
channel
his
too
career
if he
has been
joins.
very
You
good at
better
that.
fucking join.
Very good at the get in the
Snuggles
backpack.
right up in there.
Oh, he does. He fits
You better
real
fucking
nicely
do
as
it.
Busio taking a lot of damage when it becomes lightning.
This is bad. This
Misses.
is
There's
bad.
the culling
This is
from
bad.
FaZe. He's spacing beautifully as Busio taking a lot of damage
they're
himself.
trying to work him
That's a
down.
relentless
FaZe is out of
pursuit
mana.
in from FaZe at the result of that play, and
Carry
Carrier
out.
throws
Oh,
down the ult. He was
fucking
holding
low,
on to that
dude.
one, but
Milio
he still
is
takes
like
so much from the
paper,
piercing
dude. He's
arrows.
like a paper
In the
doll.
meantime, exactly
Oh,
right.
no,
If you
with the
start that
J4,
fight,
that was
you're
a
going to
little
have to
late.
make sure you finish it quickly,
That was a
otherwise
little
T1 will rotate over.
That was a little
The
late.
owner is going to be taking a
That was
lot
a
of
little
damage
late.
here. There's a Cataclysm. He finds a flag and drag towards Kalist, but he has a brilliant
Damn it.
barrier to keep him alive.
Damn.
But T1 also absolutely fine. Yehu in this mid lane doing a lot of damage to Faker and holding him in the lane. That is the main thing. As a teleport behind is looking to try and finish this one off.
Pace,
Yeah.
give
Gets himself out of
Nice
the
God.
destroyed by Pace. Gets jumps over the wall, picks up the double encounter. Can he protect this? 1 versus 3. His health bar is massive. We're looking at Faker going down potentially here in this mid lane, but T1, they get away.
That fire kick was looking pretty ultra mega to me. He knocks him back and
wastes all his back with the next one. Again, he finds a solo goal onto Faker and doesn't take the turret shot. I think he thought he was dead, but just barely gets out of turret range and stops that last shot from happening.
This is such a huge win for T1, though. Look at Doran. He gets the push in the wave. He's going to get a plate.
Come on,
Kana TP's away, and that one ultra mega fire kick there from Keria just completely denies the play. Pays flashing on top of Yike, getting inside of the ultimate there, bursting him down. Just knowing his limits so precisely is what is always so impressive about seeing his fighting.
Not to mention the fact that this is the Lucian, right? You have to be playing like this, right on the edge, in order to eke out the amount of damage to get value out of this champion. Pays has been devastating on this pick before, and he is demonstrating that
right here
at MSI. Feels like one of his best tournaments that he has had. Everyone remembers that 28-kill Callista game. This guy is pretty comfortable here as Busio looking for an angle towards Doran. He does get locked down with those tangle barbs. Is Kana looking for an angle, but Doran is going to be absolutely
I've ever
fine.
been super fed on Lucian, it's literally been like, I'm diving you under tower.
Then he threw the ult over onto Owner. But Owner was already out of there. And if he had his ult there, I think he do kill Doran. So unfortunately, won't be able to get it. And now Owner and
never have games where it's like, oh, well, fucking, you know, I'm
going to be able to grab that first tower. They're already up 2K here. Congratulations to Owner.
He does.
Third.
He doesn't want to come to the Discord, bro. And, nobody can hear you in here but us.
As he passes Xiaohu, one of the all-time greats from the LPL.
And Faker, Keria, and Owner. So it is 3 players on T1 that have the most wins at international events, and then Cooper and Caps.
It turns out
after Xiaohu as well.
More world championships than like everyone else combined.
Yeah.
You do play some games and win some too.
And Faker's like basically 100 ahead, 98 ahead of Keria. The problem for Keria is that every time he gets a win, Faker does too. That gap is never closing. It's like wanting to get older than your older brother. It just doesn't ever really work. That's all right. Owner is going to be able to take down this Drake. That is going to be the second one locked in, and it's a Hextech Soul this game as well.
You still there, dude?
A scary one for KC to be staring down the barrel of. But they are not going to react to it. They are just going to kill Doran again. That's going to be their plan. As Doran does find a bit of health back with that Q, and actually it's taking a while to kill him. Kana will be able to do it, but it does take a little bit of time. 3-0 here. Like, all of the eggs are in the Nah basket.
They absolutely are, and it is a good basket to have. It is the ultimate comfort champ here for Kana. We'll see if he can get something done in this game. Busio just playing towards that lane, gets up towards the top side, does get them a kill, but even with the 1.4K gold lead that he has, they are so far behind. Callista is just going to be useless this game. You know, down over 2,000 gold here at 13 minutes is really, really tough, but you know, you got to say, Yehu has been doing pretty darn well. Yep. You look back to last game and the advantages he was able to build. You know, this was his performance last game, 7-2-7, putting out a ton of damage. You know, was winning in that lane very slightly as well. And then this time coming back on the ante, gets a solo kill onto Faker, and does have that ever so tiny gold advantage, but in a position to maybe be that person to try to punish Pays.
Well, this is a weird situation here. This kind of does take that very deep Hextech gate in order to get into the enemy jungle. That is going to buy space to try and kill Doran again, is what I'm seeing.
I even set up Pineapple's Discord.
Yeah, there are a lot of plates up and available.
Who do you think is the mastermind behind all this shit?
But now T1 looking for a fight on the opposite side. The culling just thrown into Busio and Callista. Busio looks to be the target here. This Doran is dead once again, but is the cross-map play available for T1? And Owner says absolutely it is. Fire kick going to connect, and Callista just needs another double tap as the Light Slinger will be able to take down the Varus. So 1-for-1 across the map here as Doran moves to 0-4. But that's a 3-0
It's right there.
Yeah, and Pays is the one getting all the
gold.
Come
in here, you pussy.
He's so strong. They're going to look for Owner, though.
Yeah, and they will find him. Owner doesn't have a lot of friends in the area, and he knows that he's dead. So a weird position for the Jarvan to be.
It is, but he just wasn't expecting them all to stay around. And the reason they are staying around is, guess what? No one is answering top, no one is answering mid.
Nobody
not that
can hear
bad.
you on
because KC committed everyone to overstay on bot side to try to get that.
Feel.
But that does mean Faker kills tower up in top lane. Pace gets flanked, denies the minions in mid lane. So even though they get the kill, it doesn't actually change the gold lead really at all.
And now Yahoo might just be dead as Pace forces the flash.
Put your head right here,
the damage
buddy.
out of this two-item Lucian is absurd. Quick Blade's done. And
Come on,
it's
bro.
only going to get worse from here as he's
I'll
going
rub
to
my
his Infinity Edge.
I'll rub my fingers.
And Doran, unironically, I mean, this is working, going at Doran over and over and over, but he's not really worth any gold anymore. You can see in the Coinbase gold grind pays very, very far ahead now, nearly 3,000 gold ahead of Kalist, who is down 40 CS, down a bunch of kills, down a bunch of plates, down in everything. And it's going to be the strong members on KC's job to try to deal with Pays. But that is always so hard when there's an enchanter behind a giga-fed AD carry, right? Because Keria is going to be there to protect him with the Breath of Life. He has the barrier, he has the cleanse, and he has Doran and Owner and Faker who are there to basically just keep him safe.
Yeah, and Yike taking so much damage. He flashes in to get the knock-up onto Pays, but he gets himself out. He's got the ulti from Keria to keep him alive as Yike goes in, but Doran just being that front line. The knock comes back, though, as Canna turns up. Faker on the flank angle is able to take down the jungler as the pop only picks up Ona, and Ona doesn't really care about that. The dash forward from Pays, and they will be able to lock down that kill. On the opposite side, though, I mean, it is a 2-for-2 trade between the two squads. KC going to be okay with it, I think.
Faker, honestly, I would say they should be really happy with that. The fact that he got Flash as well off of Pays, Busio dies, but being able to get Flash off of Pays is worth his life. That is worth its weight in gold. As Yike goes in here, Pays and Carry kind of flexing on him, but Yike was there very early, so he's able to push them back. Carry has to flash out. Doran gets rooted up by that Chains of Corruption, and in comes Thomas. They're able to burst him down, finish him off, and look at Busio on the side. I don't think Pays really recognized that he was coming until very late. Had to flash after that Proto Belt play from Busio. They barely kill Faker before he Realm Warps out on the side, but even though it's an even trade of kills, even though Pays is still way ahead, you now have a window in to potentially actually kill Pays because he has no barrier, no flash. You have flash on Kana, and that is kind of who you are looking at now.
Yeah.
You put all of this effort into getting Kana ahead. He has 6 kills.
He's massive.
2.6K. If he can find a flash ult.
Oh, good flash from Ona.
Honestly, some of the shit I've seen.
That is the ult that you were talking about. Would have been enough to take down Ona. That would have been really good to locking down this dragon. But still, KC in the inside track. And Doran, he's got teleport, but he is just moving towards that top side, getting the Maiden to work on the inner turret potentially, and it looks like T1 will sacrifice this Drake.
Discord, you
and
pussy.
The power of the double dragon for T1 is very, very strong because now they can use it to get control of this mid lane. They've also got the Yorick moving towards the top side. So a Drake sacrifice
and tell me I'm
for
trash.
So much more on T1's side.
For basically 2 full towers is what they're going to get here, and they're actually looking for a charge on the third one as well. Pays is going to drive this in, which always makes you a little bit nervous.
I gotta turn you away.
I want to be able to and Pays is in a very uncomfortable position. But he's able to dash his way out. Close to a 4,000 gold lead for just a Lucian.
That is
his voice is so fucking
Doran
deep.
Stopped and maybe Doran died.
Oh my god,
dude.
his voice is so deep and low that I have to like turn it up to 200%.
So still, getting a flash out of the Yorick is going to be fantastic. But T1, 3.5k the gold advantage. And you're looking at the top of your screen, you're like 9-9, this game is very close.
You could read me a book and I would just
18.5
fall
minutes,
asleep.
3.5k is no small lead.
Especially if you can concentrate
I swear to God, you could
I would
like
say
read
is the
me
world's
like
best team fighting AD carry.
lullabies.
That's not a bad place to put all your gold.
That's exactly where all of it.
He's got like the Morgan Freeman voice almost.
3.6 is a big one. And I do want to also talk about how these compositions are going to meet up later on and how it works out for T1 in their favor. Because the biggest problem for late game team fights, in my opinion, is Kalist. Because he's going to outrange kind of everyone. The problem is, he is the one that's 0-3. He is the one that's massively in the hole. And all of the money is on Hannah, who is just decided to short round into a Rise and a Lucian. They're going to be doing so much damage later on from about the range that Nana wants to be playing in.
And that's why, I mean, with Kalist completely out of the game, it is all about your engaged
The straight
tools, right?
keyboard warrior.
Flash
hey, man.
Tibbers.
You're a man after my own
Mega
heart.
Gnar. It is about Flash Pop Blossom.
I'm the same way.
Really coordinating on that, where
like,
everyone goes
stream,
in and you're hoping to one-shot Pays at the very beginning of the fight. If you can do that, you can easily win a fight. But that is a very hard thing to do. T1 have the run of the map. They are going to be marking you, on all these angles. They're going to be warding everything out, and they're going to be playing around, keeping Pays safe here. So Pays needs to play well, but we're expecting him to do it.
Well, Busio finds the pop. Well, almost finds the pop blossom, and now the Realm Walk just to try and get themselves into the fight. That is a brilliant start for KC, though. As Owner is just dead immediately. Faker follows through.
Baby! Took down Pays! Killing it, coming out with a big play!
Of course, that money
Dude, that
goes
is
to
an
the
8 in all 8. Can't even talk right now.
1K going to there, and they're going to straight the Baron, and they're going to get the Baron here.
He's like, I swing for 10 hours. I'm tired.
This is crazy. The Realm Warp there was suicidal from Faker. They take the Realm Warp in, but...
Never too
yeah, who has all his abilities? You're Realm Warping into the end. He's stunned. You still have to pay some respect to the damage that they can do. Yeah, you had killed him, but it was just Busio. Everyone else had everything available there.
And it was
Faker
Yikes,
and Owner's just going to die.
Yeah, and Yike with the Crescent Guard as well. They Realm Warp in, and then immediately they're just thrown around like ragdolls. And they get even further away, even more disconnected from Carrier and Pays. Let's have a look at it one more time as it started off so nicely for T1.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good play here. Busio just gets locked into the Cataclysm, tries to flash out late to try to get on Pays, can't do it, and they're like, oh, we win. But
I wasn't sure.
And they are Realm Warping into every ability. Chains of Corruption is up, Crescent Guard is up, Kana is there, Tibbers is available. Everything is there. You're not that tanky at this point. It's not as though you're going in and you're trying to like instantly Zonias and bait the play. They just didn't have the tools to do it.
Hey,
and then Kana comes over, spends that flash, kills off Pays. T1 obviously still at a decent spot, but this game is even now.
Yeah,
and it was a massive lead.
And not to mention the fact that this Rebel Baron power play can be used to get themselves a second Hextech Dragon as well. And having a look here, this is KC on that comeback. T1 though, when the tempo vibes move against them, that is generally the happiest they become. As Faker, what is he doing there?
T1 is getting destroyed.
He's just split pushing, and they're going to try to just trade here on the other side. Kana
versus Pays looks to be a bit of a 1v1 battle, but Carrier is there to support.
Pays taking Kana. Pays got the
taken down though, and Pays returns the favor and picks up the shutdown money himself. Faker is going to be able to get himself out of there. Bring some minions with him.
I just have like
some honey
3 or 4, and I'm good.
Faker getting out safe there.
I'm not trying to get
so
fucking
strong.
faded.
That was very scary for Pays. They actually had to spend the barrier and the ult from Carrier. Carrier flashed. He realized, hey, this could actually go bad. 1 or 2 autos come through, another hyperproc, and maybe Pays does just get killed there by Kana, but T1 do pull it off as they often do in these tight scenarios, and now it means they're going to get the Dragon off the back of this. They're going to move to Soul Point, and it is Hextech Soul, which is just bad news if you are a KC fan.
Doesn't feel very good. The good news is that it's not actually Soul, because they were able to deny the last one with some good team fighting themselves. It's only 1,000 gold to lead. As Busio
drops.
Going to try and get in amongst it here, catching anyone trying to defend this top lane push that Kalist is on.
I'm going to get that, and I'm like,
at this particular moment. But Pays, once again, very used to being the man with the most money on the Rift. And they certainly do. With that global taunt still there, as it has been for so many years. Zona just presses Cataclysm, gets himself out of it. That is going to buy as much space as they can get to try and keep this inner turret alive.
That was actually pretty critical that Yike had the Krugs there, because he was able to dash out of the Cataclysm to the Krugs. Had they not been there, I think the vision that Owner had is he Cataclysms in by the tower, Faker one-shots the minions, he takes aggro, has to flash out, has to do something. But instead, able to get out of there, no problem.
I've seen this play before, as Pays just goes into melee range with a mini-Gnar, and he's happy to do so! Chases him down relentlessly! And it's kind of dead yet again.
It's still
and
like
look at
this
bot lane
is
as well.
100%
Meanwhile, during all of this, Dorian was just pushing.
Yeah, the 0-5 Yorick having the best time of his life.
When you're 0-5 and you're down 3K on Yorick, you might not win a 1v1 against Gnar, but you know who you can win a 1v1 against?
Actually,
the
they
tower,
are ahead.
yeah, with minions.
By like almost 2K
really 1v1,
with
but he needs his friends and he is going to be able to bring them. Faker is also doing the same thing towards the top side. We were
It's
talking about
fine.
this.
Yeah.
131 is definitely a possibility here for T1, and they are showing us that it absolutely is. As they move to 2,000 gold in the lead, 3.5 minutes until the Hextech Soul is available for them.
And this time, Pays made it look easy killing off Kana because his culling was much better than the previous fight.
Yeah.
Remember
he was point blank. He got
Frisk
so much culling value. And culling just does ridiculous DPS. You know, at this stage in the game, when you have the IE and now he's working in towards that LDR, Kana will be paper. There's no one that can tank.
You know
the culling whatsoever.
I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it because I'm live streaming right now. But you already know what I'm thinking.
Something must be blocking this culling, or you are going to just straight up die.
Bullshit.
Or you can interrupt it, right? Interrupting it sounds like a pretty good idea as well, but there were no options there for counter in mini-Gnar form in order to make that work.
That's all I'm going to say.
God,
14 now on this Lucian, Infinity Edge in hand,
he gave me a
and now just looking for even more damage as
He already knew,
come in next.
He already knew. He's just like, yeah, no, this guy is...
He is relevant.
Or this person, or this individual
is a real threat.
If
he gets a hit.
You got hits right now. What are you talking about?
Baker also, his row just popped. So he's almost 16, and he almost has the actualizer. And we already know that is scary.
I'd be stomping fucking windshields out of the Lamborghini
when you hit that item spike. And then all of a sudden, you're in a
already
position
know who
where,
I'm
as
talking
KC,
about.
you must kill Pays at the start of the fight to even have a chance.
Can't
but if
be
you
talking
full set
about my
every
tits
ultimate,
and
every
not-
flash, every ability into Pays to do it, well, Faker might just
like that,
Yeah.
you fucking
And
cocksucker.
Faker, I mean, thankfully for
This is
KC, as far as his
NASCAR. We
team
go
fights,
left.
Faker has decided that he wants to play A-Rat this game.
You had
He
me
is
hold
just
me down,
top lane.
baby.
That's what he's doing.
Tower.
Yeah,
You know
all
what I'm
random
talking about right
towers.
You know what I'm saying, cuz?
Is what I was kind of thinking.
Yeah, I know what I'm saying, because
it's not really
right now,
the version
like,
that
I
I'm used
literally
to,
have a mullet.
but I do kind of like it. Faker's been playing for a
I'm
long time.
literally-
Front party in the back.
Bro, my hair is like almost past my shoulders right
Baron
now.
going to be up in 17 seconds
You need
time.
to
I
shave
believe
it,
T1
bro.
has that
No.
one on the mind, as they are T1. They
I'm not
always
gonna
think about
cut it.
Baron. That is the thing.
I'm gonna literally try to survive the next
The Crescent Guard comes
3 or
in
4
as they
months
look to
through
try and use
fucking summer
Ona
with
to
this
peel,
fucking
and down
long-ass
he will go to
fucking
the
hair.
GA.
Dude, I
Yeah, he
haven't
was
cut
just
my
dead
hair
in
in
an
a year and a
instant. You were
half.
mentioning the
Yeah.
DPS on the culling, and
Nope.
my God, T1 are just going to mow them down. The Narn to
Pays.
4 from the grave. That one was a little bit too late for Canada. And
Pays.
speaking of
Pays.
too late, it's too
Pays.
late for KC in this series.
This
I think
T1.
this
Pays.
one's over.
It's
Absolutely
T1, bro.
over. A 5-0
Buchanan
clean
had a
ace,
fucking
27
amazing
minutes
game,
in.
dude.
T1, make no mistake about it.
Dude, I can't, bro. I'd be going back
on
there
Pays.
pitching, dude.
This Lucian
Yeah, I would be trying
absolutely
to beat my
dominating
teammates.
in this game number 3, and T1 will move forward here in the play-ins and remain
Game number 3. This is game
undefeated.
number 2, bitch.
This T1 bot lane, man,
no,
they
3,
are
3
looking
now.
different in play-ins.
And who gets the
What
player
the
of the match,
fuck
man? Is it
happened?
Carrier or Pays? That's
Yes.
the hard
Dude, you're
question.
drunk.
Yeah, let's just
Too
give it to
drunk
both
to
of them.
taste this
Bottom
chicken.
lane.
We give it to the bottom lane. Desk, what do you think about
Okay.
it?
Okay, you played. No.
Right?
There's
That's
a
part of
call
it.
in
Sharing's
Bot
cool,
lane
you
is
know?
sharing.
Yeah,
Syndra
yeah.
game.
It's probably one of the
Pays,
best parts
what's
here.
mine is yours. Holy moly, though. Pays is just
In the
gliding
rise,
on
yeah.
them in the last game. That was insane. Why don't my Lucians do that?
Fuck, dude. We're sweet,
Because I'm
dude.
your Lucian.
There it is. Again,
Oh my goodness.
another dominant performance by T1. Difficult to figure out who is going to take it, but your Oppo player...
Carrier has been the man.
Dude,
Carrier, I said that our last shoutcast. I swear to fucking God. I said Carrier's motherfucking pike is scary as fuck. It is fucking awesome. He is fucking amazeballs on that champion, dude. Look at that shit. Wow, dude. Come the fuck on, dude. Wham, dude. See what I'm saying? Dude, this guy's fucking insane, bro. This was insane. Fucking GA's there. Double GA's there, and they fucking came out with the dub.
Fuck, dude.
Hello.
Some might say that is an unfair advantage. But I say, everything happens for a Reese's.
You could be vaping formaldehyde, which is used in taxidermy.
Oh, dear.
What?
Formaldehyde. Oh, dear.
What? I knew it. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. What?
Aren't you an elk?
I don't know what I am.
Crown Nuggets are back at Burger
Wow.
King, and you're never too old to get your crown.
What a fucking ass.
Let kids rule with the $3.99 kids meal, or get the 8-piece for you. Claire, are you okay?
No, my power's out. While you're in there, grab my sweater.
I'm not in my room.
I'm 85% sure I saw someone standing in your bedroom.
Oh my god.
I don't know if I can multi-stream like this. Fucking.
I don't want to die.
Normally.
But that qualifying play-in game, they are one best-of-5 series away from making it into that main stage, and they just look like the best.
I don't care,
team
Twitch.
Here.
I mean, they
Give me
did
a
go
TOS
for the
violation. It's
play-ins
been
for
fucking
Worlds
7
last year,
years
and they
almost.
won Worlds.
That was a short play-ins, but I just think right now, with it only being one spot, it looks so tough for these other teams. The fact they still haven't dropped the game, it's messy, but the decisiveness and the team fights is just so hard to match. You know, we've seen even HLE in their series en road to MSI had early leads, and there was a game where T1 just wore their way back for basically nothing. They are a team you cannot disrespect.
He took the 1v1.
I will
he knew
say,
he was fed.
we're
he
not
got
focusing
it.
a lot on it because T1
Like,
keep winning,
they
but
just-
top lane, maybe we'll focus on that later.
At some point.
Raz, final thoughts.
Oh my God! I thought they needed to warm up a little bit in play-ins. I think they're scorching red hot.
I think that they're warming. That's what warming up looks like.
That Bunsen burner
Yushi
started
is
immediately.
good, man.
So,
this guy is
that's
good
tough.
too,
Yeah,
man.
going
like,
to be pretty difficult for anyone to stop them.
It's
one
hard to
series
pick.
away from making it in to the
it's hard
main
to
stage. We are
fanboy
seconds
over-
away from being joined on stage
over
by
T1
that Oppo player of the series.
AD.
Is it
the
Yumi
Verizon
Yushi's
post-game
team
interview?
in the-
We're joining
the
Carrier.
MSI
Let's send it
or
on
no?
over now.
No.
MSI 2026
I don't think so.
스테이지 2라운드 승자.
Yes.
MSI
2026
Yes.
playing stage round 2 winners match.
We need to be interviewing this man right here.
3-0 victory
I
over
know.
Kyria
Look at
was-
him.
advanced to
Dude,
the next
He
round.
looks a little.
Joining us now is T1 support, Kyria.
All right,
Congratulations
hold on.
on
Let's
the win.
listen. Hold on.
Thank you very much.
캐리아 선수에게도
Since we are in Pageon, I have to ask you this
빵
too.
좋아하시나요?
Kyria, do you like bread?
네, 제가 빵을 또 좋아하는데
I
최근에
love
또
bread.
주말 사이에 또 3대빵이라는 빵을 좀 좋아해진 것
Especially
같습니다.
the recent trend, the trending bread right now is the 3-0 bread, and I think we were able to bake that up. And
Yeah,
with yesterday and
smoking.
today's
좋습니다.
victory combined, how did that
T1이
6-0 bagel you
진출에
baked
성공하면서
taste?
브레이크
With those
스테이지에
knees
It
and
was
all.
very
Does
good.
it-
Oh
I
my
liked
God.
it.
Does it
카르미코프 상대로 승리한 소감 여쭤보겠습니다.
With
Yeah.
this win, you guys moved one more step closer to the bracket stage. How do you feel after taking down KC?
Yeah. No, 100%.
KC is one of
No,
the strong
Korean women
teams,
are
and
beautiful.
they have a lot of
2세트 얘기를 안 할
experience.
수가 없습니다.
So we were
2세트는
looking forward to the matchup, and I think we were able to have a great game together.
캐리아에게 바드를 풀어?
Most
다들
Asian
이런
women
생각했을
are
And then
텐데
in game
캐리아
2,
선수는 어떤 생각 드셨나요?
KC led
Look
your
young.
bar
요즘
through.
근데 바드 할
How
때마다
did
좀
it feel
그
from
정도
your
아니어가지고
side?
좀 더 노력해야 될
Honestly, my
것
recent
That girl
bar
right there
plays
is
not
probably
up to the
56.
expectations. So
Yeah,
Jacob.
I'm
joking. I'm joking.
너무 잘하시더라고요.
I'm joking.
T1의 한 방은 정말 대단했습니다. 중후반까지 핑퐁
No,
과정을
they
주고받았다가
really
team
age well.
won. The game was going back and forth, but the team fight
어떻게
was
가능하다고
the key to
생각하시나요?
success. How are T1 always able to turn the game around with team fights? We had such a great comp, and in the mid to the late game, we all know what to do, how to play out the game in order to get the win. So I think it's a combination of all that.
첫 번째 MSI입니다.
And Carrie, this is your 5th MSI.
sorry,
Compared to when you first stepped onto the MSI stage in 2022, what do you think has changed the most? Back then, I really wanted to be the GOAT support, but right now, I can say I am the GOAT support itself. And just one more win, you will be heading to the bracket stage. What kinds of mindset and ambition will you bring to the next match? So far, it was a double elimination format, so I was not too scared, but next one, we have to lock in, you know, one loss and we're out, so we're gonna lock in. Thank you very much, Carria, and please give it up one more time for the GOAT support itself, Carria. Thank you very much.
Dude, his champ pool is so fucking massive that they can't.
And Yank actually just going to get dashed on by Pays. The Crescent Guard comes in as they look to try and use Owner to peel, and down he will go to the GA. Yeah, who is just dead in an instant. You were mentioning the DPS on the culling, and my God, T1 are just going to mow them down. The Nan to 4 from the grave. That one was a little bit too late for Canna. And speaking of too late, it's too late for KC in this series. I think this one's over.
Big man.
It's his uncle. It's his uncle. It's Faker's uncle. They're like, yeah, that's your uncle. I'm like, this is your dad. And they're like,
in one singular posture for 12 hours a day.
Looking at him sideways like,
It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab.
Dude, this chair is so stupid.
Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists.
It's electrically fucking modified for your armrest to go up to the perfect height.
Come play Swiss with me sometime.
Like, it's such a gimmick, dude. Like,
I gotta get a drink.
I don't even use my fucking armrest, dude.
I do. I have my armrest level with the desk.
I can't do that and sit up straight because of my accident.
Oh, son.
Yeah, I have to have my elbows on the desk. Now, if I don't play like that now, it feels like somebody shoving a hot knife through my left shoulder, and it's fucking disgusting. I fucking hate it. I had to adapt. I haven't had pain in my shoulder in weeks. I haven't fucking cried about it. Like, I know Pineapple. Oh, here's a Jinx fucking.
Live in Shanghai. It's your time to step into the rare Arcane world.
God.
This is absolutely the wildest
Stop
Arcane carnival you will ever experience. Follow at Immersive Arcane on X for the latest show update.
There's gonna be an Arcane Season 3. I'm slightly turned on. Jinx, come play Swiss with me. Someone told me sometime. Pine told me to eat shit and fuck off. Dude, if I were to play Swiss with you, they would quit as soon as we got in the lobby. Be like, this Jinx is almost 700 fucking, or 7 million mastery. Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Because if I play Swiss or anything, if I can select Jinx, it's gonna be her. Right now. She's so meta right now. Literally #1 AD right now.
No.
Oh yeah.
No.
Oh yeah.
No, Ezreal and fucking like Karthus or whatever is like Z tier.
No, AD.
Ezreal is Z tier, God tier right now.
Ezreal's a fucking
Jinx
jungles.
Jinx is S
Dude,
tier.
Nocturne, Briar, and Neferi are probably like
Wukong's really good.
Wukong's really good. Xin Zhao's really good. J4 is really good. Dude, there's so many good champions right now. It's disgusting, like how well this season has been. Like, I mean, I've dropped from fucking almost plat 3 to gold 4, almost in silver. Yeah, bronze 1. Yeah. Dude, I'm fucking trash, dude. But no, like the Jinx is so strong right now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Any hard engage, fucking.
Vi and Wukong those the exact same right now.
Yeah. Like
It's the
any
fucking
hard
one-
engage jungle right now is
On
very
Convention
good.
Center for day 2 of the mid-season invitational. Degon here alongside
Look
Ox,
at 'em all
Kobe, and
frying
Raz.
thing.
And yes, we're getting the signature moment, but this might be one of the last moments for one of these squads as loser will go home. It is Team Liquid Alienware versus Relove Deep Cross Gaming.
How you doing, Kobe? My palms are sweaty.
You know what? I'm steady. I'm calm, Raz. You know, never
steady.
doubted them. No doubt in
Sweaty
my heart. No
palms
doubt
to
in my
the
head
fucking
either.
dry
I'm also
palm.
calm.
All
Are you
right.
calm, Degon?
I'm a little nervous here for Relove Deep Cross
Degon's
Gaming.
got something on the line,
Anyway.
too. You know, he's still NA.
I'm nervous for them because I feel like NA's coming in as favorites, but we'll see what
You notice how he
happens
said
here.
them, though. He's
Yeah, he said
distancing
them.
himself from us already.
Relove Deep Cross Gaming's roster here, Florin, Pop9, Hung Swole, Fung, and Shao Si. They did not
Okay.
have a great start to their MSI debut here.
You have to win a
Especially
game,
game 2.
and game
Who
2
the
is super.
fuck is
Where's
Deep
my
Cross,
pick'ems?
man?
My pick'ems. Brother. We are perfect on our pick'ems so far. If TL... No, I picked KC over DCG on the first round. And T1. Yeah. No, I'm perfect on my pick'ems right now. If T1 wins this, if TL wins this, I'm gonna get perfect pick'ems. Because look, if TL wins this right now, okay, versus DCG, okay, I'll have perfect pick'ems because it'll be KC versus DCG, and then KC's gonna win that again, and it's gonna be T1 versus KC, and then T1's gonna win that. That's my pick'ems. That is my pick'ems right now. It's gonna be fucking just utterly disgusting. I might get a perfect pick'ems. Do I get a skin for this?
That you want to.
Yes.
Even though you're going
I'm
up
sorry,
against
Twitch.
the world champs in
I'm
T1,
watching-
weren't favored still to have a performance
I'm
like
watching
that
a
is
little
tough. And I think
esports.
if Coach Spawn
Sorry.
is having a conversation like
You
that,
can- you
it can be
can-
dangerous
like,
for the
I'm
squad
just
if they
gonna
don't
close the
bounce
cage
back.
of
However, there were
stream and
conversations
I
had
can't.
earlier at the hotel. The team is all
Like,
on the
I'm
same
sorry.
page.
I'm
and
sorry,
they're going to be
guys,
ready
but
to go here
I've been
against their
watching
big
it off
opponents in
YouTube. I'm
Relove
sorry.
Deep Cross
I'm sorry,
Gaming.
Riot
It's
Games. I'm
Team
sorry,
Liquid
Twitch.
Alienware
sorry.
versus Relove Deep Cross Gaming.
Sorry.
Let's get into game number 1.
We're still watching it from the source.
Welcome back to the Capture Desk as we get ready for this series. Team Liquid Alienware versus Relove Deep Cross Gaming. Team Liquid Alienware, the first to take to the stage. It was a rough day yesterday, but optimism, I think, in the Team Liquid camp about what we're going to see today. Hoping for a big uptick in performance.
And I think on the opposite side as well for Relove DCG, I got in the same boat. Like, this was a team that came in with a lot of hopes, obviously only just getting promoted to the LCP this year, and they haven't quite been able to show what they were capable of domestically on the international stage yesterday. So I'm hoping that, you know, some of those nerves got out yesterday, because that's what some of that felt like, and we can see them kind of have that performance that they're known for domestically.
Yeah, and I'm hoping we see a lot of the same explosive kind of map play, maybe some of the dominant Lee Sin performances. Pop9 very quickly earning my respect in that first game. The second and third game, obviously, significantly harder, but there's a lot to be optimistic about, I think, for both sides. Despite the fact that neither of them were able to find a win, both had really good moments across those series, and need to see who can kind of show more of that form today.
Yeah, and I think, like, we kind of got to see glimpses of what DCG are capable of in that game one, where, you know, playing through 1-3-1, catching people in that mid lane, really playing for these overloads, I think is how we'll probably see them trying to adjust here coming into today. Whereas for Team Liquid, I mean, the bot lane was a little unfortunate for them, but I expect, like, with the performance Jose Diodo had, and like Morgan, who was absolutely clapping during in the top lane, like, I'm looking forward to see what he's capable of today.
Yeah, for Florida, I want to see that level up. I want a little bit more of a tight top lane race, but it's also just hard to say what kind of the meta is going to look like, what performance is going to look like after day one, especially for a team like DCG. When you think about any team kind of first big international debut, I think that first series is never going to be your best series. So want to see how much of this is just nerves, how much of this is going to kind of settle out today, because I think the expectation for at least TL fans, if not for TL themselves, is that this should be a really clear opportunity for a clean sweep to show a higher level performance. Reminder, the winner here goes up against KC tomorrow to see who will get the rematch for that single slot into the MSI main stage. Loser is eliminated. So high stakes across the board. Both teams really want to show what they're made of as we enter picks in advance.
I do not have the PC to push this monitor
focus coming in for the side of Jose Diodo.
And I think it's a well-earned respect. He played absolutely fantastically yesterday, and as well has been kind of their powerhouse jungle in their domestic split too. Being able to focus on him, I think, is going to be a good call for DCG. And you know the Pop9 still wants to go towards, well, the Vi, I was going to say, but like Lee Sin, Rek'Sai, these kind of picks. So if you can try and remove things like the Poppy, it definitely makes those picks stand out that bit more.
Yeah, and I think DCG often at their best when they have these very straightforward engage tools. These champions that kind of rally everyone together, right? When Vi pushes ult, everyone involved. It's such a clear indicator. You're not playing the spacing game with something like a Karma support. You really want those reliable go buttons in that.
It has served me for almost 7 years.
Triple jungle bans, though. Lee Sin, 5 jungle bans in the first phase. We're getting deep into the pools. And look, we saw Kiana early. We've seen multiple different champions buffed on this patch in terms of what they can do in the jungle. Jarvan going to be the immediate pickup. This was a bit of a tragic one for Pop9 in that game too. I think he is looking for a bit of redemption. There were some really rough moments around that dragon, especially where Lucio just walked up and stole it. I have a feeling today we're going to see a lot more from him.
Yeah, curious now how Team Liquid want to try and respond. It looks like they're just going to try and focus on bot lane, especially with the Nautilus gone, going back towards the Bard, who can roam so effectively and impact the map. I think is a good call, because we know that Relove DCG like to get active in the early stages of the game, so if you can try and match some of those plays with the Bard, could work out well. And the Zinzel, kind of the other clear-cut jungler, with so many of those bans going the way of the jungle.
Dude, if TL better fucking pull this out, bro, I'm gonna be fucking mad.
Really has been for the
I'm about to go put on my Team Liquid jersey right now.
The debate here for DCG,
by the way,
between the Bard, you know, immediately kind of makes the option of immobile champions like a Rumble a little bit less appealing. The threat of getting tempered faded, as we saw when Carrier played it in our last series.
It's a TL jersey with GCQT on the back.
We talk about the hot pot, Rob. You as an LPL caster, you know this combo better than anybody. The Rumble and Jarvan together is a terrifying duo.
I still keep that jersey.
It's very strong, especially if you try and live towards that top lane and lend some focus towards Flora. But I was going to say, I feel like with the Bard as well, coming back to your point, the champions that you want to take here are going to be a little difficult for DCG. They go with the Cassiopeia. I imagine we're going to get a case here for Team Liquid.
OP,
and then the traditional answer to it is something like the Ashe, Seraphine that we've seen like into that Caitlyn Bard a lot of the times. But now you've got two kind of a mobile champion that can easily be set up for picks on with the bars. So
You
obviously
gotta
if that's going to be the
think-
call, is
you gotta
actually
think, right?
Kali going to be locked in
Like
here
Vibe,
early into Cassiopeia.
And for Quid, this is
You
absolutely
might want to like go in the practice tool and like buy Nefiri or whatever.
Shroud gets you a lot of space, but Cassio just such an oppressive laner. If she ever catches you out, procs that poison, the Twin Fangs.
Nefiri?
All the
champs.
I think
all the
TL very
champs that were banned
quickly
have
recognizing they don't want to
unstoppable
give away any more easy engage options. So
Nefiri
Camille taking
right
away
now
Xiao
is
Kid
so
had his best
busted.
game on that Camille, and generally Camille just looking like a meta powerhouse in the bot lane.
Yeah,
you can literally go in and get out
that
for
Real of
free.
DCG would go towards, a
You can
Caitlyn ban, try and get
pass
rid of some
through
of these
turrets with your
hyper-aggressive
what is
bot
it
laners
or
that want
W?
to just push the lane, and then you opt in towards the
Yeah.
laser yourself.
You
and they
can
have
like
some
go
sort of
in.
control
You
over that
can
bottom
you can
side
dive
and
with
still
her.
keep that
You
mobility,
can dive
but
with
instead,
her R,
maybe fishing
right?
for something like
And
a
if you
Zyra
kill
can
them,
instead, but
your
imagine
R
taking the
resets and you
And I
can
think
go
when you
in
look
on
at the way
somebody
that TL
else
is banning,
from
it is so
like
centered
a short
on
distance.
comfort for DCG.
But
I
also,
think they
if
feel
you
like, hey,
dive
we're the better
somebody
team, and when
with
push comes to
like
shove,
under the
if we
tower
are
with
playing
your
meta, or
R
we are
and you
playing
kill
conventional
them,
picks and you're
you
not
could
on
just
your
hit
signature
W
picks, the
and
picks
you
that we
just
saw, the picks
fade
we saw
out and
seen
you
on
become
yesterday. It
untargetable
doesn't feel like they think
by
that
everything.
DCG can compete.
It's disgusting.
Still gonna have to see though.
It's
if
the
that level of
most,
execution
dude. Like,
TL
look,
is here.
Nefiri is banned in pro play, dude. She's
I mean, saw it
so
for Morgan yesterday into the Nara, but that was more of a counter pick. So,
Okay,
but I mean, Morgan going back
It's a
towards
dog.
more what he played in the regular season and playoffs, right? It was about putting him onto that tank
It's a
duty.
fucking
Yesterday,
dog,
we got to
bro,
see him kind
dude.
of pop off in the carries,
If you
which
can,
we haven't
if you
seen
can,
from him in a
like,
while.
just
but,
get down like
just
her,
going back
like
towards more standard
ult in,
in this
you ult
against
in
Doran, against
and
Florin,
fucking
the tanks,
like
you know?
kill somebody and just like hit
bully
W
it,
and
like,
just
he's
walk
like
out
Doran, you
for
gotta
free, bro. It is the most
Can't even finish
infuriating thing
see the
for an
KC series,
ADC
I can't
player
be
like
talking
me,
any smack about
because
anybody
you
on
can
that
just
T1
come
lineup.
in for free,
The debate here, though,
kill
from the
me,
side of
and then
DCG,
walk out.
What is the choice going to be? So
Dude,
we're on
I had
another
so
proactive
many
engage champion.
Furies
This is
just
what we know
fucking
Chao's
just
for, right? Across all of the
fade
years
out
of Chao's,
with their
whether it's on
W
this
through
roster or
my
any other,
traps,
he
and I
has been
just
the big
fucking
engaged player
want
in
to
the
cry, bro.
Maybe
It
not
just
as
is like
explosive early as something like a Camille or Pike doesn't
I
have
just
that solo
want to
kill pressure,
fucking
but certainly
just
still has a lot
punch
of potential.
Yeah,
my
and I
own
imagine it will be
face
the Zaya,
over
because that
and
was
over
kind of what we
again
were
in
saying.
game.
Like, if you're going to go this style, you want
Like,
to have some sort of mobility
swear
to
to
deny
God.
the Bard, but
Like
maybe not
it
gonna be the
is,
case. I don't know if
Nefiri is infuriating. Like
I think their biggest
for
worry
80
is because they covered the
players
Mel from Team
like
Liquid
me.
earlier on, and that's
It's
just not going to be a
sad.
good time if you're the Zaya into that Mel. So
Okay.
maybe just trying to play a little bit more scapegoat around that.
Yeah, and I think when you see the Jarvan, the Rumble, and the Jhin together, this is a trio. You know, often we see paired with a Yone, not a Cassio, that we know can just be this really long-range dive threat. Jhin always able to help set up and support with additional CC.
Is he on
but
two
at the same
teams?
time, you know, not maybe a Kai'Sa that's going to dive in with these champions or follow this Rakan. It's a little bit dissonant in terms of how some of these picks are doing.
It's also just very hard to
dude.
set up as the Jhin in this because you're into an Ornn, you're into the Bard, both long-range ultimates that can kind of snipe you down if you ever open up.
Score JJ on Bard.
It does
Okay.
become a little bit more difficult for Fong to have that in the team fight.
Like, what the
And I
baby
mean,
fuck,
for
bro?
Team Liquid, you can
I
see they
know,
kind of
dude,
just set
I'm
up
just
for a very strong
fucking
front to back
clowning,
with this
dude.
Akali playing for flank, and when you look at across the lead of DCG, a lot of that is dive with the follow-up from the Cassiopeia and the Jhin. So if that could be disrupted by some of those big ultimates like the Bard and the Ornn, I think Team Liquid have a good shot here.
And really surprised to see Varus go this late, but it is just a new patch and a new meta, a champion that's not getting quite as much attention as it did in any of the domestic playoffs. But really, you know, TL set up with a pretty dominant 2v2 bottom lane.
We've seen the OP Cassiopeia, and we're gonna play it again
today. See if you can kind of level up, not to what we saw domestically. Domestic was also a struggle, right? But when we think about Yon for the last 3 years, as opposed to just this year, was this really standout
I was
player
laying
on
in bed
otherwise
watching
struggling
it.
TL lineup, rebuild the
But
roster
I-
around him
but I
this
put
year.
it on
But
the
it's
stream
rest of the roster that's been
regardless,
shining. Well, he
and
hasn't
I
had that same shimmer,
kept
that
streaming
same spark, and I think this matchup today is a good
because
chance for him to really
that's
to
when
bounce back
it's
to show how dominant
expected to queue
Because
or
it was his lane
whatever
partner that I was
after a
incredibly impressed
5-gamer.
with yesterday. I think Core JJ on the Nautilus
Yeah,
looks
but they 3-0
fantastic,
sweeped them,
working
so
really well
it
with
was-
Jose Diodo, and even though they did end up losing 3-0 to T1,
Well,
I think there
no,
was
no,
real
they
moments where that
predict the
jungle support
time.
shined. So I really want to keep my eyes on these two today, especially with the Bard start being able to run and support Jose
already
Diodo,
watching
how do they
it,
try and
dude.
influence the game? Because against T1, they had this invade game one where they tried to split the map and play through a strong side, but I don't know if that'll be the call here.
I think the thing that we have to accept anytime we
Okay,
load into a game
TL,
of League
please.
of Legends with Relove Deep Cross Gaming is that fighting could happen
No. That's just they expected.
I wonder
Okay,
if some of this
they
aggression will be
expected to go
tempered
to
today.
a 5-gamer. Okay, because it's best of 5, right? So they space it out so that way, like, if 5 games go on, that's what time it'll be on.
I'm kind of surprised to see that
if
they're still
it goes on, less time.
Nice
Oh my God, TL,
big chunk
come on,
coming out
boy.
there. Yeah, Varus, the biggest change,
JJ.
not in the base damage, but in the bonus AD scaling. I think 30% taken off a full charge
No,
Q
man,
at
this
all
is my
ranks. Right? So
pick'ems,
early on,
bitch.
it's not going to be as important, but as you start to stack those lethality items, you're going to be missing big chunks of damage.
No, my pick will say fucking TL or fucking DCG,
very similar
so you
role
can
he fills in
fucking
a
suck
team
a fat
like the Jhin,
one.
the poke. You kind of get some of this setup.
I'm keeping my eyes on Jose Diodo here, though, because he's gone for a 3-camp towards bot lane clear, so wondering if he wants to try and make some sort of play on towards the bottom lane. Otherwise, maybe just reset and look for an early longsword, but could definitely try and make something happen here.
For now, though, a relatively calm early game. Top lane, don't expect a whole lot here, but Morgan, if he's able to find
Yeah, dude.
to build,
Why?
with just a very slight
You got what?
edge, getting some early MR can make a big difference, especially when the enemy is
Yeah.
trying to farm you for money with that first strike. Lauren determined to be making bank here. What should eventually be a pretty Rumble favored matchup.
Yeah, because we've seen some people start to swap over to the Deathfire Touch, even in these matchups against tanks, but personally, I just think you end up with so much gold off of the first strike. It kind of just becomes insane later on. Like, you hit all your 2-atom spikes so early. Yeah. So not surprised. Florin opting in towards that. As you say, I think a lot of their team fight is going to rely on things like this hop combo, but also the
somebody else in the chat as well.
Keep people locked in that and make sure that they just can't flash away.
Yon. Reset to just come through from core. Pop down on the way in. Quick flash back from Yon. Nice reactions there.
They always are.
But that
They're
is
always
flash
checked
for flash
out
rating.
like
Chelsea
6
giving
months
up
in
his for Yon, so
advance,
it's
and
still
they're
a
already
very
talking
good
to
deal
somebody
for the
else,
side of
dude.
DCG.
I can't even.
the same old
I've said it
story,
a few
bro.
times.
Tab and you see the pop 9 is only
I've said it
well,
a
or
few
even
times,
just see
but
that
I've
he didn't take his
deleted
blue
the
buff.
bot, so unless
You know he's probably gone for
anybody
crab
saved it in the
and blue
depths of the
buff,
internet,
which gives you a little bit of time here to try and play with.
I
So
won't-
he's going to go for crab.
I won't
try
say
and
it
look for
again.
a
Like
camp on respawn as they come through, or maybe try and make a play towards the top side.
I truly believe that
Or contesting a bit of the vision here. Cosmic Binding will connect. Knock up there.
She rhymes with feather.
Funk can fire back, get a little bit of chip damage, but
She rhymes with feather.
DCG really got what they came for. Bot wave in an even state as they start to move up to make sure that that crab isn't going to be taken away by Jose Diodo, but a very aggressive TP in. However, all of GCG are in the area, so it's going to take a decent chunk of damage after TP in. Definitely not ideal, but now Jose Diodo has to decide, can he actually contest these Raptors with all of DCG just so committed to lighting up the bottom half of the map?
Yeah, it is kind of a bit of a trade, though. Like, DCG are playing heavily for pop 9 here, but it does mean Fung very late on this.
Nice Cosmic Binding follow-up. Quid going over the wall, and Stricken Flip is going to connect. Jose Diodo relatively low, quick flash back out. Xiaoxin wants to get a little bit more flash forward. Fung so already finds the mark. The extra movement speed is there, but Jose Diodo just on the edge, just barely able to walk away, blinking, ticking health bar, the poison gets it done. It's first blood for DCG.
DCG make it happen. Everyone had moved in to try and make that play, and
he ran him down.
Morgan forcing that flash there. And also now they're pinging on towards Yon. He's a little overextended in that bot lane. He still has no flash.
I just sacrificed
He's going to be able to walk away,
myself.
top 9. No wave here to force the tower dive. It would take a lot of time. And remember that DCG spent an immense amount of time setting up that play. They did get first blood, but it meant that Yon had a lot of time on his own in the bottom lane, so it wasn't without cost. And in fact, it was a really big gamble, but this is the thing I love about watching DCG is they're like, oh, I'm sorry, what? We're first hand of poker hand of the night, we're going all in.
Well,
and a lot of teams just aren't ready for that. You're supposed to play slow, you're supposed to work into the game. They're like, we will bet our entire bot lane on contesting.
Not
We'll
all
give
of us
up all
look like
wave
the
control
emo version
just to
of
be here for this moment.
Yeah, and I think that's why I was lucky the kill went towards Fung, because he did lose a lot underneath the tower, but now still keeping relatively in touch with him. And I think they expected Fung to reset. I think that was the timer that TO were playing for here, but Fung cancels the reset, which means that then you have the numbers advantage here, and everyone's just able to jump in. Quid can't really operate too much at this stage on the Akali, so
like I have
the
to,
chase down
I
from
can't,
DCG,
if I was
as they
just
pick up that
fat,
kill.
Yeah, just barely, right?
Just fat,
pixels.
I would
But
never
the fact
get
that
any
Noxious
pussy,
Blast
bro.
able
I
to
have
connect,
to be
give that
fat
extra bit of
and
movement
funny.
speed really does make all the
So
difference.
many other things.
The flash follow is also, you know,
so many other things.
Grabbing core just makes it such an excellent start. And you can see the joy on these teams' faces, right? First international debuts.
And if they don't want to be
making
molded,
their way to
it's
international
always
yesterday.
bad.
Starting to feel like a little bit of a false start, but I won't you know, count the chickens before they've hatched. Because we've seen good early games from DCG. It's that transition into the later stages that we're still waiting for.
Yeah, I do think, though, this is a much stronger showing, though, because yesterday you could kind of see in game 1, even though Shousey was on the Camille, it was a slow start. Wasn't really a huge amount happening, weren't really roaming. This time, though, they're already getting incredibly active in this early stage and maybe looking for more.
Going in, instantaneous Cataclysm. Backstep from Yon does not work out for him because now Fung is just going to be able to grab the kill. DCG continuing to show that level of aggression on the bottom side of the map, and Team Liquid just have no counterplay.
Yeah, I mean, Yon had already burnt that flash earlier, so DCG punish well. Should be able to set up Dragon now off the back of this. They're off to a flying start in this one.
Certainly, stacking those Dragons as well to make it that much easier.
Nah, bro.
Then get to Soul Point, force TL to fight on their terms. It'll be massive for this, you know, Jarvan, the setup that he has in the fights. As Fung just continuing to chip, continuing to poke. Yon, level 6 to Fung's level 4, though. So it has not been a flawless early game. There is a level 6 Varus to a level 4 Jhin. So as much as that kill hurts, maybe the pride, maybe the ego, Fung has to be really careful about walking forward here. Yon at the very least did burn ultimate, so he can feel somewhat comfortable, but pretty big experience discrepancy.
I am surprised CoreJJ didn't try and play heavier on this mid wave, though. Or sorry, in this bot lane. Because you have no flash on Fung, and I believe they just saw Shousey reset, so might have been an opportunity there. But yeah, Fung will be able to clear out the wave mid.
Ooh, Shousey. Quite confident in... That was just not a good recon W. Akali takes damage and she walks into Miasma, and you can see her outline. There's just no way she was there. But he was feeling it. In the moment, he was like, hell yeah, we're going to get her. That was the one place she actively could not have been. You would have known.
Look, that's always the beauty of Shousey, right? That man is going to send it regardless.
Brother,
it's amazing.
After yesterday, some people were critical. I was like, I love this man.
Nah, bro. I'm fucking Batman,
some players
dude.
need more of that.
Pull out
and
of my
sometimes
fucking
Shousey needs a little bit less.
I
That might
didn't
have been one
pull
of those times,
out.
but good still
I
to see
didn't
the
pull
bone
out,
in
and I
mid lane.
damn sure didn't fucking. Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! I didn't.
I think DCG,
no.
it is going to be a
Shut
case of though trying to keep Shousey out of the top. Like if you get started to roll towards like.
I went in like Michael Keaton's Batman and fucking didn't even turn my neck. I just fucking hit the gas and went straight in.
Is interesting though. Florent also there has access to the equalizer, but no flash. Top 9 currently just spectating.
Dude, I'm telling you, it's fucked up.
Slightly ahead of Shousey on the roam, but neither side is level 6. Smite from Top 9 does not work out.
Dude,
immediate Q3
this is Pineapple After Dark right here. This is Pineapple After Dark. It's fucked up when you fucking bitch for like 3.5 years, nutting in her every fucking time, and you never get her pregnant.
No one can follow up. The equalizer is there.
You stop drinking Mountain Dew, and that next fucking week, fucking just plow.
And a little bit of a bloodbath on the top side of the map.
Yeah, Morgan went for a heavy trade in that top lane as everything was kicking off, so managed to force Florent back, which meant he could get to the fight faster. Both junglers go down.
Nah, bro. I've been in boxer briefs. I've been in boxer briefs.
Certainly could have been.
I've been in boxer briefs for
Messy
fucking
exchange,
years,
ultimately,
dude. For fucking years.
2 ups to 1, and is able to at least to grab the plate. Quid forced to come back to lane to try and contest here, but can't comfortably stay anymore. Yon continuing to hold on to
begging to get out, man. That's
CS
why.
Advantage
it's
in
fucking
the
like
lane.
it's like release me, please, God. We've been in fucking a vice forever.
Very quickly working towards that first item spike.
Yeah, I mean, especially having that teleport as well. You
Bro,
have to play very aggressive in this bottom
dude,
side, like continue to push
and
have that TP in a moment's notice to get back into lane, which is kind of where we saw him start to build that CS lead off of a couple of those early plays.
Hell
yeah. JJ spots Pop 9.
And he takes the Raptor. Of course, Pop 9 still gets the rest of the camp, and Jose probably still sad to lose the Raptors, but now they're looking to play defense on their own Raptors. Battle for camp, something we saw a lot yesterday. Shousey wandering in the mid lane, about to tick over to 6. Is he trying to siphon experience? It's a cheeky look.
There it is.
Level 6 is there. Don't think he was spotted. The miasma comes down. Shousey has a nice angle to make a play here, but I think we'll just walk back to the bottom lane, try to support Fung instead.
Yeah, I think it was just, hey, look, is there something here? Because if we could maybe burn Flash before this Dragon comes up in a minute 20, that could be something that we can try and play through, but unable to do so. So at the moment, they're kind of just happy to continue to play it out.
Oh my gosh. That is a lot of damage. from the Cassia. That's what a little lead looks like as Morgan is now in trouble with Florin knocked up. Wind becomes lightning. Follow-up is there. Crescent Guard to knock back Pop9 is big. Now they're caught in the Thunderdome. Jose Odioto versus Pop9. Neither one has finished that first item, but it's double buffs to Jose, but a massive health discrepancy. A little bit more healing coming in off the passive. Dragon Strike hits. Jose able to walk it off. 1-for-1 on the top side. So on the way in. Quid trying to walk away. Pop9, flash in, auto! That's completely psycho! He's gonna go for the 1-for-1, you gotta respect it! But now in the bottom lane, as Fungu's in trouble, the barrier not enough. Core coming in with the magical journey, finding the CC, and picking up the kill.
Great binding from Core JJ onto that minion to actually set up for Yon there. So they do manage to get something back on the bottom side, and Core JJ continue to keep Shousey off this bot turret so they can get a few more plates. The TP
in the bottom lane, the play is absolutely not done. Core, how much longer on the cooldown? It is available in time. Florin forced to walk away. What is happening?
This game is nuts. But the thing is, though, like, while DCG are playing a hell of a lot around this top side of the map, that bot lane is opening up a steady lead. So you can see here, Pop9 thinks he's got a moment to play, but Jose Odioto does a good job reading this, covers to get one back on the end of this, and then it is the kill going across. Jose Odioto then kind of has to back away because he ends up so low, but Hongso has a good roam here. But that's why I don't think Pop9 needed to go this aggressive. I think he was hoping for an auto with that passive would then be enough to kill. It's not, and he ends up falling down under the tower. But then in the bottom lane.
1-for-1, but yeah, this is the play, right? Nice little Cosmic Binding through the minion, really easy kill setup, but the action is not over, folks. We cannot run replays in this game. There is too much. Core JJ's at the pit for some reason. Ulti coming down. Jose Odioto, this is his chance. The 50-50 Smite Steal, who's going to get in the end? It is Jose Odioto. Pop9 a little bit off on the timing. Orn has been blown. 2 members. No, nobody going to be knocked up on the backside. All of DCG retreat. 1 member down, 1 dragon down in favor of Team Liquid Alienware. And the game continues with the gold still in touching distance.
Yeah, but again, a huge amount of that is Yon on that bottom side. Now Jose Odioto having turned that jungle matchup. Maybe they want a bit more as Florin tries to escape.
Doesn't have an equalizer. Nice proto belt to get away from the Cosmic Binding. Shousey sprinting down. Electro Harpoon doesn't connect onto Jose Odioto. He's able to walk that one off. Quid needs to be a little bit careful, but Shuriken Flip takes him out.
Yeah, I think he knows he's fine. Shousey used Flash on that ultimate in the last fight, so not going to be able to really close that distance. And I think that was the big difference maker in this last fight, was the value that TCG were able to get out of their ultimates. Shousey didn't really get much. Florin's whiffed on the ultimate as well, and it just meant there wasn't a huge amount in the tank then to try and fight afterwards. DCG, though, still trying to set up on this bottom side, get some deep vision. Like, this game is bedlam right now.
And I think we just have to, let's take a breath. It's 1 Drake to 1 Drake. Most of the quests getting completed. Still a few here or there that have not come through. Level 11 around the corner for both Quid and Yon. First item completion still not there for Quid. Still rushing to get that Gunblade, as you can see Hongsu pulling ahead in terms of overall itemization. So still super close game, but each side kind of has their respective strong points. Florin, I think, getting a lot of additional gold out of that first strike helps. And you saw the Proto Belt getting that first item completion actually saved his life in the bot lane play. Oh, there's a play in mid lane. Yon is going to be in trouble. Immediately rooted. Core buys a couple of seconds. Charm now fading away. Yon wants to get the magical journey, but there's just too much damage on the side of DCG. No one else from TL in the area to cover that play.
Yeah, it just seems to be a heat-seeking missile for DCG. The second Yon doesn't have that flash available, managing to pick up the play, couldn't keep him safe. And that now starts to spill over into side lanes, because you can see as DCG start to play up towards this top side, Quid has to back away. He can't really get much control over the map, and this can now become kind of the game plan for DCG. Overload mid, and then spill into the side lanes afterwards.
And I think this is the struggle of Yon being that sole strong point in terms of overall gold. You can see Jose Odioto, the only other member of the team who has a decent lead that's even now starting to even out, is you're very vulnerable as this immobile carry to that Jarvan, to any of the potential Jarvan or Rakan plays. It's definitely not going to get easier as we get later into the game, but I think he's just hoping that he'll be able to operate a little bit further back, you know, kind of an arm's reach away to make sure that it's not so easy for them to find those picks.
Yeah, he does just kind of have to play towards this top side of the map, because you can see the defensive line of vision that's been set up on this top side where he can actually keep himself safe. But the bottom side kind of belongs to DCG. Rift Herald up and available, though. You can see the contemplation by Florin to see if he wanted to move up towards this Rift Herald, but looks like DCG just going to give this.
Or are they?
Oh no, there's the TP, never mind.
TP from behind. Pop9 going in. They will give it. But they might be looking for a fight afterwards. Nice equalizer across the top. Morgan in the midst of the pick. Quid immediately diving into the backline to try to play Fung out of the equation. Ulti coming in from Morgan is going to find the solo knockup on the Pop 9. He'll get the lead before the fight really even kicks off. Jan looking to spot the flanker. Florin all on his lonesome. The flanking rumble, not something I'm used to seeing, is a flash out. Might make him safe, but he's going to have to walk a perfect line here between towers. Can't quite do it. Gets locked up. Jose Diodo quick to follow. Flash forward with the W as well to seal the deal.
The DCG just way over-index into that, and Team Liquid played it perfectly. Morgan in particular managing to get double knockups on towards the jungler of DCG, sets up the team fight, and Team Liquid are going to get so much off the back of this.
Yeah, good patience, good punish, really. DCG, I don't think they needed to be there, but clearly felt like they had an angle to force the play.
But I think for Team Liquid, like, great call, right? They knew the position. They were like, DCG can't really contest us on this. And Morgan teleports directly into the middle of them, which just sets them up brilliantly. Now you can see mid lane tower down. Morgan is to push in bot. He's going to be able to take that turret as well. Actually, does he? Yeah. Should be able to take it just off the back. And then you're in a perfect spot here.
Yeah, and I think this is a really nice game for Morgan, right? Obviously playing against Rumble can always be tricky, but just stacking MR takes out 2 of the major damage threats, and Jin notoriously really bad at killing tanks until 3-4 items. So he can just TP into your face and be pretty comfortable to impact team fights without risking too much.
Yeah, but I want to highlight Morgan again in this, because he immediately goes on towards Pop 9. Shousey doesn't get the knockup, but then gets the charge onto the wall for Pop 9, which immediately gets the follow-up knockup, but then they're able to finish off Pop 9, which just turns the fight immediately, because that's the main engage tool down for DCG. And then Florin trying to escape, but Jose Diodo was not letting him get away with that one.
Some calm gum chewing and clapping there for Mr. Spawn Tiberi. Jose Diodo continuing to fish, and now it feels like Team Liquid for the first time in this game has a bit more of a secure control on the state of the map. Pings coming in on the bottom side, setting up for another arena, another battle around this Drake. Third Drake of the game, 1-1 thus far.
Good vision for DCG, basically knowing where Team Liquid are. But they really need to be careful around these choke points, especially against Morgan.
Same is true for TL, though, about walking into the river here, but Morgan going to be the one to kick it off. Horn blown. No one's going to get hit by the knockup. Hongsu going to flash backwards. The ulti going to completely whiff. Lockup is there. Four members locked up. Big Q coming over the wall from Jan, but it doesn't connect onto anybody. It might not matter. Quid immediately into the backside of the fight, forced to be zoned off. Morgan just keeps walking up. There's no damage to be spoken of. And everybody walks away with their life, but it's TL in control of the Drake.
Yeah, Team Liquid kind of have this shotgun composition where so much of their damage is front-loaded with this Poke Varus, with the Akali. With them not getting the kill, there's not a huge amount to follow up afterwards, but they do enough, and that's all they needed to force DCG back, and they will be able to get the Dragon.
Drake picked up. Infernal Soul would be big for either side. TL maybe laying a trap here, trying to force a fast play, but gets spotted by the Scryer's Bloom. Top 9, that's the DCG right back on the map, ready to fight for these camps, but really don't have that much vision information. It would be a gamble to step that much further forward, but Cassio here in the top lane, slowly working away at the tower. Unfortunately, Morgan is kind of one of the people that you can't really contend with. In an extended lane, sure, but in terms of immediately taking a tower, not
even then, he has Kanik Ruckern and the Merc threads, like going up against either solo lane, he's completely fine.
I believe you'll kill him. I just believe it'll take more time than you have.
Yeah. He just has to stand there and dance for a little while and, you know, spin around. Yeah.
It's tough. Maybe some Magic Pen to come through a little bit later in the game.
I do think, though, Shousey has been doing a decent job of getting vision for a lot of these plays for DCG. Like, you can see, again, they kind of have this trifecta of wards. One of them just deleted there in Tribrush. But either way, like, it's giving a lot of info to DCG about where Team Liquid are. They just haven't been able to capitalize on them. And a lot of that is because Team Liquid are playing very well around Morgan's engages and playing the front to back and kind of picking their fights at the right time. In particular, Quid, I think the Akali, like, this is difficult to try and play around. But in the last fight, you can see he ended up dodging away from Hongso's ultimate and timing that perfect execution so well.
Very aggressive evade here on the top side from Team Liquid, and the smite going in the favor of Jose Diodo. Doesn't mean that they'll secure the red buff, so has to be a bit careful here. Uses the Scryer's Bloom just to give him information of anybody coming. Has the ward there as well to spot out Jose, but Baron already here. Jose Diodo just going in for the 1v1 and is dominating. Backstep is good. Now looking for a little bit more follow-up. Knockback onto Shousey to get a little bit more. Lockdown from Core JJ is there. When's the last time you saw a jungler just walk in and solo kill a mid laner? Well, you're seeing it now. Core in the end. Gonna take away the kill credit, but Team Liquid happy to find that pick, and DCG had full control a few seconds ago, but Casio sticking around a little bit too long.
Yeah, nice pick. As Team Liquid going to be able to take this top lane turret. They TP'd in with the Akali as well, maybe thinking they could get a little bit more, but happy enough with the top tower take and this push down the mid.
Certainly are, and Jose, of course, the strongest member of the team. 2 items completed, right ahead in terms of XP against Hongsuo. Has the full additional item completion, so knew he was stronger in that duel. Xiaoxi not able to get it in time. Does make things a little bit trickier. Florin, at the very least, will be able to grab that.
He's got an Akali behind him, though.
Horn once again blown. Tries to get a little bit more space. Has the blast cone. TP is there. Dash forward, doesn't get the knockup. What an escape. A few pixels closer to the wall. A slightly different angle. Maybe they could have got it. But a high price to pay for a single tower plate, losing that teleport.
Yeah, still, I mean, the fact that you end up not giving over that kill is massive. You still get push out in this top side as well, which will buy you a little bit of breathing room, especially for like 2 minutes now. When that next dragon's up, you kind of get a chance to back and continue to get control over these side lanes. So it does buy a little bit of time for DCG, but Team Liquid would have loved that one. We get the replay here.
He just does. There's just not, you know.
No.
Who moved that wall?
Yeah.
Someone, a couple centimeters they added to that alcove. There was supposed to be a wall there.
Yeah. I mean, even if you got the bellows breath after in the clap, something, but no, just not there.
Yeah, not quite enough. But they still get the TP, which I think they can be relatively happy about. It is, you know, ultimately not the full play that they wanted, but Quid uncontested for now in the top lane, able to grab a plate of his own. Baron not sure when TL will feel like it's a good time to start this. Do not have an on-hit 80 carry, right? So it is going to take a decent amount of time. Don't have the luxury of a Casio either. So it's a quite slow Baron if they ever want to start it.
I do like how safe Jan is playing in this mid lane, though, because you can kind of see that Pop 9 is constantly threatening on this mid wave. But Jan, like you can see, the second the wave is done, just immediately pulls back. And even on the initial threat, as they were getting controlled on the top side, he's just playing super safe. And I think he's kind of learned his lesson from that early mistake where he got caught. And it is making it tough now for DCG to try and play through what was their Winkle.
Top 9. Use the standard just to spot out Jose Diodo, who 1.6k ahead individually. Strongest member on this team relative to their opposition. Although Jan at 3 items deserves a special mention too. Having the additional shred on those shields. I love Serpent's Fang, man. Anyone who builds Serpent's Fang, good by me. Play too many ARAMs where people don't understand the value of shielding and healing reduction. And as we look at the coin-based gold grind, we can see, you know, there's some kill gold definitely mixed in there, but the kill gold is close. It's a monster gap in terms of the gold between these two players. Almost 1k more in the favor of Jose Diodo. But now a potential fight of Bruin in the mid lane. All 5 flashes up on one side, but onto opposite. Not to flash here. Ulti there, not really going to connect the stun. Ulti coming in from Morgan. Look for the multi-man knock. Immediate turn coming back from Xiaoxi. Good ulti from Jan in the back line means that this fight is going all in the favor of TL. Florin running for his life, trying to burn down Jose Diodo. Can't quite get the job done. Jan moving in for one more auto. A little bit more movement speed, but it's a magical journey for Core JJ, and it is not so magical for Florin. Arrow through the heart from Jan finishes the job as Pop 9 opts for a re-engage onto Morgan, and it's TL in full control here. Nope, Quid forced to flash back. I spoke too soon. Full control for a half a second before DCG decided it was time to fight once more. Root onto Morgan. Knockup going to be interrupted by the Bellows Breath. Unstoppable for a second as Morgan slowly starts to fall. Jan doing good damage. Unlocked down here. How much more do DCG feel like they have in the tank? Because Jose Diodo's not even there. He's just focusing down the Drake, but Xiaoxi continues to walk forward.
I think just trying to buy space so then Funk could maybe get this mid lane turret, but Team Liquid able to get their place on this mid wave and make sure they don't have to take more. But yeah, this fight, like again, I love the way Team Liquid are playing these. Like they split up DCG so well. Pop 9 playing very far back where JJ realizes, sets up for Hongsuo but dodges away from the petrifying gaze. And then Morgan as well, like splitting again DCG. Fong has to step away, Florin can't step up, which opens up for Quid to then get into the back line and buy that time with the Shroud to set up for the kills. So Team Liquid, again, like very quickly decimating some of the key members of DCG.
Yeah, and obviously in the extended play, DCG happy to commit to get some of those exit kills, but the only reason it really works out for them is because Jose Diodo isn't there, and some raised eyebrows in that moment.
I mean, also, like, there wasn't much in the way of armor on Morgan for that fight, so Fong able to get a lot more value, and that has changed, so may not be able to do as much work, but definitely helping DCG get one back there in the end.
Last Whisper, though, coming out for Fong as well, so we'll see if he's able to get through that beefy health bar when we come to the next fight. Mid lane and next target here. Root is there. The follow-up, though, really not coming together as Jan is able to land the ultimate on a pop 9. The follow-up ulti, the connection coming through on the Fung, and now he's forced to flash back, and it is Quid standing behind them with an Ornn to support. It's Akali's dream! 2 instantaneous kills. Follow-up on the E2 coming in on the floor, and in the meantime, mid lane immediate retreat for the remaining members of DCG because Quid killing everyone. It's a triple for the Akali.
Team Liquid just destroyed DCG in one move. You end up going for that dive in the mid lane. They don't commit, and that moment of hesitation is enough for Jan to get the chain of corruption down. And immediately Team Liquid pounds. Quid saw his moment, picks up pop 9, holds the perfect execution because he knows that if he can connect with Florin, it's lights out for the Rumble as well. Quid played that beautifully.
I live for the coach campaign expressions. That was the, oh, pretty good, I'll take it. Clap, 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 clap. That's my guess. Maybe we get an interview later, we can ask him.
Yeah, I think you're going to be pleased with that one.
Yeah. 6.6K gold lead. Honestly, that previous fight felt like it was where it's really solidly established TL in control, and this most recent one, DCG again, overcommitting just a bit.
Yeah. But it's also, it is also Team Liquid not giving the moments again, right?
No,
like,
it's very true.
It's, as Jan is playing incredibly safe under a tower, Team Liquid are supporting him. You could see that DCG thought maybe they had a moment, but they're constantly aware of what DCG are up to, and I think it speaks volumes to why, even though DCG started to get some leads, it is completely fallen in favor of Team Liquid now.
Yeah, and I think Team Liquid adapting playstyle pretty quickly after what was a very, I'd say, messy early game, a very chaotic, kind of brawly early game to slow this down, play more at a comfortable pace for themselves, and DCG, a team that's so eager to make plays that it often backfires if the enemy team is prepared, and Team Liquid have been prepared as now they start sieging bot lane tier 2. DCG have, you can see the combo angles, right? The hot pot, we talked about it, the Jarvan and Rumble ultis together, but the poke from Jan, pretty merciless. It's just difficult for DCG to walk up right now.
Yeah, still minute 40 on this Baron push, so I think Team Liquid going to start to very quickly open up this Red Bull Baron power plays. Morgan just fearless stepping forward.
Is going to get rooted, but there's absolutely no fault. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Quid's just going to solo kill Florin. Nope. Misses the Q, misses the R2. We'll get the flash out of Florin. Definitely had the damage. Just a few of those cooldowns not quite connecting. It's DCG trying what they can to fend off the empowered cannon minions. Quid still hovering around. One tower, one inhibitor down. Knock him onto Jose Diodo is good, but he does have the GA as well as the ulti coming in from core to buy him an extra second. His own ulti will now start to fade. Hongsu hovering off to the side. Xiaoxi looking for the two-man engage. Immediate follow-up. It's a perfect ultimate. Popped out of the back line, gonna knock out Jan. Quid now coming in, but remember that Akali doesn't have an ulti. However, he doesn't need it because Jose Diodo is here looking to make the difference. 4 members of DCG repeating it is a 1-for-1. Jan for Hongsu, but it's TL in the base, empowered by the Baron. However, they don't want to push for any more. They don't want to risk it. Happy to get double inhibitors and walk away.
Just going to step back. Little risky with a good engage from Xiaoxi, but again, Team Liquid end up completely routing them. Turn it back. Will get the inhibitors that they want. And DCG, it all kind of comes to nothing.
It does. Nice to give themselves a bit more space, but ultimately TL kind of got what they came for, right? Both inhibitors down. 12 seconds until the Dragon, something DCG are clearly ready to fight for, but at this point in the game, with lack of inhibitors, I would agree. I don't know if that'll stop DCG, however.
Yeah, I think at this stage, like, Seeker's Arm Guard completed for Quid, you still haven't burnt that GA on Jose Diodo.
Even if you get the Drake, you might just lose the game. Look at bot lane, it's in such a disastrous state. If you lose more members than Team Liquid in any kind of fight, it would fall apart. DCG recognizing it. It's definitely not what they want, but they just really have no other choice. The risk is too high to try and contest. So now it's Infernal Soul, which for Jan is a dream come true. This man getting a lot of free damage already with the Poke Boris, and that number only going to go up.
Yeah, I think if you're DCG, you're really hoping that Team Liquid kind of flub on the initial engage, because again, like a lot of that damage with like perfect execution and Jan very front-loaded, and then maybe you can find a moment, but I think you need several to try and bring this game back from the brink, and you're not getting it.
Nope. Xiaoxi caught out, goes for a bit of a charm, but is instantaneously knocked down. Game 1 looking like it's not going to end with a bang or a big explosive fight, but just a quick pick on the Xiaoxi. See if DCG can mount a greater defense, but it's just going to be so difficult. Quid has the arm guard, as you highlighted. Jose Diodo fearlessly running face first into this tower, which might get a little bit punished. But again, still has the GA from the previous fight. Quid hovering off onto the side. Good initial CC, lockdown. Miasma taking away. He's desperate to get over the wall. Flipping back, but the ulti coming in from Core denies the curtain call. Ulti from Yon connects. Pop9 able to escape for a moment. So still in trouble. It's a little bit messy. TL trying to shepherd DCG in, but DCG holding the line for now.
Still, I mean, even with this, Team Liquid kind of just get to reset and then go for the Baron in a minute 20. So the waves are still pushed in. Those super creeps still doing work. So even though it's a little messy, I think it's still just kind of like a stopgap until we get towards that Baron.
Certainly is. And yeah, Quid, absolutely terrifying, right? Quiet start up against the Casio, kind of as you expect in lane, but 6-0-1 now. Almost a 3K gold lead, empowered further by Morgan upgrading the death cap into whatever the greater adjectives of death and
I don't know
cap
what it is
are.
anymore. Yeah. Do they even get names now?
I used to know them because Medic was really weird and competitive about knowing all the names.
I don't know. I think they got rid of them when they changed it to be like you just get 1,000 gold stats.
Yeah, I think it was Death Crown.
Yeah.
But that doesn't feel like an upgrade of a hat. There has to be a better hat word. Crown feels like its own article of hats.
Yeah. But I mean, even the fancy hats are just called like top hats. We didn't really work on the hat nomenclature, you know?
Rabadon's top hat. It doesn't even... Rabadon's murder top hat. It doesn't really
just
flow off
rolls
the
off
tongue.
the tongue.
I see. Maybe we do need writers. Maybe that is an important thing to have for video. Maybe there's something to be said for that. Now, Quid, whatever he has in his inventory, whatever has been empowered, it's given him a hell of a lot of AP. And
okay,
in the previous fight, he looks spiffy. He looks very spiffy.
No more fast
Why
back.
a ninja needs a hat beyond me, but
no more fast back.
Mid
Mid gets a tier 3 boot.
Just hovering
Bot
around,
gets a free item slot. Support.
And the Baron
gets
now
the
going to fall
ability
DCG again, just
put
push so far
vision
back in.
wards
The inhibitors
in
have
their-
not respawned,
in
so
their
this makes for an
belt,
easy setup for
ADC
TL.
those
No
boots.
contest for DCG. They do poke their heads in just to see if there might be an angle.
Jungler gets like
Now
the
if you're in this
entire
Red
the
Bull
empowered
Baron power
smite,
play,
obviously,
likely the
and-
final of the
and
game.
top
Nearly a 9,000 lead for Team Liquid. The first 10 minutes of the game,
so if you do
incredibly
not
scrappy.
take TP in the top lane,
Don
you
caught
get a
out
TP
some really
for
good
free
angles of
that you
attack
can
in that
use
first
at
play
a
on the bottom
longer
side of
cooldown
TL
than
jungle, but
regular
after that,
TP.
it has really been the
If
TL
you
show from
run
start to finish.
TP as a top
And, well,
laner,
we're just about
you
at
get
the
an
finish.
empowered TP
We're
that
now
you
in
can
trouble.
use a
Shouts,
lot
he gonna
more
pull commit. Jose
often.
Diodo immediately
It's
goes to the wall, looks for the
empowered
land ahead. Core
where
buys
you
himself
get
an
like
extra
a
second.
home
Very likely to
guard
still
burst
burn
of
in the
movement
equalizer,
speed,
however.
PPing
Does get
off
knocked
the
down.
turret.
Pop9 gonna drop to Yon off to the side. In the meantime, Bung, the only one left standing,
top lane,
as far
yeah.
back as he possibly can, but I don't even know if the fountain can save him. Team Liquid, the victory march down the middle lane. Yon flash
If
forward.
you
The
can
ulti
make it to
Quids
16.
jumps in to steal the kill. 12K advantage. Team Liquid fired up in day 2.
It was fisticuffs in the
TL
early stages,
coming
but
in hot.
DCG just kind of ran out of steam as Team Liquid looking confident in that mid game to take down DCG in game 1.
That they were. DCG sent back to the drawing board, had some of that proactivity, see if they can amp it up another level as we get ready for game 2, and we send it over to our analyst desk.
Thank you very much, guys. There you go. That is what you needed here. Our NA boys on the desk feeling a lot of relief.
On the board, baby.
You won a game. It was a lot of small victories that built up to the big one here for Team Liquid Alienware. They are up 1-0. How you feel?
Keeping the celebration. I feel way worse now that Raz just did
Raz.
We're celebrating.
Raz, control yourself.
A hard-fought victory.
Do they know it's a best of 5?
I feel like they forgot.
Yeah, it's a best of 5, guys.
I'm well aware. I mean, honestly, though, I was a little bit tiny worried at the very beginning when Jin overstayed in the river and we still tried to take that little skirmish fight, and then they chased us down and got a couple extra kills, but not super nervous.
It was a slow start for sure.
Yeah, let's start with a couple of those
This
fights.
one right here, actually.
Oh God, we have to see it?
Yeah.
That's exactly what we're talking about. So this, though, there's a cost for this. Yes, we see the kills on screen and everything, but Jin overstayed to do that, and Yon was pushing bottom lane.
Yeah.
So Yon does end up with this big CS lead for the Varus, and you know, that's going to be the kind of the consolation for that invade. Of course, then Pop9 still returns because he got level 6 really quick into this game because of those early kills, and so he returned bottom and still got the extra one. I
think it was cool to see, though. This was more of the DCG we expected with that level of aggression and always looking for these kills. That petrifying gaze there as well, massive. Turn that play around.
That's why I was genuinely concerned for Team Liquid, because a lot of the skirmishes I felt like DCG was on the same page for. Even this fight in particular, I thought Rumble coming in pretty clutch, like flashing forward to get another kill on Jose Diodo.
I felt like in terms of the same page, it's just a pamphlet. There's only one page, and it's going in. That's how you stay on the same page.
Straight, consistent. That's what you like to see from DCG. I will say, from Team Liquid side, the fight that kind of blew the game open was that Herald fight. And I wanted to talk about it a little bit here because it kind of gave you a reason why they prioritize Team Liquid, prioritizes Akali so much. Because as you can see, like, yeah, a slight gold lead that is there for DCG. And a TP that's coming through from Florin. And the goal is basically to be able to threaten the flank. Jan is going to be there, Core JJ essentially. And like Pop9 does poke his head and we can start to play immediately. He comes in with an opportunity to look for a smite fight. But then immediately, the TP is going to be the biggest threat for Pop9 because he does want to commit to this fight. And Florin with the shield does want to look for the fight. But then immediately Quid goes straight into the backline, and I really like this play from him because as we start to see it, 1, 2, 3, go. Suddenly, yes, Xiaosu initially tried to find an engage on Jose Diodo, but then has to peel back for Feng. So like Feng, Hongsuo, now your goal is to try and keep him alive. So while they're trying to do this entirely, now Rumble backs away. He's kind of cooked. And then all of Team Liquid then look towards the Jarvan. So let's just play this through to see what ends up happening here. Nice to be able to see them buy as much time and humanly possible to try to protect Feng, yes. And so it just turns into a play that DCG was initiating, but gets completely deconstructed.
And I feel like the timing and decision-making from Quid was so good there. Going in just as the miasma comes out, so he doesn't get pinned down, then ulting away, after the Shroud runs out. It was just sort of perfectly playing his role in that fight.
It was almost kind of comical. You could hear the music because there's two people with sweepers trying to scout a collie in the Shroud.
Where is it?
And Quid just runs the circle around them, you know, dodging out on the Jindoyu and everything too, and is able to have a pretty big fight for them.
And for the rest of the game, it felt like Hongsuo was trying to find an effective ulti, but Jose Diodo and Quid were really good at being able to play a patient game around it. So I thought that was a good part. That being said, that early game was still too close for my liking.
Yeah, but it's good to know that, hey, Jose Diodo, MVP candidate, able to pick up smites, and the 2024 LCS Spring MVP going back to that form with Quid popping off here on the Akali.
They just didn't have a good answer for him when he comes in with the TP here. It was an overcommit, but the cleanup is so decisive.
Yeah.
And I feel like even though you have things like the Cassiopeia there with the miasma, we so often see Akali picked into it because the mobility, and if you're coming in on the flank, so hard to prepare for a pick with this many tools.
Good news for DCG is that is Quid's best champion.
True.
And so he can't play it again. Is also very, very, very powerful on the Yone.
No
and I have pretty good confidence here in TL after seeing the first game as well. For even if there is a volatile early game and DCG start to get some kills, I still am going to have confidence in Team Liquid pulling it back through the mid game, you know, setting up for dragon fights, setting up on side lanes.
Ox, one thing that happened though in the draft, there were 5 jungle bans plus the Nautilus and then the jungle takeaway. It feels like that was the focus here for DCG.
I think a lot of the plays for DCG have kind of been led by the jungle, so getting Pop9 into a good position. I think definitely had a better game today than maybe the series yesterday, but still need to see a bit more. And I like that we're getting the proactivity from them, but I still feel like in the mid game they were kind of losing their heads a little bit on what they wanted to do.
All right, well, we'll see what happens here. Team Liquid, they're able to weather the storm of the early aggression from Relove DCG. Let's see what happens in game number 2 after the break. You're watching MSI 2026.
Keep fighting, keep fighting, keep fighting.
Send it anytime you do model.
Anywhere is fine. Keep going. I will team. Kill Lumber and better.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup. where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride? Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026.
GTA 6 recommended is a 5 series graphics card. Bro, what the fuck?
Yeah, dude.
I won't even be able to play this shit. Will not even be able to play it.
What?
It's, the minimum spec is a 5 series graphics card.
For what?
For GTA 6.
Yeah. I already told my cousin that. He's like, "You gonna play GTA 6?" I'm like, nope. Can't.
It's, dude, you're better off buying a fucking console, dude. With the prices of fucking PCs and shit, dude. Better off buying a PS5 Pro.
Yep.
PS5 Pro and then fucking Elgato that shit. The Xbox Series X will not be able to run it. And that's the premier Xbox console. They're already, I don't know, like I've heard that some of that shit's bullshit. Like that they are trying to make GTA be able to run on like, you know, lower tech shit and whatnot. I don't know. It's all up for debate until fucking that shit comes out. I know pre-orders already dropped and Rockstar's probably made fucking like $3 million in a fucking 30 seconds. I'm trying to do that, and there's a huge block. I'm not sure, but all right, let's try this one more time.
Fucking serious, man. Here we go, baby.
Nope, not that one. Let's check this. No, not that one. Come on, Team Liquid.
Welcome back to the MSI 2026 playoffs here in beautiful Daejeon, South Korea. We just came out of a game one that was, for the first 10 minutes, incredibly close. After that, not really at all. DCG were pretty heavily dismantled by Team Liquid. And as we go into game two, Dagda, hoping to see the same aggressive early game spark from DCG, but maybe tempered a little bit more this time around.
Yeah, I think it was because we got this like full shift from them to kind of get first Gutter Crab, and I was like, that's a bit crazy. And that kind of set up where like Jan actually ended up getting a little bit of a lead. And then from that position, there was moments where we saw DCG still being able to find success on the top side, but they kept trying to run through over and over, trying to use that lead.
Yeah.
And like, shout out to Morgan. I think he played the Ornn incredibly well in a lot of these team fights to just make it very difficult for them to use that lead.
Yeah, it's impressive, right? Went up against the Rumble with First Strike, who was consistently ahead in gold, due in part to that First Strike, but just always felt like he had that bigger impact in those crucial team fights. And he was kind of the standout performer yesterday as well against T1, against Doran, winning out in those laning phases, really generating individual advantages. So see if he can keep that train going. But as we get ready for picks and bans, I want to see if there's going to be any
yeah, I was trying to today, but Jeff
the mage bot lane infestation that Mr. Razzle LaPlasm promised us has been one single mage.
Yeah,
and I don't think that's an infestation.
She's been doing pretty good. Like,
yeah, I think Mel is awesome. I don't think that is a bot lane infestation. I think that's Mel is a good champ. So where are my mages at, friends?
Yeah, I mean, I think people are going to start looking at this and go, oh, we should probably get on top of this, and then that's when we're going to have the arms race between all the mages bot lane. But it looks like at least some of these teams haven't quite picked it up just yet. We'll have to see, though, as this rolls on through in the draft, exactly what their game plan is going to be.
Yeah, once again, take the Vi off the board, see if the Lee Sin is going to follow. Nope. DCG will actually ban it away. So the kind of a shared comfort pool here in a lot of ways for Pop9 and Jose Diodo, which means if you want them off, you got to be willing to take it away from your own jungler as
I mean,
well.
if we just continue to have this like 5 jungle ban, then we move on from there.
Yeah, I'll be honest, if I want to see the bot lane mage infestation, I'm going to need all those bans to shift for bot lane. If anything, we're going to see some weird jungler infestation at this point.
I mean, things like the Trundle and stuff, if we do start to dig deep, really do become exceptional. So I wonder if that thing becomes a priority, because Nocturne banned away, like, I think we're just going to continue with this one now.
Jungler do they
Because
want?
Poppy was the last one as well, which was a respect towards Jose Diodo from yesterday. So maybe that's a plan here again. But again, you could opt in towards the Trundle into the Poppy if that then becomes a priority. So we'll have to see what the plan is.
What's the angle? The bait is here on the side of DCG. Okay, Orianna. Of course, Quid, we know him for those, melee, more assassin-focused champions, but the Ori did look pretty good for him in playoffs as well, and certainly the Orianna and Nocturne combo. But Ryze going to be the first pick lock-in. Ryze has just been relevant for so long, and I really thought when they got rid of Phase Rush that it would finally be an era where we wouldn't see Ryze, and I was wrong.
No, he was just like, I'm going to take Ghost instead of TP and still be fast.
Still be very, very fast, and it turns out the champion who builds, Roa and still does 1 million damage is a good champion.
It's also when they kind of just made Actualizer specifically for him, it feels like he kind of is still pretty strong. So
yeah, yeah. The Actualizer is a interesting item. It might as well just be Ryze exclusive in the same way that like Hydra used, melee exclusive.
And Imperial Mandate Nami was it for a while.
Yeah.
But on the opposite side, Xiaoxi getting a pick that he's all too familiar with. The Nautilus and the Senna going to be locked in for Feng and Chase in that bottom side. So a pick that he really likes to play aggressive on and something that he can set up for Pop9 on a lot of these playing the bottom side. So we'll have to see if DCG can try and get control there. As Team Liquid hovering the Nivea, kind of a shout out, kind of a flex if you really want to pop it into there, because the wall you can use to like interrupt the Nautilus hook. Infestation?
Bot lane mage infestation! 1 point to Raz. Okay, this is the other mage. This, to be fair, I would not consider part of the infestation. This is the other mage besides Mel that has very commonly been played bot lane. But I like this option into center, right? It's kind of a classic choice. It gives you range, gives you wave clear, gives you so much damage.
Also very good with the Camille if they wanted to go for it, but maybe not going to be this here for Core JJ as he's hovering the rel at the moment. But definitely something that can play hyper aggressive alongside that. And the lockdown with that Camille ultimate provides a lot for the Ziggs. And that's what we got to see like a lot in the LPL and that. But going to go for the rel, which does offer still a lot. Basically something that can group everyone together for that Mega Inferno bomb.
That it does, but now going to need to see a decent amount of physical damage come out on the side of Team Liquid. However, if there's no tank on DCG, it's not as important. DCG opting for blind Gnar, it looks like, with rooms to support it with double ban in the next phase. This is an amazing sign, whoever made the fist cutout sign.
But still, like, I think if you take the Gnar, you still have a loss that you have to try to... I suppose, actually, well, Varus is gone. Vayne would be kind of the other option. Jace is already taken away. Maybe you're worried about the Yorick, but I suppose Morgan actually doesn't really have a huge amount here. And then the question is, if you do go for kind of that AD top side, what do you try and take as Jose Diodo in the jungle? Because you don't really have a lot of those tank junglers that can still do pretty well. And if you opt in towards something like the Trundle, I think you can help somewhat with the Rel for the setup, but I don't think it's as ideal as you would like it to be.
Yeah, Pantheon a jungler, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Can be rough into the center sometimes as she goes into Shroud. The range on your stun does make it a little bit difficult to just click her. Syndra also going to be taken away, so don't want to just be outranged in that mid lane matchup. Both sides taking the time in the second ban phase. Looking for physical damage on the side of Team Liquid in some form or another. And again, just keeping track of how DCG protects this Gnar on the top side. Vayne and Yasuo, both pretty strong options.
Yeah,
taking off the board.
Morgan did well in the Yasuo matchup against Doran yesterday, so deciding to take that one away. I still think you can go for things like the Jax though here, so Morgan still has a lot of options in towards the Gnar on that top side. And then it just, again, it kind of becomes the focus of what does Jose Diodo want in that jungle, because he does like kind of the things like the Xin Zhao, the Lee Sin, these kind of playmaking picks. But if you want something that wants to synergize with the Engage, things like the Jarvan being taken away don't help him.
Ahri now also, again, another champion who post level 6 has a lot of these really proactive playmaking tools, whether it's charm flashing or just using your ult and finding those charms. These are things that DCG have shown to just be incredibly comfortable on making these snap engages, so don't want to give that away.
I was actually going to say if I'm Pop 9, I'd probably take away the Wukong here. I think it synergizes incredibly well with the rest of the comp. And then you kind of remove that other engage option for Jose Diodo, but keeping the jungler hidden, it looks like they're just going to opt in towards the Talia, which, I mean, we saw yesterday works perfectly fine into the Rise. You end up matching the Ghost and you're good.
Yeah, we saw basically this exact same competition or composition, but it was TL playing it against T1 yesterday, and they were able to find really huge success snowballing the Talia early on. Of course, the enemy team was a little bit different, as now...
It was Aurelia and Riven. Aurelia would be spicy.
Please.
Jax would be...
Jan, you're playing with our heart. You can hear all the fans here in the arena want something spicy. It's Pantheon. Okay. Makes sense. Solid jungle option. Again, the point and click, pretty comfortable.
Still could be a spicy pick, though.
Also something you really don't want to give to the enemy team, right? You already see Talia. You don't want them to have a Pantheon alongside it.
I think it's also like when I see a Ziggs and a Rise, I'm like, oh, you have really strong options for a 1-3-1. So something that could try and play towards
Twisted Fate
is the Twisted Fate. So Team Liquid basically opting in towards that immediately with this pick.
Bro, quad long-range ultimates is crazy.
Yeah.
You have the Ziggs Mega Inferno Bomb, the Rise Realm Warp, the Pantheon coming down from the sky that I just forgot. Grand Starfall alongside the Destiny Gate. And Olaf is going to be the answer.
Wait, they shifted?
In the jungle. Now remember, Olaf did get his Q damage buffed on this patch in terms of damage to monsters, so his clear speed will be relatively faster than it was in previous metas, but we've really mostly seen this on the top side played by people like Doran as this late game kind of inevitable scaling threat.
Yeah, I have seen junglers coming into the tournament practicing Gnar jungle, so that's why I was kind of hovering for a second. Yeah, there's been a couple of boys that I've seen practicing it, but looks like it's not going to be the case. But yeah, that's why I wasn't sure if they're going to swap the Gnar into the jungle and put the Olaf top, but looks like it's not going to be the case. Instead, they are just going to keep the Gnar there. But I mean, the Olaf, for essentially a composition that wants to try and keep you at bay, should have a nice time here.
Should, but my number one concern, Rob, as we get into this game, is not there will not be enough blood. That one, there will for sure be enough action. Jan has one game in Tier 1 on Ziggs. He played it versus CFO last year at First Stand, another representative of the same region. He lost that game. And so now I believe that there has been the necessary practice to improve that level of performance. And I don't think that Ziggs is the most immensely complicated champion, but I do think it takes a decent amount of mastery, and so I'm a little bit nervous for what this is going to look like when game one, certainly good. Yesterday, not so good. How is he going to fare on something that is most certainly not a comfort pick?
Yeah, I think his role here is actually very similar to what we saw in the last game, which is like stay safe, use your TP to kind of move around the map to where you need to be and just clear waves on mid, and kind of let Team Liquid interact in side lanes. So I think this is where we're going to continue to see like Quid and Morgan be the focus for all of this game. And I wonder if we do get Core JJ really starting to exit bot lane early and start to roam around to try and facilitate that, because you have so much setup with both Quid and Morgan opting in towards those ghosts to try and play around like a Rune Prison or a Gold card in either of these solo lanes.
Yeah. We'll see how quickly Pop9 is able to clear the jungle here as we keep an eye on the early jungle pathing.
Yeah.
Team Liquid have set up in every single one of their lanes for this Pantheon. So really need to make sure that Jose Diodo is not able to run away with this early game.
Yeah, and don't forget Pop9, or the Olaf did get that buff in the jungle as well towards that monster clear, so... Oh, hang on.
As Thor going in, nice trading here. Jan landing necessary abilities.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're going to have a lot of kill pressure level 1 here, but the Arcane Comet and that bomb going to be doing a lot of work as well in the early stages here for Jan, if you can just continue to get that poke. It's kind of when you opt in towards like level 4, level 5, if you've successfully landed some of that early damage like we're seeing at the moment, you can really look for that kill pressure with the satchel.
Oh, lockdown is there. Level 2 going first in the favor of DCG, however. Jan able to consistently land these bouncing bombs. Heal now coming out. That's the satchel shard. Xiaoxi knocked back. Core trying to block any potential hook escape, but Xiaoxi's going to be forced to flash over the wall, but does manage to make it out. So heal traded for the heal and the flash. Very positive exchange.
Pantheon in that bottom side, though. I think he's looking for the play on Xiaoxi here. Oh, Xiaoxi not stepping up far enough, so just going to look for the reset. Oh, cancels it, though. I don't know if diving the tower is it, though.
Jose Diodo, not sure how much time is left on the Aftershock. Aftershock has already fallen away. Xiaoxi's now going to be in trouble. Immediate leap in from Jose Diodo. Core flawlessly tanking the tower. A nice first blood dive coming in from Team Liquid.
Yeah, great job by Core JJ. Has the Shattering Strike to remove the shield from Xiaoxi and gets away from underneath the tower before any of that real CC can land. Nicely done as Jan would just get to push in this wave, reset, pick up an early tier if you'd like to, and this is exactly what you want as Team Liquid in this early stage.
That it is. So in the mid lane is able to get a little bit more prio, and the second he knows that Jose isn't in the area, confidence to step up, and Pop9 starting to run away in terms of jungle clear speed, right? Got the full clear. Jose Diodo did spend a lot of time in the bottom lane, but the kill really more than makes up for the difference.
Keeping eyes on Pop9 though as he moves down. Going to be looking just for the Scuttle Crab, but wasn't sure if he's just going to reset after or look for a little bit more because he already has his reset come through. So an opportunity to kind of support DCG on this bottom side, but looks like he's just going to back away. Is kind of make sure Fung can push in this wave.
Nope. Fung backing away. You saw that briefly on the side. Of course, quotes coming out from TL social media. Feeling good about the smites from Jose Diodo in the previous game. Probably feeling pretty good about the first blood as well, but Pop9 is going to get this invade onto Raptors. And Olaf will be a problem at some point. He's going to be a fast boy. Does not have the luxury of having the Ghost, though.
Yeah, he does have a lot of support tools, though. Like when you look towards the Senna, like the shield, the heals are all absolutely exceptional, and you've got a lot of lockdown that can come through. So especially if Pop9 can pick up some early kills, I think that would be where DCG would be very happy with the way things are going. But for the moment, Team Liquid keeping their control over this top side. I think they would like to look for an invade on towards the Raptors to answer for the steal that Pop9 already has, but they just don't really have the push and control over mid to do so.
No, and good timing. Initial push out as the Raptors respawn in favor of DCG, and as the waves reset, Pop9 already in position to grab that Raptor camp. So again, a game of small advantages thus far. Really the only big thing to happen is that kill in the bottom lane, as well as the steadily growing CS lead in the jungle.
But what we've seen traditionally is that Team Liquid are more than happy to go for these slower paced games, right? They know that given time... Oh, hang on!
Flash in, looking for a little bit more lockup. Fung is able to make his way out. Explosive Minefield does some good return damage, but a lot of sums traded. Getting double sums out of Fung is massive for any potential follow-up dives.
Yeah, this Team Liquid bot lane looking well practiced on this pick. Like, really understanding the value that you can get with this satchel charge. Setting up nerdy for Core JJ there. And now, do we just get a rinse and repeat? A dive once again?
Definitely there. No one is in the area. Fung's going to be in trouble. Leap out from Jose Diodo, continuing to stack the passive here. Mortal Spear ready to go. A little bit more damage. Flash forward, continuing to push in. I don't think he wants to go any further than this, but just zoning them off the tower. And now looking for the catch out. Quid finding the lockup. The trap has been set, and Hongsu falls right into it, but maybe they can get something back. Jose Diodo walking away as Pop9 is determined to get a kill back in exchange. 1-for-1 thus far, but Xiaoxi is running as Quid ghosts into the fight. Fung getting the kill onto Jose Diodo.
Pop9 very close to that level 6 if he can get towards the wave, though, but Fung's been isolated.
That he has. No sums left. Make this an easy dive to pull off. Core going to grab the kill. Maybe not ideal, but TL still happy to deny even more resources away. Lock up on the Quid is good, but it just turns it back. Xiaoxi! He did the math, but he did it wrong!
Yeah, it's kind of twice. We've seen Chelsea go for some Nautilus hooks that are a bit questionable as he ends up going down on that one. Had the heal, I believe, as well, which makes it even more unfortunate. But Team Liquid punishing through this bottom side. Jose Diodo going a little bit too far here with the flash forward. Like, didn't even have like an empowered Q. Was maybe hoping he could get a few auto attacks to get there, especially with Core JJ trying to support him. But it does mean that with Pop9 arriving and he gets isolated thanks to Weaver's Wall, he ends up falling for Hongsuo. And at this stage, I think for DCG, you're kind of almost happy with the way things have gone because you at least get the trade back. But it's then with Pop9 not supporting Fung to go towards the tower and pick up the wave. It goes bad, but Quid
backing up. They did see him burn Flash in the previous fight, so maybe hoping to get a little bit more. Yon connecting on the bouncing bomb. One more empowered. Auto doesn't quite get it. The Q through for healing. That's a play by Fong. Yon racing towards level 6, but it's going to take a little bit too much time. Recall will come through.
Still should be able to get some decent damage on this tower, and Ziggs very good when he gets some alone time with these turrets. Xiaoxi going to come down and try and clear out the wave a little bit, but this is still an incredible bot side play from Team Liquid, constantly getting this pressure against DCG.
All right, we look back. I cannot see what the number was, but I can see the reaction. There it is. 1 HP. Looks like what Jan said. A little bit frustrated. Still full control of the bottom side of the map, and meanwhile on the top lane, Morgan keeping the CS close, but definitely not the gold close. Fun fact, I was talking about Jan only having played one Ziggs game. This is Morgan's first ever TF game.
Yeah,
Yasuo, when was his first time on Yasuo yesterday? So this man is just casually first-timing champions.
But what happened? Like,
at MSI?
I looked at Morgan over the course of the split. I was like, he's going to be on tank duty. He's going to play weak side. They're going to play elsewhere on the map.
Well, and we heard rumors from our colleagues in the LCS of Lord Morgan, the man who is allowed to dominate lane. And we said, there's no way we'll see that man. We'll see tank duty Morgan. But the Lord has returned on the top side.
He's only positive 6.
Right now, it's just a small gold lead.
5.
Due to the crime of counterfeiting money. But later, I believe it will likely continue to grow. His core finds a quick engager. That's the ulti coming in, the Destiny. Xiaoxi now in trouble.
Remember, that's that same
but Morgan, of course, still just on the top side of the map. He's going to get back to lane.
You're about to lose your bot lane.
Xiaoxi's only level 4.
But they're like,
They're getting proxied. Pop9 is getting so much, but his gold lead is only 25.
Like,
it's a 20 jungle CS lead, but it's just so fake because his bot lane is paying entire waves.
And you're also getting nothing on the map elsewhere, right? Florian just reset, and even though you got the top side objective, you end up going for the reset as well. Like, yeah, it's a disaster class for DCG.
This is a nightmare. Also, 15 souls, Fung well past the threshold, even on the new patch where the drop rate is notably lower, and Jan just continues to chip away. And while Pop9 has finally arrived, he ain't got no boots. He can't, I don't think he can run Yon down.
I don't think, you're ever getting close to him either. Like, this is kind of the joys of Ziggs, is that you're 2 screens away and you throw a Benson bomb and walk off.
It's fucking bullshit.
This is
exactly right.
This is a toughie.
This is a, thank you, toughie. I was looking for the right word. We'll go with toughie.
Right. And it's also like, again, because there was so much hype around DCG coming in, and obviously it is tough for this team, right? You're coming in, and especially when you've had CFO that are representing the region in the past, and you're kind of taking their slot in the LCP, and you've just had this incredible performance of going straight from the PCS into the LCP promotion into now going to internationals. You kind of want to show what you're capable of on that main stage, but unfortunately, like, this young team hasn't quite been able to find that same success that they have domestically.
And I think it's one of the hardest things about being a new face when you go to international competition, right? It's oftentimes if you are dominant domestically, whether it's through mechanics or macro play, it's really hard to transition those things to a bigger stage against, a larger pool of opponents, against stronger overall competition. And we can see that has been a struggle for DCG. They play with that same fire, with that same confidence, and half the time it works out just as well as it did domestically, and the other half of the time the enemy team is much more ready to punish than a lot of their domestic competition were.
And I think that's the main point for me, is like, consistently we're finding Team Liquid are kind of edging them out on the play first. It's, hey, we're already playing ganking bot lane because we saw Pop9 go towards top lane. We have vision control that lets us know exactly where Pop9 is. This time around they don't, and they may not spot Hongsuo though, so maybe this is their moment. But you can see the second that Pop9's on vision, Do they back away?
Flash in. Shousty goes for the lockup. Pop9 now chasing in. Jose Duda already burned the Aegis Assault, so he can't block any of the follow-up damage. It looks like he is just going to fall down, but the flash just barely take him out. No! The Senna ult across the top. Fong reading the play of the escape route. Locks him down and gets a kill for himself.
Hangso hiding in the back line, manages to get there with the Weaver's Wall and turn that play. Even the vision as well. Jose Diodo not realizing that he was stuck on a ward. Will be a little bit of a wave lost in mid lane, but a massive swing in control of that bottom lane.
That it was. Just barely able to grab the kill, but even despite the CS deficit means that Fung has that slight gold lead. A few more souls just now ticking over to 20. Of course, Jan already has a Luden's done, so still not easy to trade, but the scaling. With enough time and enough souls, anything is possible.
Still, Team Liquid having that Pantheon ultimate available means that DCG can't actually commit for much after. As Florin now trying to see if he can keep Morgan off, but here comes Quid.
Moving his way into the top lane. Everybody's invited to this particular party. That's going to be 3 semi-globals committed just to make sure that little Yordle goes right back to the base.
Yeah, I mean, that was a little unfortunate for Florin. Ends up managing to get 2 of them out of the equation, but the late arrival of Morgan was sealing the deal.
It did feel like an unnecessary escalation of violence. Like they were talking smack back and forth and somebody just stabbed him. Like, all right, bro, that was, we escalated a little quickly there, but now the tower's also falling on the bottom side, so whatever the proverb is about having cake and eating it too, Team Liquid are most certainly doing that.
I think they found a second cake. And it's an extra in everything, yeah.
They just keep finding more cake.
Portal could never, they've gone all out here.
Yeah, this cake is absolutely certifiably true. This is some true cake. There are no lies here. So Fong going to do what he can, right? But it's already in a pretty dire situation. We are seeing the Olaf. You can see some of the potential of what it can do when running this composition down, all that CC, all that damage, if it's not enough to burst to his health bar. But I just don't know if DCG are going to have time to get to that point. And without a Ghost on the Olaf, Flash makes it easier to steal objectives for sure, but it's just going to be really hard to keep up with a lot of these targets.
Yeah, I think it's, if they are pummeling you as well, like because they've got this lead, it makes it significantly more difficult for the Olaf to survive it, right? Because on the flip side, even though it is a lot of squishies, the squishies deal an awful lot of damage, and if you can't close that gap effectively because your team's behind, it kind of just becomes a big lackluster. And as well, like Olaf definitely kind of wants free items before it becomes that real, I'm just going to run through everyone and not care. And as you say, like I just don't feel like DCG are getting...
What are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky. Obviously, always something that they have in their back pocket, but it feels like it's a similar story to the Senna scaling, where you can see the angle, you can understand how it could be powerful, but getting to that point in the game, getting to the position where maybe you can get an Olaf on the flank, is just a really tough thing to do. Jan playing more to the top side. Nice satchel back, flash away from the flick, though. Well placed by Hongsu to force out that summoner spell. Fortunately, a lot of resources committed. DCG must immediately scuttle back to their respective lanes here because you've already got a wave being crashed on the top side by Quid.
Yeah, and I think this is where DCG are kind of playing for that next dragon fight. You know, you got 245 until that comes up and available. Somebody summoner spells can help out, especially because it would be third dragon for DCG if they can get that.
If they can get Cloud Soul, everything I have said,
just like every Olaf that gets put on my team, and when I gotta fight one, he fucking runs through my traps and shits on my face while my team just ignores me.
And I do think this is where there is a question of like, I'm going to take Relove DCG out of the equation here. But there is a world where you could play away from Dragon and you could try and like get more gold on your side lanes and like let Team Liquid have that, you know, Dragon or whatever.
In the background.
When it's Relove Deep Cross Gaming,
if you turn off the nameplates and ignore what you know about this team and the way they like to play the game, there might be an alternative path. But they don't go over, they don't go under, and they certainly don't go around. They go through. That is the only option. And it does get them into trouble sometimes, but it might not this time. Warren, a very nice flank here. The Rage Bar starting to fade away. He's going to jump in onto Jose Duda. Immediate flash follow. Flick back onto Jose means no smite in the area. Nice pick into instantaneous. Rift Herald is a good look, but again, Morgan already pushing in the bot lane tier 2, so it's not free. It's not the easy pickup, as very likely the Team Liquid going to break at least one more plate.
Yeah, I mean, still a nice pick, right? The fact that you managed to get the W from Fong to connect there and set up for the play is nice. If you can try and turn it into a little bit more, it would be even better, because you can see at least they may get the tower top, but not quite.
So nice flick back. Flash out as well. But going to back away and just pick up the wave, the guaranteed gold. It cost him effectively, 200-300 to just go for that play. So opts to back away instead. But getting the flash out of the Talia as well as the Ghost. Nice to chip away at those cooldowns. Yeah, but Team Liquid really haven't extended their goal lead, right? It feels like they've been around 2K for the last 7-8 minutes.
And I think the fact now you have to fight at this next dragon is kind of the big focal point, because Quid, kind of just the Rod of Ages. Not a huge amount there. Janssen not having that second item. And you have that Rift Tower to try and play with here for Pop 9 too. So I think there is a world where DCG can try and fight this, even though they are a little bit further behind in gold.
I mean, major item completions are the thing that we're generally looking at before these big fights. TL have access to that locket. Is Pop 9 now running in? That's the ultimate Pop. Morgan needs to get the hell out of dodge. Pop 9 needs to get into melee range, but unfortunately can't get that auto to extend his ult timing, so Morgan's just able to flash back and get out. DCG lose the Olaf ulti, but again, just chipping away at sums for themselves as well. Every team really focused on that next Drake. 1 second till Cloud spawns. Florin needs to be careful about walking up. 3, now 4 members of TL waiting. Florin, that's going to be the wall up. A nice stun. Wall coming in from behind him, looking to lock up Core JJ. Lockdown is there. Quid now free to start opening up. Florin going in for Core. Finds the wall up onto just about nobody. Knock back to the double into the Gnar, though. There's also Herald in the midst of the entire fight. Pop 9 might have an ulti, but he's still getting a little bit of damage down. It's a messy fight, but it's top lane for support trade. Team Liquid happy with that one, as now the ultis can start raining in. Destiny across the team. Jose Dito moving in as well. Morgan on the back line looking to lock up Hongto, but he gets flicked back and taken down. The Comet Spear across the top, the only reason he'll fall. Aegis Assault fades away. Jose Dioto no longer immune to that damage. Pop 9 getting into melee range, hoping to burn him down. Flashback is not enough, but Fung will grab the kill. It is an absolute bloodbath. Neither side able to start the Drake.
It's just Trade City in these fights. 1 for 1, constantly going back and forth. And at the end of it, as you say, Dracos, nobody's able to actually go towards the dragon.
I gotta find new words. Bloodbath doesn't mean the same thing anymore. It's a fist fight. It is a brawl. TL using their semi-global as well, but kind of the turn and burn here we see from some of these cooldowns is so crucial.
But it's Core JJ not getting over the wall here that really starts, but then after, as Florin tries to follow over, this is where it then gets a little topsy-turvy, because Florin tries to look for the W, doesn't quite get it, actually gets stunned by Core JJ just before he dies, and that's then where he tries to get the follow-up, but the ultimate from Fong a little bit late, so the Gnar ends up falling. At this stage, I expected both teams to kind of back away and lick their bruises, but instead, we end up with this Pantheon ult that actually splits Team Liquid entirely. Yon and Quid can't come in because of Xiaoxi and Fong, and it means that then you immediately turn on to Morgan. Pop 9 thinks he can survive through the damage, being Olaf and also having this Senna beside him, but not quite able to get away from the rest of the damage. So it's just this constant back and forth on the trades.
A little Psy there. There was a TF who did not lock gold card when it moved past and instead locked blue, maybe just hoping for that bit of extra damage. But, oh.
Dragon taken, though.
4 caught a bit out. TL do get the dragon. That is going to be the big one. And a credit to TL, really, they did such a good job of respecting Florin on the Mega Gnar. Everyone backing up, making sure that it kind of looks awkward because the only person he hits is Core, but it's just the only person he can hit, right? The rest of TL giving him that space, respecting that ulti and its potential to just wreak havoc.
But I do think, like, at some stages, you kind of, as DCG, have to take what you've gotten, right? If you just kill Core JJ and then fall back over towards the Dragon, and 4 versus 5, with the composition that Team Liquid have, can be a little tough. But by overcommitting then for the rest of the play, that's where we start to get this trade over and over. Core JJ spotted.
Pop 9 debating if he wants to commit here. Does have an ulti. Destiny coming behind. Is able to make it out, though. Clutch there, Hongso. Perfect timing.
The knockback on the Weaver's Wall, meaning that Morgan can actually shoot that gold card at him. So manages to escape away, but the Weaver's Wall being down and Morgan's ultimate being down as well, it means that this kind of side lane threat on both sides a little lessened. But Team Liquid looking for this top lane tower.
Team Liquid got more side lane ults. Yeah, they got so many. They never run out. Jose Dioto might not even need it though. Hongso walking a bit too far forward. Immediate gold card follow. Flick not quite where it needs to be. They'll grab 1 kill, but now the follow from Pop 9 is there. That gold card's not going to do anything, Morgan. It's not going to stun anybody. Pop 9 popping off. Finally out of melee range. range. They're able to see him, and that is their time to turn. Core going to grab the kill. Xiaoxi now in no man's land as Feng tries to usher him out to safety, tries to escort him away, and TL are going to respect it.
DCG hoping for the pop 1v9, but not able to make it happen there with no real support. It was just the Olaf being taken out by Team Liquid. Still, though, Team Liquid invest a huge amount onto that top side, and Florin will be able to answer for the turret take in response.
Well, Grubby coming out too. But again, the goal lead. The Dragon did go to TL, but the gold lead stays at the same point in his bed for 10 minutes or more. I keep saying random minutes because I can't keep track of time, Rob. I have no idea how long it's been the same, but it's been a while.
When it's this fast-paced, I don't blame you. Time is all over the place when you're having fun like this game. But I think for DCG, like, you are getting moments to, hey, Feng is getting towards 2 items. Pop9 also having 2 items completed. Did have a Hex Drinker for a moment there, but actually sold it, so going immediately towards the GA, it looks like instead. Or maybe that death stance could also be an option, but any uptime that he can get in these fights is going to work wonders for him.
That it is. TL doing what they can in the mid lane. Oh, okay. Thank you, production. We're like, wow, this is such a breakneck pace of game. Yeah. This is a slow DCG game. This is a very slow DCG. This is the slowest DCG game. Day one was almost 1.2 combined kills per minute. This is 0.7. So we need to chill, I think is what production is saying. Is that you need to be ready for more.
Yeah, my bad. 18 kills in 22 minutes. Yeah, pick up the pace,
Pick
lads.
up the pace, guys. What is this, NASCAR? We need to be on F1.
What, the safety cars?
You can't just go right 30 times and call that fast, you know? You need a little bit more. I don't know why NASCAR is sketching strays. I know nothing about NASCAR.
Lefty,
but,
bitch.
you know, it's fun to fire strays every once in a
Yeah,
while.
I played Forza recently, and that's about as much knowledge as I have of cars in general. Yeah.
If I just say like Hamilton a couple times, and someone will be mad at me.
Go fucking left.
I just know the musical, not the driver, so it's tough.
All right.
I'm gonna go right.
And we are, however, in a relatively soothed,
you don't know
calm
fucking
state
nothing
of the
about
game.
NASCAR, you dumb fuck.
I have a distinct feeling that that will not remain this way for long. Or perhaps the second that we said this was a crazy pace of game, we have invoked a caster curse. And we will now play a very diplomatic, side-trading sort of game of League of Legends.
Head nods,
And you're definitely not from the south.
Although, as you say that, I see 4 members of TL running to bottom lane, and Florin does not realize that is going to be the case.
Ah, I see. Whatever we say becomes wrong. Yes. I like that. It's going to be a
Two
slow
thinks
game.
we go right in NASCAR.
Very
Crazy
slow. Glacial. No. Of course, Dragon is the next big objective. 35 seconds away. We check in on item completions.
Holy.
2.5 really across the board.
We
No
go
one
right in NASCAR,
sneaking
bro.
into that third major item completion. But there's a Jose Diodo sneaking into that bush. But now Pop9 is just starting to tear through, mitigating so much of the damage. So is Jose Diodo stopping that additional healing from coming in. Pop9 now running. Destiny proc. Perfect information for Team Liquid to decide how they want to pursue this fight. Healing coming in for Feng as well, but these health bars just getting chipped away. The superior range of Yon on the Ziggs doing a ton of work.
Yeah, the AoE damage is doing wonders, but great play from Team Liquid, just hiding off the Fog of War, making sure that there was no way for DCG to spot them out, and Pop9 takes so much damage, he's just out of the equation, has to go for the reset, and it gives TL a second Dragon.
Oh, TL got the Dragon. Now they want a Talia. Core moving in, should be an easy kill pickup. Quid really starting to hurt. Florin going for the Goomba bounce, immediate flashback here. TL gonna walk up, Quid going for the slow. Xiaoxi there to body block. Hook won't connect on the Quid, but you can see Team Liquid getting a little bit eager. They want to push this advantage further.
I think they see the blood in the water. Overextension from DCG in the bottom side, and now Team Liquid looking.
Root going to connect on the Jose Diodo. Core going in, but the ulti's not going to connect. Pop9 3 seconds away from getting an ulti if he's known. He just needs another second, and now he's running through the entire team. The damage from Yon has to be there. Trying to sprint back, but he's just not tanky enough. Pop9 getting one. Florin about to go mega. DCG finally going to back away as their bot lane tier 2 falls.
But they lost 2 in that equation. Pop9 and Xiaoxi falling, so Team Liquid still coming out ahead of the play. And now you can see the pings going on towards Baron. I think they're just going to reset and run over towards that objective.
We are. Actualizer also there for Quid. We've seen how incredibly oppressive this item can be. What a third item power spike. Feng, at least 54 souls now, 3, 1, and 5. Has recovered exceptionally well from what was a really disastrous early laning phase. But if this Baron falls, it's certainly not the final nail in the coffin, but it's going to start to feel insurmountable. Playing against a Ziggs team with Baron, tall task, and unfortunately DCG just going to be too late to this play. Team Liquid picking this one up for free.
Yeah, it's also the combo of having that Twisted Fate as well. It's kind of like take your pick and finish them off, because Gold Card with the rapid fire cannon into this Ziggs damage, like how do you really get to play the game?
Well, you're trying to play it now before they reset up, before they get back to their lanes. Flip back on Yon will not connect. Rocket Belt taking him out as Core just barely able to escape. Wall blocking Xiaoxi's hook, it looks like.
Barely?
The DCG now on the retreat. Team Liquid now active on the map. 5 seconds away from Morgan's ultimate. DCG need to be careful not to overcommit here. Losing a fight when the enemy team empowered by Baron very likely just ends the game.
Still, DCG kind of have to back away after missing out on that play. So Team Liquid,
oh my god,
just gonna start taking pop shots. You've got Morgan pushing in on that bottom side, and this is where those bouncing bombs you're talking about, Drake, those really start to hurt.
Speaking of pop shots, we're gonna be looking at Pop 9 off on the side, ready to ulti in. Xiaoxi though losing more and more life. Pop 9 finally shows his presence, but there's really just not an angle of attack. Florin jumps forward into Morgan. The Coinbase Gold Run coming in on the side. Right is about to have a fight. Morgan about to get dropped. And now the follow-up ulti coming in as well. Jan's ulti across the top. The grand starfall for Jose Diodo. DCG overstepped just that slightest bit for a split second, forgetting how many semi-globals were there on the side of Team Liquid. Ulti now coming in for Pop 9. Jose Diodo might be a little bit in trouble. Florin going for the stun. CC immune now. Pop 9 grabbing one. Destiny proc, but Morgan is using it for a bit of information, a bit of threat. So they lose Jose Diodo, but Hongso and Xiaoxi still down. Feng now backing away. Blue card waiting for the red, and he's already out of range. So Feng gonna live a bit longer.
They got what they wanted. Tower, inhibitor, flash from Feng. Even if they don't get the kill, they're still decimating the base of DCG. They're trying to regroup and get this defense. Team Liquid, can they get out?
Morgan off on the side, gets the gold card. Engage coming back in from Core, gonna deny any potential follow-up. Xiaoxi next on the hook. Feng untouched on the side, but he does not have the damage to kill all the remaining members of Team Liquid. That's another one to fall. Double AP threats left. Feng really feeling confident. As long as no CC hits him, he should be fine. Extra movement speed, but Core is just marching forward. The crash down is there, trying to dodge the Shattering Strike, and he does so. Sidestep on the bouncing bomb as well, and it's starting to fall apart a bit. That's the shutdown. Feng continues to chase Core JJ. Cannot face check a brush against Quid, but a nice little hold coming in from DCG.
Great play from Feng in that one, sidestepping so much in that last engagement, buying time for Hongso, because I think if he went down, that could have been absolutely it. But you can see here, Team Liquid, Core JJ with a great engage, sets up for the play. They're getting so much damage onto Pop 9, and without that ultimate, the CC layering is so good from Team Liquid. But it's here, Feng plays this so well, managing to get the slows, dodging away from the follow-up from Core JJ, knows that Yon doesn't really have the mana to try and follow up, even baiting the Shattering Strike there, and buying that time for Hongso to join in.
And good look from Feng. You can see he is getting stronger and stronger. But Team Liquid's still laughing, still smiling, unconcerned. A 6K gold lead, I think, makes it pretty easy to understand why, but it is 20 seconds away from the next objective. Now the kill pace a little bit closer to the regional average. We're up to a little bit above 130 at 29 minutes. We'll see if we can get that pace. You know, not DCG's tempo. Let's be clear here.
Yeah, still though, Team Liquid in a position to just immediately move top. They may just forego Dragon, say, cool, you can have the third Dragon, we'll take that third inhibitor turret instead. And DCG now kind of scrambling to get back.
Team 1 showed that last game.
Only have to commit Pop 9, but if Florin goes down here, it could be incredibly costly.
It was like 2 team fights.
Morgan ulting in, but not able to get the gold card down in time. Quid will grab a top lane tier 2.
But I think this is a trade win for...
Oh my god! Ulti does disgusting damage! Another grand Skyfall coming across as Xiaoxi caught out. Morgan on the chase looking for the gold card. Will connect. There's no immediate follow-up. 3 members left alive on the side of DCG, their top lane. All that remains between Team Liquid and Match Point in this series. Top side of the map has to stand strong.
Florin's fishing, seeing if he can find something with the Mega Gnar, but I think at this stage, Team Liquid, they know that this could be it as they start to step towards the Nexus turrets.
Morgan locking that gold card, 5 seconds he can threaten. DCG running out of time on the Mega Bar. 15 seconds before you'll be able to stack that Rage again. And Yon just going to shred through these towers. Lock up onto the Mini Gnar. Immediate kill going to come through, but Pop 9 trying to turn it back in their favor, and Florin is still living for an extra second. The Olaf starting to take over. Knock up onto Morgan is there. Ulti across the top coming in from the center. Morgan now set to fall. Quid running for his life, but the hook is there. The CC denied the shutdown. DCG aren't done yet.
DCG refused to go down without a fight. It is Jan alone who looks for Xiaoxi, gets the kill.
Okay, no.
On the support? Question mark?
I can't believe they managed to hold on to that one. Relove Deep Cross Gaming digging deep to find that fight that's still in them. And Hakeem, you go for the engage here on towards Florent, but Pop9 gets so much value from these AoE auto attacks on towards the front line. The damage from the static ship kind of helping out there as well, as Team Liquid just chased out of the base, and even the hook at the end to deny Quid that realm warp. Great from Xiaoxi.
And TL really had the setup onto the Gnar, onto Florent, but they just could not finish the kill. Nautilus had 8 HP also in that fight.
Wow.
So whatever Jan, I didn't see what Jan went back and purchased, but it is now enough to have finished off that Nautilus. That is
like
just anything would have done the job. Baron about to spawn in 5 seconds, but the base is in shambles from the side of DCG. This is a tough one to contest. Luckily, they have a lot of the waves pushed out, but you can see 4 or 5 super minions pushing in bot wave. If DCG stick around here for too long, they're going to lose everything, but they just want to force a fight. I don't know how Pop9 is already at 50% HP, but DCG say it is time to go. Olaf starting to tear through the entire team. Team looking to go golden. Still CC immune. Quid locked up. Pop9 trying to turn it back in their favor, and he will get one in exchange. Core now making a miracle engage with the follow-up damage. It's just not there. Core will finally fall. Morgan, Jose Dioto taking over in the fight, weathering the storm as Jan TPs into the base and looks to close out game 2.
The Dawning Shadow cooldown was just a little late, and it gave Team Liquid all they needed to close out game number 2.
Match point for Team Liquid. DCG held on as best they could, but Team Liquid chasing for the full sweep.
It was hard fought towards the end, but again, it's Team Liquid just that one step ahead of DCG. Desk, take it away.
Thank you very much, Dagda. We do take this 2-0 victory, or lead now, for Team Liquid Alienware after that game number 2. And it was in control, felt pretty good. And then
see,
just a little bit of excitement out of nowhere.
There was some party game in there. Some, you know, they're having some fun.
They're having a good time.
Honestly, it was pretty fun. You know, TL went with like the Avengers comp with all the global ultimates and stuff popping off.
Yeah.
Quid though on the rise, I think for me was definitely the centerpiece.
It was just like the typical Team Liquid fiesta. Like the fights here, there.
Oh yeah, right.
It's a party.
Oh! That's right. The fiesta was in full force there for Team Liquid, in control, and then a crazy one.
That was a good one. Yeah, that was nice. That was nice.
And it was a little scary at points because you're into the Olaf and the Senna, and that combination, especially when you have such a CC-based composition without a reliable AD carry, you saw some moments like towards the end.
Yeah.
Go a little spooky.
A little spooky. A little spooky. At least they outranged them, and then I felt like they played well through side. It was tough because at first I was like, okay, we're giving Herald. That's nice. Just let the Twisted Fate split. And Jose Dioto gets too close, then you're like, oh, now you died. Let's just have a clean moment within the game. And it always felt like that was not there. We were getting something slight as a lead, and then it was being ripped apart. So a little touch and go.
Let's take a look at how Team Liquid started it out, because they executed quite well, you know, towards the bottom side, especially towards the Ziggs. And let's take a look at some of these dives.
I mean, so often when you have a Ziggs, it's about playing to other points of the map, but here, using the pressure they had early, because the bot lane duo for Team Liquid played a really strong 2v2, and it got a little bit scrappy later on. You know, the flash in here from Jose, maybe not the best to follow up on the kills, but as more members started moving over, Quid gets this great angle onto the Talia, and Core JJ is there to follow up.
With all the like messy gameplay that we've been seeing generally, I think Quid has just been really on point throughout the series so far. Deathless in game 1, nearly deathless in game 2 up until the very end.
He's been kind of the eye of the storm, where everything's chaotic around the rest of the map. He's just doing his job in the mid lane, very consistent.
That is what mid lane normally is. However, there was another fight there, 24 minutes, DCG, where, again, you want to see a little bit more dominance here from this Team Liquid squad, who is thriving to be the best in North America, but you get moments like this where it's like, okay, cool, here we go. We're just going to run on in. We saw them get punished because Jose did it before. This time it works out well.
Yeah, this one I think is the vision control for TL. And so they're the ones just jumping on DCG who are not respecting the position. And Dragon was just taken, and they continue to force these plays. Core JJ jumping in there, getting the extra initiation, and having the globals there to follow up.
That's the thing. I think the beauty of this one, I didn't really catch it when we were going through the draft itself, but the Semi Globals gave him an opportunity to basically always deny Florin on sides. If there was ever an opportunity for him to split, he could never feel comfortable past the river. Otherwise, he was just going to have, if they ever were pushing out a fog through mid, then a Rise can just jump you like that.
I also love the fact that we saw all that damage from the Ziggs. Ziggs is full skill shots, and every single other member of your team not only has CC, but easy to land CC, like a gold card, the Pantheon stun, the Rise route, so it just meant it was so easy to land those big bombs, make that impact.
And we got to see all of it thanks to our reliable Cisco network. The Avengers fly on into the top lane just in time to take down Florin, as all the different angles Florin's like, I can push this wave, everything's safe, and it's like, okay, I'm dealing with one global, maybe a second global, then a third global comes on in.
I feel like he must have said something in all chat, because this felt personal.
Assemble!
Man, they just beat him up. They caught him slipping, and it was not pretty. As he goes in a mini-gnaw as well. Yeah.
He thought he was playing a normal game. He's trying to zone Morgan from the wave. He's like, surely this is, like, how are you going to come? Oh, yeah,
you know what?
Teammates.
This is the average top lane experience, and that's when they say top diff. It's a 1v1 lane, right?
And TL choose this time because they know you're going for Dragon, and so then they attack the other side of the map.
My favorite one was Morgan, who probably very easily could have walked, but you know, there's those distances where like, I could walk or I could catch the cap there, and he like uses Destiny Gate just to go like, just a couple of
maybe in the comms they were like, we're ulting, and he's like, yeah, we're ulting! We're all ulting!
I mean, Morgan Twisted Fate had a couple ults that were going, you know, super deep later on. He was testing a few limits here in this game. He was feeling some stuff out.
Oh my god, enemy blue side jungle. He's like, I've got them. Gold card the Olaf. He's coming at me.
I do want to bring it in before we go to a break for Relove Deep Cross Gaming. It felt like they had a couple of hats to hang on and just weren't quite able to turn the corner because of the deficit that they were in there, Ox. Who is the guy that you want to see step up here, given the fact that they're still looking for their first victory at MSI, but they're down to their last loss?
I think the Olaf pick was cool conceptually. I think Pop9 had some good moments. It has looked better today than yesterday, and he has often been the driving force for this team. I really hope they can get at least a game, because it would feel pretty bad to go home having not won a single game. And they have to get a reverse sweep now for this series, but I think even a game would make a big difference. And at least today we're seeing more of those aggressive tendencies we expected from them. Yesterday was a lot more subdued, and I hope if this is the final game, they go out with a bang.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I hope for TL to just fit 3-0.
Oh, I see how it is.
And look to tomorrow, because it might be an interesting matchup then.
Yeah. All right, well, we'll see what happens. It is Relove Deep Cross Gaming down to their last loss possible and looking for the first victory for the LCP in 2026 international play. We'll see what happens in game number 3.
Oh, cover here. Fine. Cover only. Olaf no ulti. Olaf first. Talia for 1 second. Keep checking. W2. This guy no flash. No kill. Go please, no time. That's it. Yeah, that's it.
DCG held on as best they could, but Team Liquid chasing for the full sweep.
Let's go.
So slow. I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back.
Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Red Bull gives you wings.
With my new phone company, Menace Mobile, our pricing structure will be so confusing, it can only be described as evil.
That isn't evil. It's just typical phone company stuff. Besides, people just switch to Verizon.
With their new Simplicity plan, there's just one plan and one price.
What now?
And it's only $30 for a single line.
$30! So you're all choosing Verizon. Traitors!
Introducing the Simplicity plan. $30 for a single line.
Can you hear me now?
Don't care if you're the talk of the town. I'm what they're all talking about. Good times to make your vibe get down. Get true with a big vibe and sound. Times to make your vibe get down.
Attack the dance floor, 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 attack the dance floor like a bulldozer. Keep it going now.
Don't care if you're the talk of the town. I'm what they're all talking about.
Who's until in the morning, windows down in the night. We know all the warnings, always can't understand why. We don't speak through the lines. Baby, I'll take you on for a ride, get high, get wild.
Welcome back to MSI 2026, where TL are up 2-0 over DCG. If they win, they will face KC tomorrow for one last shot at a rematch versus T1. If they lose, we go further into the series, one step closer to silver scrapes. And I can hear it in the back of my head. For DCG, it's a tough story, because while the stakes for a 2-0 TL are optimistic and exciting about how far they can go, DCG may be eliminated here, knocked out of the tournament without finding a single win. And it's a bit of a heartbreaker, but just haven't been able to find that edge over either of their opponents.
Yeah, especially because like you can see there are certain moments in both series they played where you think, oh, maybe they can actually kind of play their style and show what they've shown domestically in the LCP, but unfortunately just haven't quite been able to get a solid footing in the early stage of the game. One thing kind of goes awry, and unfortunately just can't quite continue through. So it looks like MSI 2026 kind of looking like 2026-0 so far over the course of the last 2 days, but we'll have to see how this one goes, because for real of DCG, even just for the fans back home, you'd love to be able to pick up some wins just to kind of put them on the board, but it is definitely an uphill battle.
That it is, especially when TL have been so comfortable banning out your comfort picks, and I don't think that that is going to change. I expect to see Elise in here in this first round of bans. Once again, there are 4 junglers removed, courtesy of Fearless, and there are probably going to be at least another 4, courtesy of this first rounds of bans. Nefiri, Poppy, Vi taken away. And we're not super deep into Fearless yet, but with how heavily the jungle pool has been hit, I imagine we will see something a little bit different here.
Yeah, I mean, we still have Pop9's Rek'Sai, which maybe he wants to bring out now. We'll have to see if that's going to be the call, but definitely getting deeper and deeper into the champion picks for those junglers specifically, whereas, like, everyone else kind of just had a field day. They're happy enough to continue playing. I wonder if we do get, like, the Camille focus here, though, for Shousey, because I do think, like, having that kind of roaming support in the early game is the best look for Real of DCG.
This is the latest we've gone into a series thus far at MSI, I believe, without seeing the Camille. It's almost always been game 1. It was game 2 in our first series of the day just because it was banned in game 1 in the second phase. But that's going to be 5 jungle bans. So there you go. 9
technically Jace as well.
Technically Jace also, yeah. So say 10 jungle bans at this point in the series. Immediate Orianna pickup was nerfed on this patch, but just a bit of base health and a bit of flat damage on the ulti. Ulti scaling actually went up, so the later we go, the more potential is for this, you know, big shockwave kind of combo.
Yeah, I think maybe just going towards, as you say, that kind of wombo combo style, maybe the best bet here for Real of DCG, because they just like having those moments where you can maybe bring back a game from the brink, have that big turnaround play could be the call, because Team Liquid have just been able to outpace them in a lot of the maps. Maybe.
I want to keep watching this, but I'm also cooked, so good night, guys. Thank you for hanging out, and I love you all. Come and stop by.